FDMG!
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson. I am a certified school psychologist.
Hi, Dr. Umar. I'm so happy that you're my principal. I love FDMG. Can you tell me about the school?
We are going to make history. We are going to shock the world. We are going to transform the entire community, one black boy at a time. In this school, you don't have to worry about special education. In this school, you don't have to worry about ADHD diagnoses. In this school, you will never get a phone call from a teacher or an administrator telling you that your child needs dangerous psychiatric medication in order to get an education.
All right, welcome everyone to Chris. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Now we got a bit of a mini marathon today. We're gonna take our time, get to whatever we want to get into. Appreciate y'all's presence. Happy Memorial Day. Good Fresh Chat's undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
Yeah, happy Memorial Day to everyone. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. It's a bit of a mini marathon. This is a new series I decided to start. I've been wanting to start it for quite some time, but it's dealing with the history, dealing with Umar. It's tied to the documentary that I'm working on. I've already released 3 segments and then an introduction for members. I'm going to play one of those segments today, or at least 1.5. I'd say, let's say 1.5 segments, if you will. If that makes sense. During this live stream, because we're dealing with the Umar Johnson history. It's 2025. And thanks, Lady Bell, for being here. I appreciate everyone in Cook Fresh Chat. It's 2025. Umar conceptualized FDMG in 2004. He stated that he began starting the process of building it in 2005. In 2010, he stated that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. He started raising money for the St. Paul's College in 2014. He purchases these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, and they're still on the vacant property list today in February of 2019. And here we are, and he's given different dates for grand opening, starting with 2013, then 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. This last month, he changed it to 2026, the grand opening. He's still collecting money. He's raised well over $2.7 million, based upon my estimations, but based upon his own words, bare minimum $2 million. He purchased these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware in 2019, and he's been sitting on them ever since. 6 years later, and there is still no school, no functional school. He's admitted that the school, if and when it opens, will not be accredited. What's the point then? And he expects parents to pay $500 a month for their children to and not only enroll but participate. That's just tuition. That's not everything else that Umar plans on having up at these abandoned buildings. It's a long con. Umar's a con man, and his history proves that to be the case. And it's not just with the FDMG school scam. Umar has had many different scams over the years when we talk about his history. What are some of the other scams? Well, he had a scam that was the Detroit school scam. There was a scam in New York City, Mount Vernon, New York. That was a school scam. There was a school scam where he said that he was going to open up a school in near Los Angeles. That was another school scam. Well, there's a school scam in Ghana because he said he was going to open up a school in Ghana. He said he was going to open up a school in Manchester. Yeah, there's a school scam in the UK. I can back all this up with receipts. What other scams has Umar run? He's run a scam on books that he collected pre-orders for and never produced the books. One of those books is The Rules of Romance. He was collecting pre-orders for all the way up to 2022. That book still has not come out. Another one of the school scams that goes way back is Umar's documentary. He called it the Shockumentary school scam. And this Shockumentary was supposed to premiere in the fall of 2014. He was collecting money then. He was collecting money for that particular scam all the way up through 2022, maybe 2023. I'm going to go with 2022 to give him some grace here. That still hasn't come out, but he collected money for it. Well, the same thing applies to FDMG. FDMG in Wilmington, Delaware, this particular iteration of the scam, it's not the first FDMG school scam, it's just the most recent one. We're talking 6 years later. In fact, February, March, April, May, we're talking 6 years and 3 months later, and there's still no functional school, not even close. And yet he stated that the renovations were complete back in 2023. You see, what Umar has set up for himself is a situation where he's made a promise to Black people to open up a school to save your children from the school to prison pipeline. Initially, the school was supposed to be a boarding school for boys and for girls. Okay, boys and girls. It was going to be a boarding school where the children lived on campus with him. This is what he promoted to people. And he was asking for donations. Though Umar states that he first started raising funds in 2014, that's specifically for the St. Paul school scam, where he started raising funds for the St. Paul school scam in April or May, because I've heard him say April, I heard him say May of 2014. That's 11 years ago. But he was collecting money prior to that. In fact, I have a video where he was talking about in 2013 how he wanted people to donate to him for this FDMG school. We've also had people talk about where Umar was, he had other scam type of projects. One of the scam projects was like a Boy Scout program going back to 2010-ish. And on his Facebook page, he mentions these types of things. Well, all these things that Umar stated that he was going to do, he was collecting money for. It's just that it wasn't outright. When it didn't become like in terms of social media where Umar states it outright on social media in and around 2014. But he always tells people that he's only been raising money since 2014. Yeah, well, for the St. Paul school scam, yes. But he was raising money for other things prior to that. FDMG daycare, just something. I think he said daycare, something outlandish, something to that effect. A Boy Scouts program, this type of thing. And none of it came into fruition. See, what Umar would do is that when he would go to these lectures back then, he would talk to people about, okay, I want to do this, I want to do that, and they would give him money afterwards. But see, it's not until 2014 where that's when his social media presence really starts to pick up. It's after the Hidden Colors, which really blew him up. 2014, then he starts talking more about opening up the school again. Even though he was talking about in 2010, he said, I'm going to be laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. This will be a private school, and yes, your son will, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. The grand opening September 11, 2013. Okay, how does he say that in 2010 without any money, without collecting any money for quote unquote FDMG? See, FDMG, the idea of FDMG is not just a school. FDMG is associated with the daycare program. It was an after school program. Let me take that back. After school program, not a daycare program, after school program. It was associated with the after school program, the Umar Johnson Boy Scouts program. He called it like the red, black, and green RGB Boy Scouts program. That's all under the umbrella of FDMG. See, the rules of romance, FDMG. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. That's Umar. A lot of this is motivated by money, sex, and drugs. Well, we got a lot to get into now. See? And what else is under FDMG? The Shockumentary. that Umar stated that was going to premiere in 2014, the fall of 2014. He was still collecting money for that up to 2 years ago. It still hasn't premiered. Sound familiar? Well, that's under the umbrella of FDMG. So what Umar has set up for himself is to make promises to people that he's going to do all these things. We're going to have an FDMG gun club. We're going to have an FDMG farm. We're going to have a non-alcoholic vegan sports bar, RBG, Black Conscious. And so people send him money for these different ideas that he has. And someone said it during the last live stream, what people are really donating to is Umar's imagination. But what has brought him the most amount of money has been the FDMG school scam, more specifically, the St. Paul school scam in 2014, and then the Wilmington school scam in 2019. And so Umar doesn't have to produce anything. He hasn't produced anything of consequence. He's written 2 books. He's thrown 2 block parties. I always give Umar credit for things. Outside of that, he just runs his mouth. The 2 books can be easy, intellectually speaking, can be dismissed because there's no source material. Okay, they're not scholarly. Umar claims to be the most requested scholar, but he's not scholarly. How are you going to write 2 books with no source material whatsoever? The 2 block parties don't benefit Black people, but don't benefit these Black boys and Black girls. Remember, he said it was Black boys, Black girls, but he's downsized over the years. It's going to be a boarding school. Then he said we're just going to have a school for just the boys. Okay, throwing 2 parties in the middle of a street, that doesn't benefit this whole movement of that Umar Johnson promised of saving your boys from the school to prison pipeline via FDMG, this school. Outside of that, what does he do? He runs his mouth. But in particular, it's the school scam, the FDMG school scam that's brought Umar the most amount of money. He raised over $400,000 on GoFundMe before they shut him down because of fraud. He's raised well over, there was a point where within the course of, it was about 10 months, Umar had raised $125,000 on PayPal. CashApp, they shut him down because of fraud more recently. There's no telling how much money he's raised on CashApp. And altogether, my best estimate, it's a lowball figure, $2.7 million over the last 11 years. I have him on record. And I can prove, based upon his own words, $2 million. But he told people in 2025 and in 2024 that he hasn't even reached $1 million. So he set up a situation here. Well, all he has to do is make promises to people. He doesn't fulfill any of these promises. And a promise that goes unfulfilled is nothing more than a lie. He's a habitual, perpetual liar. And people send him money for it. Umar doesn't have a job. How does he survive? Donations for it from a school. Umar doesn't have his own car. How does he pay for all these rental cars? Donations from people from this school. People send money for the school. Umar doesn't have his own residence. He's been homeless since 2019. He got evicted in the residence where he flipped his phone back in 2010. He was able to resolve that, stayed there until 2019. Towards the end of 2019, he gets evicted. He's unable to resolve that because he couldn't come up with the money, because he had spent the money, whatever he had left, to purchase these abandoned buildings. And after he purchased these abandoned buildings, he should have been sitting on roughly $850,000. Where'd this money go? That was back in 2019. He's been collecting money ever since. Okay, $2.7 million. But see, Umar doesn't have a job. He doesn't have his own vehicle. He doesn't have his own home. He likes to eat. Who's paying for that? You donors are paying for that. You're paying for Umar's lifestyle, and you're paying for his imagination. He has produced nothing that he promised you guys that he's going to produce. But what does he do? He's run his mouth. He's a con man. And con men, they can run their mouth. They can run their mouth. See, and Umar spends so much time disparaging Black people. It's amazing to me that Black people send him money in the first place, but he spends so much time disparaging Black people, especially successful Black people. And in particular, he targets successful Black men. There's a whole host. We put together a list a couple of years ago. There's a list of it. In fact, one of the individuals that he took a picture with recently was Dave Chappelle. Do you guys know this? He's taking a picture with Dave Chappelle, but I have 3 videos where Umar is chastising Dave Chappelle, and because Dave Chappelle is a quote unquote bunny hopper. Or in Umar's words, he has a rice bunny. See, he'll talk that talk and he'll disparage Dave Chappelle. See, Dave Chappelle probably haven't seen the video, and he'll disrespect Dave Chappelle's wife, right? But as soon as he has an opportunity to take a picture and clout chase off of Dave Chappelle, he will take that picture. That's Umar. He's the ultimate contradiction. See? All right. So what we're going to do today is we're going to get a bit into this history. Okay? Everything that I've said here, I can back it up with proof. In fact, let me do this. I'm going to do a screen share. I do have the Umar Johnson timeline that I've been working on. This is for the documentary. I already produced one documentary. It's on here on my YouTube page. I'm working on the second one now. Taking a lot longer than I thought, but at some point it will be done. Let me do a screen share here. So this is a timeline. We'll go through some of this stuff on the timeline. We won't go through all of it. Right. The other thing is I want to show this just before we get into this. I guess we're kind of getting a little bit ahead, but I think that's okay because I just want to make this clear about see, Umar hasn't produced anything, but he makes promises and people continue to send him money. And he's living off of this money. He has been since at least 2014. Here is, let me do another screen share here. Okay. So I have Umar on record and at the end of 2016 saying that he had already raised $1 million. Then he said, we almost got $1 million. We're just going to go with $1 million. 2014 to 2016, $1 million. I got to pull up this other, if I remember, I'm going to pull up this receipt because Umar had raised $500,000. I think it was over the course of a year and a half, I believe. I'm gonna try, matter of fact, let me write this down because I'll pull that up for you guys. I think I showed it recently, 500,000, and I think it was in 1.5 years, something like that. I think it's inside of the documentary I'm working on right now. Anyway, from 2014 to 2016, $100 million. Umar is on record after that saying that he raises about $125,000 a year, which is not true because on this IRS filing, a more recent one, it was over 200,000. But we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. We're going to say from 2017 through 2018, we're going to take 125,000 plus another 125,000 to cover those 2 years. We get $250,000. You add that to the $1 million that he had collected from 2014 to 2016. And from 2014 through 2018, Umar had raised $1,250,000. Now, this is specifically for the St. Paul school scam. Okay. But at a certain point, he leaves that school scam because he was promising St. Paul's from about 2014 to 2016. But then he starts looking, actually 2014 to about 2015, but he was still bringing up later as if he was still going to purchase it. I have him on record doing. He's such a scam artist. At a certain point, he pivots to, I'm looking for schools other than St. Paul's. That gets into 2017, 2018. He finally, and it actually before this, it actually gets into 2000, I'm going to say towards the end of 2015. Okay, but all this should be covered inside the documentary. He purchases these abandoned buildings, and the purchase price that I was able to find was $400,000 online. Umar never provided any receipt on how much he acquired these abandoned buildings for. There's people who speculated that he got them for free, that it was donated to him. I'm going to give Umar the benefit of the doubt. He's never had transparency. I'm going to say $400,000. It could be much less than that. It could be a lot more than that, but I'm going to give him $400,000. In my estimation, it's probably a lot less than that, but I'm going to say $400,000 here. Now, if we took the money that he had raised from 2014 to 2018, $1,250,000, and we subtract the $400,000 back in 2019, after Umar acquired his abandoned buildings, he should have been sitting on $850,000. Where'd this money go? And see, Umar didn't start with renovations right away, even though he stated that renovations were going to cost $1 million for both sides of the street. Okay, these buildings there's 3 buildings. He says 4. He says there's 2 schools. No, there's 3 abandoned buildings. Okay, but Umar always exaggerates. This is part of Umar's manipulative tactics as a con man. He always overstates the good, and then he understates the bad, unless it's dealing with the money. When it comes to the money, he always underestimates how much he has received, and he overestimates how much money he needs. He should have been sitting on $850,000 in 2019 after acquiring these abandoned buildings, and he doesn't start renovations for a year and a half. Why? Because he didn't have any money. $850,000 was gone. So he comes up with this scam that, okay, I'm trying to find the blueprints, and I can't start renovations until I have the blueprints. Some of y'all remember this, hit the one. And this goes on and on and on. And Umar Johnson, he always has an excuse. He just goes on and on and on. But the truth is, he didn't have any money left over. In fact, why is it that in 2019, the same year that Umar acquires his abandoned buildings, he gets evicted and does not have the money to resolve the eviction and has been homeless ever since? Yeah, he's been homeless ever since. Well, I see him in hotel, motel rooms. Yeah, of course. You see him in hotel, motel rooms. And if you do the research, you'll see when it coincides with that eviction. And who's paying for those hotel, motel rooms? Umar doesn't have a job. He hasn't worked since 2010, 2011. I do have a receipt that shows him in an office in 2014, but I haven't been able to verify that he was actually working someplace. Based upon his own words, he stated that he gave up his career as a school psychologist in and around 2010, 2011. Because then he committed fully to this Black conscious stuff. And he's going to go on, he's going to be lecturing and teaching the people and raising up Black consciousness. And so he had to forsake his career, even though he spent 20 years pursuing degrees and didn't get his PsyD until 2012. See, things don't add up with this guy. They never do, because he's a con man. And the story that he tells people, to this day, he still tells people that he's a school psychologist. He tells people he's been a school psychologist for over 25 years. Well, how's that possible? Umar hasn't worked a job since 2010, 2011. And he's traveling all over the world. He's still telling people to this in 2025 that he's a school psychologist. He's traveling all over the world. You got to be at a school to be a school psychologist, right? I've yet to find one receipt that shows Umar was a school psychologist. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm talking about during the time period after 2010, 2011. I've yet to see it. I've never seen a receipt of him being a principal. I've never seen him a receipt of him being a vice principal. Although he did post a picture where it was his name was on this laminated paper on a door, and it said Umar Dr. Johnson, whatever, school principal or something to that effect. If anyone has a receipt, please send it to me. LenonHonor@yahoo.com. Right? I go based upon receipts. Sometimes I give Umar the benefit of that on certain things, but he lies so much. Never take anything that he says at face value. If there's no receipt associated with it, if there's no true transparency, I'm talking about verifiable, don't accept anything he says, because he's a pathological liar. He has formulated and he's manipulated so many people to think that he's all these things, that he's achieved all these things. But no, what he's become is he's an international hobo who doesn't have, and he's homeless, doesn't have a job, doesn't have a home, doesn't even have his own vehicle. So where does he stay when he's not inside of these hotel motel rooms? Well, in 2019, you start seeing him in hotel motel rooms. You don't see him inside of the apartment that he was renting. I'll show it to you guys right here, since we're dealing with the history. See, this is where Umar would mainly live stream out of for many years, in point of fact, up until we get into 2019, towards the end of 2019. But that's because he got evicted from this residence and he's been homeless ever since. What did he do? He started seeing him for like a year and a half. Yeah, about a year and a half. He's in and out of hotel motel rooms. Well, maybe they bring in, see, I'm giving benefit of the doubt. Well, maybe it's because they're having him speak. Yeah, there's times where they have him speak and that they will put him up inside a hotel motel room, but that's not all every day throughout the year. See, you guys go back and look at the timeline. You actually look at the receipts, the videos where Umar was posting where he was live streaming. I got all of them, downloaded all of them. You'll see that he's live streaming from different places, including places in Philadelphia. Well, if you have your own place, you from Philadelphia, why are you live streaming from Philadelphia hotel motel room? See, so what ends up happening is, however, when the money starts to get low, when he doesn't have money from donations from you FDMG donors, when he doesn't have money to get himself a place to stay, hotel motel room, what does he do? He started staying inside his mama's closet, literally, in his Section 8 housing. Literally, I have the paperwork. This is the residence that we would see Umar in for many years. Okay, let me show you all.
Wrong mail, send those resumes in. FDMGresumes@gmail.com. FDMGresumes@gmail.com. FDMGresumes@gmail.com is what we're looking for.
See, this is 2019. He was staying in at this residence, this apartment, living in this filth since 2010, at least 2010, because that's when he got his first eviction. Obviously, he had to have been there before to that eviction notice. He gets that eviction notice. He was able to resolve it. But by the time we get to 2019, he's still living inside of this abandoned, he's still living inside of this trash heap, He's a hoarder too, by the way. He's still living in this filth, but by this time he's in a position where he had to put down all this money to purchase these abandoned buildings. He had nothing left, so he gets evicted from here, and that's when you start seeing Umar inside of hotel motel rooms. And then after that, you start seeing Umar inside his mama's closet. Okay, let me just do this real quick. I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna give you an example of him being in hotel motel rooms, and then I'm gonna give you an example of him being inside his mama's closet. Here we go.
Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to, what happened? I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that.
You never moved to this date. Today.
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
See him lying?
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
All right. So what we find, what happens after this is that Umar says that he's in the process of moving. That's his excuse as to why he's living in filth. No, he had been living in filth like that since at least 2010. He's a hoarder. He doesn't like to clean up, and he's filthy like that, right? But let's be clear about something. That once Umar is evicted out of this spot, we start to see Umar inside of hotel motel rooms. Okay, so let me give you, and inside of his rental car. I forgot about that one. He would be in hotel rooms and inside of rental cars. Let me give you an example of Umar inside of a rental car. Okay, towards the end of 2019, after he's evicted out of this place. Look at the filth here too, by the way. This is someone who says that he's going to save your black boys. This is someone who says that he's a scholar. He's a prince of Pan Africanism. He's a school psychologist. He's a school principal, a school vice principal. He's the most requested scholar, et cetera, et cetera. He's Big Papa, prince of Pan Africanism, but he's living in filth. Look at this. So he has just this little walkway going down the middle here. Okay, so this was his last apartment. He gets evicted from here towards the end of 2019. I have the paperwork. I can actually pull it up. I'm not going to show that to y'all, but I have it. Some of you guys have already seen it. If you've seen it, because we've talked about this, you guys can hit the one inside the chat room. I'm not making it up. You guys can find it for yourself. You just have to know where to go and look. It's all public record. Okay, so Umar, instead of him acknowledge the fact that he's living in filth, he makes up the excuse that the reason why it's filthy like this is because he's in the process of moving. He never moved to Wilmington, Delaware. He ended up getting evicted from this place. And then we start seeing Umar inside of either inside of hotel motel rooms, or you see him more and more live streaming inside of his car. He used to live stream from his car too before this, but I'm talking about consistently. You start to see him live streaming inside of his car because he didn't have a place to stay anymore. Okay, here's an example. This is 2019.
Peace and love, family. This is King Kong Consciousness, Dr. Umar Johnson, coming to you live and direct, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Special announcement, very special announcement. I won't be long. In the 2020 year, I'm going to be hosting a national 50 state by state NIBPA Black Parent Crush the School to Prison Pipeline Know Your Rights statewide conference. I repeat, I will be coming to every state.
It just came to mind. Umar acquires his abandoned buildings in February of 2019. This video right here is from December of 2019. Why is he talking about how he wants to start traveling, going to each state when he's supposed to be opening up a school? Critical thinking. Would it make more sense for Umar to be saying, hey, listen, I'm focusing on this school by the time of December? Then he don't have no money. He should have been sitting on $850,000. Did I finish that too, by the way? I didn't even finish this real quick because I'm gonna come back to it. Just get back to the money. Look. Real quick. Okay, this time period that we're looking at in Umar's history, this is in 2019 towards the end. He should have been sitting on $850,000 after he acquired these abandoned buildings in 2019, February 2019. There should have been $850,000. He collected money from 2019 through 2024. We're not even counting 2025. And if we just go with the rate of $125,000 a year, that's $750,000. But he's collected more than $125,000 a year. Okay, I have the receipt from the IRS filing where he collected $200,000 during over $20,000 on one of those years. But we're going to give Umar the benefit of the doubt and say $125,000. So we're going to cover that. We're going to say 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, 24. We're going to multiply, 19 through 2024. Okay, so it's going to come up to $750,000. Now, after acquiring these abandoned buildings, he should have had left over $850,000. We're going to throw in that $750,000. Well, there's then total raise at that point, minus the acquisition price, the purchase price. He should have had. Right now he should be sitting on about $1.6 million. Now let's throw back in the purchase price of these abandoned buildings of $400,000 right here. From 2014 through 2024, bare minimum $2 million. That's a bare minimum. But a more accurate, a more precise, I should say, estimate is $2.7 million. It could be $3 million, but I give Umar the benefit of the doubt. 2.6, 2.7. Okay, so the point is that in 2019, Umar should have been sitting on $850,000, but he can't start renovations yet. Why not? And then he gets evicted the same year. Why? Because the money's gone. That's why he has to come up with a new scheme. You know, he started talking about how that he couldn't find the blueprints for some reason. That's digital these days. He doesn't start renovations for a year and a half. And during that time, Umar's living inside of hotel rooms, and he's live streaming from hotel rooms, and he's live streaming from his car. Probably living in his car when he had to, when things really got bad. I wouldn't be surprised by that, but I can't verify that. I do have a receipt where there's a blanket in the back seat. But I can't say that he was living in his car. Okay, I do know he was living in a hotel motel rooms, and at a certain point he started living inside the mama closet, literally. Right? So I want to ask the question, why is it that by the time we get to December of 2019, Umar is saying that he wants to go on basically a state-by-state tour, go to all 51 states, whatever, 51 states, to do these, y'all remember this, to do these Black parent boot camp trainings or something to that effect. Why is he doing that? Well, it's very simple. Umar doesn't have a place to stay. So he has to come up with something to go and do, wherever he goes, the people who bring him out will provide him with room and board, a hotel and motel room. See how light bulb goes off? That's why the Umar Johnson history is so fascinating. See, I didn't even pick this video out, the video that I'm playing. I just randomly picked it out, but you listen to what he's saying. It makes no sense. By December, he gets evicted towards the end of the year. He's talking that same year. He's talking about how he wants to go to all of these different states. Well, if he does that, they're going to have to provide him with room and board, right? Okay, well, that provides him with lodging, and he's been living like that ever since. Yeah. He's a vagabond, literally. He's an international hobo. Listen.
State, North, South Dakota, Peace and love, family. This is King Kong Consciousness, Dr. Umar Johnson, coming to you live and direct, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Special announcement, very special announcement. I won't be long. In the 2020 year, I'm going to be hosting a national 50 state by state NIBPA Black Parent Crush the School to Prison Pipeline Know Your Rights statewide conference. I repeat, I will be coming to every state, North Dakota, South Dakota, Utah, Vermont, Maine, Texas, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland, Louisiana, Mississippi, Idaho, California, Washington, you name it. I'm coming to every state in 2020, one Saturday every month. There's 52 Saturdays in a year. There's 52 Saturdays in a year. 50 of those Saturdays, okay? 50 of those Saturdays will be spent in a different state, educating black parents on how to protect their children. We're going through the documentation. We're going through the paperwork. We're going through the procedures. We're going through the laws. We're going through the IEP. We're going through the psychological evaluation. We're going through the manifestation determination. We're going through everything. We're going through everything. Every state will see Dr. Umar in 2020. This is the one time that every black parent who wants to get the training will get the training. No excuses after 2020.
All right. Now, here's Umar inside of the same year. In fact, this is around the same time period within that same week. Umar inside of a hotel motel room. He's been living like this. Wow, since 2019, homeless. He's this great black leader. Man, this guy. Right? Now, here's him inside. It's a year later. Okay, so it's really, it's a year later. Umar's he's inside his mama's closet. Here's a couple of examples because he has different backdrops. Okay, here's one of them. See the curtains? This is his mama's house. It's a side closet inside his mama's house in his Section 8 housing.
Peace and black power. Peace and black power. And you're about to put an electrician in play and put an HVAC person in play. I think common sense tells you that if these things are being paid for, then they're probably being paid for out of the funds left over. And if they're not being paid for out of the funds left over, he must be paying for them out of his pocket. It's just kind of common sense.
No, he doesn't have a job. See this? That's why he's back in his mama's closet. He couldn't even afford to pay his rent and got evicted. Remember I showed you guys the receipt, his dirty apartment? Same year. Excuse me, 2019. It's a year before this, a year before the video that we see here. But Umar, he's making up a whole narrative now that he's paying for this out of pocket. He doesn't have a job. He hadn't worked since 2010, 2011. This video is from 2020, and he's saying, "Yeah, well, you know." As a matter of fact, I want to hear what leads up to this. But again, this is a year after he gets evicted from this place.
To Wilmington, Delaware. So the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. Mates at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at Gmail.
See, but he wants to paint the narrative that he's spending money. But really, the idea is why he doesn't have money. No, he doesn't have money because he tricked off about $850,000 that he should have been sitting on in 2019. $850,000 over the course from 2014 through 2019. $850,000. So he gets evicted from this place. You start seeing him in hotel motel rooms. You see him in his car, which was a rental car, and then you start seeing him inside his mama's closet. I want to see how he frames this.
Peace and black power. Peace and black power.
Yeah, it is a hot mess.
Peace and black power. Good Garvey evening. Good Garvey evening. Good Garvey evening. Brothers and sisters, you are listening to the voice of none other than Intercontinental Ifa Tunde, the Prince of Pan Africanism, Dr. Umar Ifa Tunde. I am in the Ifa Tunde Shrine right now,
It's
where
mama
I was
closet.
last night.
In his mama closet. You see what I'm saying? This is mama closet is the Ifa 2-day shrine.
Where I am often meditating, libating.
Lying for sure. Look at poorly lit. See how poorly lit it is?
Honoring, thinking, meditating. I seem to have once again taken over
Oh no.
social media.
Oh no. Oh, y'all cut it out. Come on
That is
now.
very common for me, as you
That's
all
what I'm-
know.
That's what I'm saying.
I am
Uh-huh.
the most prominent, the most
Y'all
popular,
tripping.
the most influential,
What's up, East B?
and the
That's
most
crazy.
hated black scholar in the
See, and again, Umar Johnson followers, they used to lie on me about a whole bunch of stuff, and even people that would criticize Umar would lie about me too. but one of the lies they said was my wife and I, if we were on Section 8, we were never on Section 8. But they used to tell these stories, and come to find out, all these years later, Umar and now he's still 2025. He stays inside his mama's closet in his Section 8 housing because they got, not to be putting all the business out there, but I believe it was 2022. It could be 2023. And I'll have to say they were facing eviction from that Section 8 housing because they needed to re-up from the research that I did and from the paperwork online that you can find. There's a process for re-upping. I'll probably misquote this. To re-qualifying, I guess, for Section 8. And I don't know if it's yearly or bi-yearly or every 5 years, whatever the case. I don't know. But what that process hadn't taken place. And see, if Umar is supposed to be the primary caretaker, see, that's the other thing. Umar started talking about how he's the primary caretaker for his mama. But that's because he was living with his mama. He didn't have his own place. But that's his way of justifying why he was inside his mama closet. This guy, he's something else. Y'all remember that? I have it when he initially announced it. And that's one of the reasons why he was saying he didn't want to get the school in Atlanta, because he had an Atlanta school scam too. He didn't want to get that one because he wanted something that was closer to Philadelphia, because he was a primary caretaker for his mama at the one. This is Umar Johnson history. It's fascinating. I just putting the pieces together. Really what he was doing, he's trying to put together a scenario where he can justify why it is that he stays inside his mama's closet. That's what it comes down to. But see, there was, and it's legit, it's Section 8 housing, and for whatever reason, proper paperwork wasn't put in to renew, and the landlord, because the landlord put in the paperwork to get to evict, but they were able to resolve it, and they're still staying there, and Umar still stays there too. But that's Section 8 housing. Isn't that? See how this all comes back around? See? But these Umar Johnson followers, they were making all kinds of lies about me and my wife. That's one thing I'll tell you. I've never lied about Umar. My research has been an error at times. But the more and more I've researched and I've really dug deeper into Umar, the more and more of the research pans out all the way across the board. Okay, and then there's things that I'm not quite sure about, so I give Umar the benefit of the doubt on those things. But if I say something like Umar was evicted and back in 2010 and in 2019, I can actually show you the paperwork. If I tell y'all that he's a hoarder, I can show you the video. I can show you how he's hoarding now at these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. He's turned those into they're just hoarding spaces. See? If I told people that Umar, well, I'm not even gonna say that. I do have when the woman made those accusations about Umar. Okay, but I can't verify. If I tell Umar he likes to gamble, I can pull up 2 videos of Umar gambling. See? So the point is, I'm putting the pieces together why Umar is saying this in this video. It is because when he's talking about, I'm at my shrine where I was at last night. Yeah, you were there last night. And I have that video too, because you were staying at your mama's closet when he didn't have money to have his own, to rent out his own hotel or motel room, to pay for his own motel room, or when he didn't have a speaking engagement, where they called him out and pay. That's why he's always begging for speaking engagement. Y'all realize that even in 2025. If he didn't have a speaking engagement, he always ends right back up in his mama closet. Just like at some point, he gonna end right back up in his mama closet. We'll cover it, don't worry. Okay, but he has different backdrops for his mama closet. Here's one of them.
the world, all at the same time. Quite a unique phenomenon. To be both the most loved African scholar in the world
Listen to
and the
Narcissism.
most hated American African scholar in the country.
Narcissism.
I get the most love. I get the most hate. I think you can see the dichotomy illustrated when you look at my two most recent interviews that were posted. You have the interview that I did on the Cannon's Class podcast versus the interview I did on the Godcast.
Yeah,
Both
Godcast.
of which I am glad I did.
He went crazy on that
Both
one.
of which are hosted by brothers and sisters who I love and respect. Nothing but love and respect for Brother Nick Cannon. Nothing but love and respect for Lord Jamar. No, nothing but love and respect for Rod Digger and Godfrey, who was not present during the interview.
He probably
And
was a scammer.
the reason I love the diversity in interviews is because in the case of a Nick Cannon interview, you have the opportunity to educate, to demonstrate, okay, your full arsenal of intellectual material and solutions. When I go on the Breakfast Club, you have the opportunity to demonstrate the full comprehensiveness of your political wisdom.
What you talking about?
And then there's the Roland Martin interview. Then there's the Godcast interview. I would not put the Godcast interview within the same vein as the Roland Martin interview, but it clearly was not one that sought to educate the community as much as it was one that sought to continuously underscore the same ridiculous questions that I have answered
What's up, Chris?
repeatedly for the past 5 years. I guess for me, one of the frustrating things about doing it.
Oh, it was big. It was a huge kerfuffle. Matter of fact, I have it queued up right here. I'll play a little of that for the timeline. That's in 2021. I think it was right before he did this video because he really went crazy on that Lord Jamar interview, and a lot of people woke up to the fact that Umar is a scam artist in that particular. But that's the video. He called me he was saying that I'd be messing with boys and I was gay and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, I got it. I got it right here. I already pulled it up. Don't worry. We got time today. I'm taking my time. Oh, you so welcome, Patrick. Yeah, I got time today. It's what's up, Fairchild? He sure was. We'll get into that. I'll pull it up. And then they had beef. You know, Umar was taking shots at Lord Jamar. Then finally, Lord Jamar. I have all the videos. Then Lord Jamar finally went back at him. And then at some point, they called these abandoned buildings haunted houses. Godfrey said that. Let me just put a little more because I want to see what he talked about where he talked about money coming out of his own pocket. Remember, Umar, he's homeless at this point. That's why he's inside of mama closet right here. Umar also, he doesn't have a job. He's jobless. He hadn't worked since 2010, 2011. If anyone has any evidence that can prove beyond that, please send it to me. Okay. Again, like I said, there's a picture of Umar. He's sitting. It looks like it could be his own person. He had his own personal office. That was in 2014. He had his own place at that time. He could have had a side office, but he's so filthy. I don't see how he'd be able to do that. I mean, it was still clutter on the desk and everything. But anyway, it could be argued that maybe he was working somewhere in 2014. It's possible, but I don't think so because he's traveling all over the world. What I would say is that if he was working, it was probably for just a matter of months, because Umar's traveling. His travel schedule really picks up by the time we get after Hidden Colors. We get into 2012, 2013. He's already given up his responsibilities as he gives up his career as a school psychologist. So if he did work, it had to have been just for a few months, and then he's back on the road again doing what he's done. He's been on the road consistently since 2011, and that's when Hidden Colors come out. But by the time we get into 2014, that's when we get into Umar, what I would say his golden age, where he's starting to bring in the most amount of money. He's getting the most amount of attention, and people took him serious back then. These days, he still has he's a social media influencer. He has a lot of followers, followers on Instagram, over 1 million. But a lot of people see him as a joke these days. They see him for what he is. He's a narcissistic con man. And he's someone that most people who watch Umar, they see him for entertainment purposes more than anything else. Back then, professionals would come out to listen to Umar, right? Not these days. And for many years now, people would come up, they would come in suits and ties. You know, people who were school psychologists would come and listen to Umar. That was in his golden age. That was in his heyday. But he has crumbled and fallen so low. And there's reasons for that, okay? Obviously, by 2019, he's on falling off big time inside of mama closet.
Interviews is when you get questions, not just that you've already answered, but I would probably venture to say getting questions that the person answering the question, asking the question, probably already knows the answer to.
Fairchild says someone posted that King Randall has entered the chat. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't seen that. Yeah, shout out to King Randall. If you are in the chat room or if you happen to see this video, we covered how Umar scammed you out of, and it's not just you, scammed you and your organization out of, I think it was $3,200 and something dollars. If someone remember how much, somewhere around there. But Umar has a history of that type of behavior, and we've covered that many, many times over. He scammed a lot of organizations, and from what I understood, you, if in fact King Randall's in the chat room, you had paid Umar in advance for him to come out to speak for your boys, for the school that you actually put together, okay, that is functional. And Umar didn't show up, and he cancels, and he didn't want to issue a refund. Umar's known for doing that, so that's not extraordinary whatsoever. Yeah, and if you are in the chat room, and even if you want to come up during the live stream, you want to talk, you're welcome to do so. Just let me know inside the chat room. Thanks, Fairchild, for letting me know. Okay, let's keep going here.
If you purchase a building for a certain amount of money and there's a little bit of money left over, and you're constantly telling the people that you got to pay to get the grass cut.
See how much this guy lies? He says he has to pay to get the grass cut, right? Hold on one second. Let me pull this up. And it ain't gonna cost that much to get no grass cut. I already told people what he should have did from the jump in February 2019 is bought a sit-in lawnmower, painted it red, black, green, and got his big self on there and live streaming himself cutting the grass. Now, I mean, that would have brought in a lot more money too, but he's lazy and he's not manly. He don't know how to work with his hands. See, I know that King Randall, he teaches the boys how to work with their hands. He'll teach them how to do the car repair stuff, the manly stuff to do. See, Umar, he doesn't know how to do it. And I have him on record where he says that he's never taught to use his hands. Well, that's part of it because his daddy wasn't in his life. When his daddy was in the military, his first job, he was an auto mechanic. And I have a picture of him working on cars, but he wasn't in the home of Umar. Okay? What was I going to look up? Oh, there you guys go. This is from 2019. So he's saying he's paying it, he's paying for all this stuff. Look. This is what he was doing. See how much this guy lies? I'll let it play. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Oh, Lord, please give me the power and the glory to keep on going on. 'Cause we at FDMG, we gonna cut it down. We gonna cut it down. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. right, Umar.
And you had to pay for repairs because somebody probably already knows the answer to.
He's a lawn
If
tech.
you purchase a building for a certain amount of money and there's a little bit of money left over,
A little bit.
and you're
He should have $850,000 left over. See how much this guy lies?
constantly telling the people that you got to pay to get the grass cut, and you had to pay for repairs because somebody tried to burn you down.
No one tried to burn nothing down, Umar. See this? Umar posted this picture of this. It's not even of the school, of a burnt out room. I have Umar on record talking about what he was burning in, what he was burning up in there. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. I sold it for members last week for the member live. Hit the one. Don't know about all this other stuff. Listen, was there a fire up there? Yeah, but it wasn't, no one was trying to burn him down or nothing like that. But he has to turn it into this whole big thing. But I have Umar talk about what he was burning up in there. Hit the one. Members already seen it. I ain't gonna, because we ain't got time. We don't have time today, family. I'll save that for the documentary. But see how Umar, he's such a liar. They try to burn us down.
And you had to pay to get the roof repaired.
Yeah, members know what I'm talking
you're
about.
About to put an electrician in play and put an HVAC person in play. I think common sense tells you,
shout out to the members too,
that if these things are being paid for, then they're probably being paid for out of the funds left over. And if they're not being paid for out of the funds left over, he must be paying for them out of his pocket. It's just kind of common sense.
Umar said out of his pocket, but he's standing inside his mama closet. He's homeless. He's homeless for about a year at this point. No job, no car. He ain't. Anyway.
I guess for me, sometimes my frustration comes from the fact that people will ask a question that is totally
I did it for members. I could play
any
it.
kind of common sense. I'm not talking about my good brother Lord Jamar per se, but just generally speaking. And so yesterday you did see King Kong consciousness. You did see Jermaine Shoemake from North Philadelphia.
See, King Kong consciousness is one of Umar's alter egos. He has different personalities, and King Kong consciousness is when he rages. Little Jermaine really is Umar the child. That's really his core person, his core character, core personality. And then he has Big Papa. Okay, that's the Lothario. He has Dr. Umar. That's the professional. And that's the one that's the school psychologist. He has Prince Fatune. That's the Pan Africanist, where wears the dashikis. And he has King Kong consciousness. That's the thug. Remember on the SETI rant when he went crazy on the SETI rant? Well, that's King Kong consciousness. That's the fake thug. But really, Umar, he's a little boy. That's little Jermaine. So you do see a little Jermaine in that video, but you mainly see when little Jermaine feels threatened and he can't hang and he can't handle something, he rages. And that's when he transforms like alter beast. He's an alter beast. He's an alter bomb. He's an alter, but he turned to alter beast. He turned to King Kong conscious. He starts going crazy. See? Now I got the video where he was up here at the school and he forgot he had he was still live streaming. Y'all want me to play it?
School bus is here. What's
no, thank you.
School. I don't know. I guess they dropping off.
This was the evening time for the what was it, the anti-protest rally that Umar was holding for a protest that didn't even exist. This was during the evening time. See, Umar forgets that he's live streaming.
Drop squad kitchen. Where Albert at? Kalia, come on.
Oh, wait, I skipped through. I didn't get to the right part. Hold on one second. Let me go back. It was going out to eat. It is right here. Then I get the super chats, but we'll get going here. Get going. Hour in. It is a happy holiday. We can take our time today.
You know what I mean? That'd be a big help. I'm trying to learn the community a little bit. Because I don't know who I can trust. You know? What's up? The electrician's gone. Oh, you know what? I didn't even realize they was gone. Yeah, go ahead, Manny.
Okay, rest in peace to Brother Manny too. Umar is high. That's why he's raging. He's yelling like this. But part of the issue is that when he gets to turn that heat down, he can get manic.
Wait, yeah, but let me hold on. They locked. Why that little kid? Where he going? Right there. I ain't dropped my key. Okay. Yeah, let's get all the lights. Oh, do you think they should stay on?
Hell no, turn them shits off.
Turn them off?
Yeah.
See, they didn't have water at this time. That's why they had that 5-gallon jug of water.
Because we don't want, or will the thieves think somebody in here when we leave them on? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Leave them
Leave
on.
them on. Leave them on.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Because they'll never know.
Yeah, rest in peace to Brother
I
Manny.
didn't know the electricians rolled out.
I seen the van pull off
How long ago?
probably like 20 minutes ago.
You know what?
First
We're-
came
Oh,
out.
that need to go back inside. Don't try to use that to get inside.
Okay, listen to what he says here. And type it in the chat room when you hear it.
You got all your stuff, whatever you
Ain't
need.
nothing on fire in that room where we was at, right?
No, we good.
What did he just say? Could Chris chat? I'll wait. We got time today. What up, Balls Steel? I'll give him a shout out. What's up, Dinero? Oh, shit, here we go. I've been fighting with your ass for the last, I don't know how many years or months. I'm tired of it. No, shout out to Dinero. Hey, Vixen. Anybody want to take a guess? What do you think they're talking about? There's no running water. There's just electricity. There's no fire suppression system, smoke detectors. Understand the timeline that Umar Johnson. This is nuts. People got to understand the timeline. You can look at the Umar Johnson's life timeline. We're going to get to that just a little bit. You can look at the timeline with the school scam, the St. Paul school scam, the timeline with the Wilmington school scam, the Detroit school scam. Black Anonymous covers all this too, by the way, on the blog. What is he talking about? Hold on, let me replay that for if people didn't hear it. And rest in peace to Brother Manny.
Don't try to use that to get inside.
You got all your stuff, whatever you
Ain't
need.
nothing on fire in that room where we was at, right?
No, we good.
Ain't nothing on fire in that room we was at, right?
You got all your stuff, whatever you
Ain't
need.
nothing on fire in that room where we was at, right?
No, we good.
No matches. You took the matches, the 2 lighters.
I took them.
Well, I'll be damned. I'm telling y'all. Hit the one. You got a new chair. That's why I don't know how to get the thing to go up, go down, go up, and try to make the seat go back, but it got a thing you'd wind back. Thought I had another one. As you can tell, I've been turning the heat down myself. Before this live stream, I was, all right. Real talk. We all know what time it is. Well, most people do. Some people, they still in denial. Yeah, that's the drug paraphernalia. That's the type it was in there blazing up. But I don't know what they was doing, but they was doing something. That's the point.
Don't try to use that to get inside.
You got all your stuff, whatever you
Ain't
need.
nothing on fire in that room where we was at, right?
No, we good.
No matches. You took the matches, the 2 lighters?
I took them out. I threw them out.
Pull that.
Rest
You
in
know
peace,
what? They should
brother
have never
man.
opened the side door, bro.
Now watch this, because Umar doesn't know
It's
that he's
cool,
still
but
live streaming.
That was never. You ready, black man? You know where we going?
Drop squad.
Drop squad. Let's rock and roll. Drop squad. Roll them out. I'm trying to figure out why this school bus is here. What's up with this school bus?
See how Umar all hype? He high.
I don't know. I guess they dropping off. All right.
Drop squad.
Drop squad kitchen.
Basically.
Where Albert at?
He is.
Kalia?
Okay, listen carefully, because he doesn't know he's still live streaming, because he wouldn't have been having that conversation if he knew he was live streaming. Watch this.
Come on.
Hear what he said there? I'll play it one more time. Listen carefully. He forgot. He forgot he was live streaming. Now look at his face. See all these people? They're about to go out to go get something to eat. Kick a spot. See that? Oopsie. Oopsie. Now let's go back to the other video.
Saw that because when you're as passionate, generally speaking, and so paying for them out of his pocket, it's just kind of common sense. And I guess for me, sometimes my frustration comes from the fact that people will ask a question that is totally devoid of any kind of common sense. I'm not talking about my good brother, Lord Jamar, per se, but just generally speaking. And so yesterday you did see King Kong consciousness.
Yeah,
You
I think I
did
skipped over the
see
part.
Jermaine Shoemake from North Philadelphia. You saw that because when you're as passionate.
Okay, there is no Jermaine Shoemake from North Philadelphia that rages. Jermaine Shoemake from North Philadelphia is a little boy whose daddy sent him away to a boarding school, military academy. The personality that rages is King Kong conscious. It's something separate from little Jermaine. Little Jermaine's a little boy, little scared little boy. Real talk.
About a mission as I am about my mission. And when you have done so much for your community as a whole and Black children in particular, and when your resume exceeds the resume of nearly every other personality in the conscious community, and yet you receive nothing but rebuke and negative criticism from certain quarters, not all, because most of our people love me. So we're dealing with a minority. We're dealing with a minority, but I must also say that even though we're dealing with a minority of haters, they do have a degree of influence. They do. One of the things that I have had to learn, I've already known it as a student of propaganda, a student of political science, a student of psychology. We are living in an age of ignorance.
He just talking. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to that part. Here it is.
Straight. Okay. Your full arsenal of intellectual material.
See him scratching? That's Umar having withdrawal symptoms.
And solutions. When I go on the Breakfast Club, you have the opportunity to demonstrate the full comprehensiveness of your political wisdom. And then there's the Roland Martin interview.
He just be running his mouth.
There's
What's
the
up, Michael?
Godcast interview.
Happy Memorial Day to you too, sir.
The Godcast interview within the same vein as the Roland Martin interview, but it clearly was not one that sought to educate the community as much as it was one that sought to continuously underscore the same ridiculous questions that I have answered repeatedly for the past 5 years. I guess for me, one of the frustrating things about doing interviews is when you get questions, not just that you've already answered, but I would probably venture to say getting questions that the person answering the question, asking the question, probably already knows the answer to. If you purchase a building for a certain amount of money.
Notice he doesn't say how much. He's a con man, scam artist.
And there's a little bit of money left over.
A little bit of money. That would have been $850,000 bare minimum he should have been sitting on after he acquired his abandoned business. I went over that in the beginning of this live stream, or towards the beginning of this live stream. In February of 2019, Umar, after acquiring these abandoned buildings for allegedly $400,000, could have been much less than that. He's never given a figure, but I give him the benefit of the doubt. $400,000. Umar should have been sitting on $850,000 in 2019. But he says a little bit of money. How's it going, 100% real man? See? $850,000. He's a con man. He's a scam artist. And he was living off of that money. And he still lives off of the money to this day.
And you're constantly telling the people that you got to pay to get the grass cut.
We already covered the grass cut.
And you had to pay for repairs because somebody tried to burn you down.
But it's okay for you to be burning stuff up in there, Umar? And you remember this, Umar? Remember that time? Ain't gonna leave that alone then.
And you had to pay to get the roof repaired.
The roof was damaged before you purchased these trap banners. You already knew that. It had a massive hole. I can show that video too.
And you're about to put an electrician in play and put an HVAC person in play, I think.
Yeah, he's about to. This is towards the end of 2020. October 8th of 2020. He's about to. He acquired these abandoned buildings in February of 2019. All right. So get back to it. Umar is inside of his mama's closet right here. And what he did is he just sets up these little, on the walls. He'll just have little artifacts. Here's another example of it.
Hey, am I on my page? Okay, hold on, let me make sure we're live.
It's just a side closet. This is where he was live streaming when he stayed inside of mama closet.
On Facebook. Go to 50/50 and say, hello, everybody joining.
This is in 2021, February of 2021. See, again, in February, towards the end of 2019, he gets evicted. You start seeing him live streaming out of his car. You start seeing him live streaming out of hotel motel rooms. By the time we get to August of 2020, he's inside his mama closet. This is another example of him being inside the mama closet in 2021.
Look, I know you just now joining us. Sorry for the technical difficulty.
Normal for a boy to have a high level of energy. When you look at philosophical anarchy. Great question. Well, number one, what would be the...
One of the things you can look out for too, you can look out for the chair that he's sitting in. See this chair? And he has these little toys and artifacts that he plays with.
You have to wife her up. Got to get you a co-wife. All right. So we got Kiera. Let me in FDMG school. Hit the CashApp. Come on.
See, he needs that money not to open up a school. He needs the money so he can live out his self-destructive lifestyle. This is in 2021. We're in 2025. This is over 4 years ago.
Jamila came with $300. Sister Jamila from NIBPA out of the
Boy, he's such a scammer. And then here's another video of him inside the mama closet in 2021. This is the one that most people see him in these days. The background, just background right here. This is what most people are familiar with seeing with Umar. See how it's just a very small, it's just a corner. You know, he just puts this up there like this. Let me go show you all the chair too. Is this the same video from the, let me see, this might be the same video. She got on the super filter. This may be the same day, but let me show you the video.
Okay. So,
and actually, these are different chairs. So I would have to find out when this video was. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. I already did a ticket. No, here it is right here.
The first.
Was it this one? Because this one isn't as beat up as the other one. Let me see. Unless I can't see the whole thing. Let me see. Oh, so yeah, someone said it's the same chair. It could be. I can't really see it that well, though.
To the blessed. Before you pre-register your
Hold on.
children.
No, it's the same chair. It's the same chair. I was trying to give Umar the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, you see it back there? Look back there on the side of his neck, the side of his beard.
.com.
See how it's all beat up and shit? It's the same one.
Frederick
fact,
Douglass said, respect look, those who respect.
It's just more beat up. My God, this is nuts. It's just by this time, it done been through it all my life it had to fight. It is the same chair. It's still South Baba Claw. I was trying to give Umar the benefit of the doubt. But let me scroll through here. We're going to see the chair when he gets up because the caseworker comes to the door and rings the doorbell. So this is what you guys can look for. This chair right here, what you can look for is one of the arms is missing. Or at least it's like, it's not missing. It's still there, but it's like, it's kind of dilapidated, sagging. If he sat back down, it'd be on his left. That part of it. You can look for that.
Excuse moi.
He's a hoarder. Now you hear how he there's a sliding door that he opens. It's not a regular door. It's a slide. It's a slide. It's like a pantry. That's what it kind of reminds you of. But it's just like a side closet. This is where Umar started. You see him live streaming, and he still live streams from here from time to time too. When he doesn't have a hotel motel room, when he's not traveling, and when he's not live streaming while he's traveling or inside of a rental car, he live streams from here. This is his mama's closet. And the way that we know this, and many of you guys remember, is you can hear the conversation that's taking place in the background. You can barely hear it, but I actually took it and I put it into Pro Tools, and then I was able to lift the volume, raise the volume, and then eliminate a lot of the noise, the background noise, the floor, what they call the black floor, noise floor, as it were. And we were able to hear it, and I was able to hear it clearly, the actual conversation. There's a caseworker, and one of the first things that Umar Johnson says, "Oh, I'm her son. I'm the eldest son," and he says they have extended her hours because he again, it's Section 8 housing. She's getting some sort of service from the state, and I don't want to say too much here, but the point is that's why Umar started to claim to be the primary caretaker, and he's saying that they've extended her hours to justify why it was that he was there at that time. Just because they give her hours doesn't mean Umar's supposed to be living there. See, he's a con man. He's a charlatan. He's a liar. He also lives off of his mama. That's his stable place to stay. At the end of the day, he always ends back up inside of his mama's closet. And he has this little area set up beside the side closet where he has these different backgrounds, little toys in there that he be pulling up, little all kind of crazy. And he got the same beat up, bum, broke chair that he had since he was in college. He just opened the door. You can hear him open the door. It's a second door. Then I think he's going to go to the front door. And this is probably on the, well, I shouldn't say too much. Hear the fire extinguisher thing or the fire alarm? See, this isn't FDMG. This is mama's house. But he explains that to the caseworker when they start talking. Yeah, he hasn't started talking yet. Now he's open. I think he's opening the front door now. Yeah, he just opened the front door. He was probably looking to see who it was. He says, "How you doing?" Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you can barely hear it, but I was able to take the audio. You can actually hear the whole conversation. He explains that he's the primary caretaker. He's the oldest son, and they've extended her hours of care. That's when we realized that all that time, Umar had been live streaming at his mom's residence. It's a side closet. Okay. Inevitably, Umar, he comes back on. They have a conversation for about maybe 3 minutes, maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Let's see, 4. Yeah, it's about a 3-minute conversation. He tells the lady that his mama's not there, but at the end, you hear him talking to his mama. Okay, but he comes back and sits down.
Brothers and sisters, the work never ends. I'm not getting rid of my chair. I love this chair. This chair has been with me for almost 20 years. I've been sitting in this chair before y'all knew me. I was sitting in this chair when I became a school psychologist. I was sitting in this chair when I got my doctorate. I was sitting in this chair when I took over the conscious community.
And he got his doctorate in 2012 too, Bob. I think I said 2014 earlier. He got it in 2012. I apologize.
I was sitting in this chair when I became King Kong Consciousness. I'm not giving up this chair until the chair gives up on me. I'm not giving up on this chair until the...
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny that you mention this right now, Angel. You'll see what I mean soon enough. See, I've spent a lot of time watching those shows where they have investigations on different people. And Umar fit right in there though too. But they invest, like there's this one guy. It's on Hulu because my wife, she's always watched CSI stuff. She's always been into that. My sister is the one that got her into that many, many years ago. I like it too, but my wife, she watches it more. But I like to watch the interrogations. They got the Reed method. I really enjoy that, how they be breaking. Some of the interrogators are really, really good at it. Some of them not so good, but then there's some of them, they're really good at it. CSI, same thing. There's what is it? The Law and Order, a Special Victims Unit. Yeah. So those types of shows, I've always enjoyed those types. So I don't get a chance to watch them as much as possible. I like to watch as much as I would like, but I like to watch the real things where they're really interrogating people. And you pick up a lot in terms of what to look for, looking at the evidence, looking at the forensics, right? For instance, there was a time where there was a guy who made up fake text messages, and it was alleging that I was dealing with, he didn't say underage. I don't think he said underage boys. But that I was living a homosexual lifestyle. And what we did was we took the actual screenshots that the person shared and went point by point, and you realize very quickly that they were fabricated. that type of stuff. But I've always been into that. I have a degree in cybersecurity too. That helped too, because we studied some of these things there too. But even before that, it's just putting together a timeline, you know, being able to recall where Umar says, yeah, they try to burn us out. Yeah, but Umar, you were burning stuff in there though too. Let me go pull that up. Right? Those types of things. It's like uncovering or seeking to uncover the truth, dealing with Umar and his long con, dealing with FDMG and other cons that he's run so many different ones over the years. And you start to see a pattern and you realize exactly what's going on. And he self-exposes a lot of the time too. See, this video right here that we were just watching, when we actually watched that the first time, we were like, wait a minute, because I didn't know. I said, what's going on here? And I remember, and I could play it for you, but I ain't gonna do that. I may have it in the documentary because again, you can hear the actual conversation based upon me going in and putting into the Pro Tools. I think it was Pro Tools. It might have been the other one, Adobe Audition back then. And I was able to where you can hear it clearly what's taking place. And you can put more pieces together. Now you realize why it is that Umar, you ask the question, why is he telling the caseworker? And the caseworker says what the organization is that she works for. And there was a woman that emailed me and says, I know what she said, because I couldn't understand what the organization was. She says, no, I know what that organization, I'm from Philadelphia. I know what that organization is, and sent it to me. There's a caseworker. Okay? So you start putting pieces together. Okay, well, why is it that Umar, he's not live streaming where he flipped that phone anymore? You know, when he was living in Philly, but that's because he got evicted. Then I find the paperwork on that. Oh yeah, he did get evicted. That was in 2019. Then I found other paper. Yeah, but he was evicted in 2010 too. See, you start putting the pieces together. It's like CSI, right? It's forensics. In this case, it's more like digital forensics, but the same rule applies. You know, and I've gotten really good at it. Really good at it. Thank you, Angel. Okay, so did we finish Umar trying to explain why he has this functified chair? Let's see.
This chair gives up on me. I'm not giving up this chair until this chair gives up on me. It is sacred. See, there's certain things we have to understand. It's not about money all the time. And it's not about the
as much begging as this guy do.
Look, you got to get out of that. How are you going to be an activist for African liberation?
He said he had this chair since he was in college. That's nuts. That is nuts. Let me see exactly what he said. Then we're going to get going here. I'm going to pull up my timeline right quick. Because he got a doctorate in 2012.
Brothers and sisters, the work never ends. I'm not getting rid of my chair.
And I believe this video is from 2021.
I love this chair. This chair has been with me for almost 20 years. I've been sitting in this chair before y'all knew me. I was sitting in this chair when I became a school psychologist.
Yeah, he became a school psychologist in 2000. He started his internship. So he had this chair at this point for 21 years.
I was sitting in this chair when I got my doctorate.
He got his doctorate in 2012, but 2000, 2001, let's say 2000, because that's when he started his internship. Let's say 2001, because that's when he actually starts working in the Philadelphia School District. 2001, this video is from 2021. So that would be 20 years right there. And now we're in 2025. This chair, because he still has it, it's 24 years old. That's nuts. Look, I just got these chairs. Remember I was telling people, I got the other chair. It's fine. It's just it's starting to act up a little bit on the side rail thing. That's still perfectly functional. Still comes with everything. But I bought my daughter a chair. Then I bought two more yesterday, one for my son, and I got this one that I put up here. And then I bought a whole bunch of fans too. I'm trying to see if we can cut down on that bill for using the because it's 3 stories plus a basement. And sometimes one of my sons, what he'll do is if he's hot in his room, instead of opening up the window, he'll turn on the air conditioner to do the whole house. I said, son, that don't make no sense. Everyone else is fine. So I got a whole bunch of fans. I gave him his own fan. I said, we're going to try to get that down from 220 from last year. We're going to try to get it down to 100. We're going to see. Anyway, he still has that chair to this day. Okay. But part of it is that Umar is a hoarder. Okay. We already showed the picture where he flipped the phone. That's hoarder behavior. Okay, so I just want to show that's what most people, when you see Umar live streaming, this is inside his mama's closet. You'll often see this backdrop because that's the one that he uses more than any other backdrop. But he has other backdrops too in that little small space. And there's a door, it's not even a door, it's a sliding barn thing, a barn door they call it. and it just folds. It's a folding door, and you fold it over to get in and get out because it's a side closet. Yeah. Okay. Next, we're gonna get into Laura Jamar, the Laura Jamar interview. But before we do that, let me get into some of these super chats. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. We're gonna be here for many more hours. Okay, we're gonna take our time. Happy holiday to everyone. I hope you've enjoyed your holiday thus far. We got 700 people. I didn't even put up a poll. I forgot to put up a poll question. That's okay. Make sure you all hit the like if you're enjoying the live stream thus far. I'd appreciate it. Let's do these super chats real quick, and then we'll get back go to the Laura Jamar show, and then we're going to go back to Umar's timeline, going back to early Umar, and then we're going to come all the way up, fast forward to 2006, okay? And then we'll continue to move forward until we get to 2025. We have time. We'll get to 2025. How's it going, Barry? Barry says, I know that chair. It's been through a lot. Vietnam, rehab, divorce, yeah, and worked at the Waffle House. Yeah. There's no way that anyone, see, I want people to think about this too. Umar's raised $2.7 million. Think about this. And that chair done been through everything. He still has that chair. Vietnam, rehab, divorce. Why wouldn't he just buy another chair? He buys dashikis. He buys clothes. He buys Nikes. Right, Barry? He'll buy the fitted caps. He'll buy all kind of food to eat. He loves to eat. Sometimes he just be laying inside the rent in a hotel motel eating. Why didn't he get a chair? Well, see, this is something when it comes to Umar, he has a tier list for what's important. Anything that puts him stationary, wherein, let's say he has a place to stay and you would have to have a couch, to be comfortable, or you would have to have a chair to sit in, where you know you're going to be there, right? You will have just normal furnishings to make your abode, comfortable. Umar, he's not concerned with that. That's towards the bottom of the list. Why? Because most of the time he's traveling anyway. See? Again, for Umar, if people are going to pay for him by sending him money so he can go and get a hotel motel room, or people have him come to a speaking engagement and they're going to pay for a hotel and motel room, well, that's his best case scenario, because they're going to provide him with money for food, or they're providing him with a per diem, so he gets free food, free housing, and then he doesn't have to clean up because it's a hotel motel room. People come through and clean up for him. See what I'm saying? But that's why Umar's not concerned with going to get a brand new chair, because first of all, he's not there. He's a hoarder. That's part of the problem too. But he's not there enough to, in his mind, justify, because at the end of the day, his base necessities are what needs to be met, which is food, sex, drugs. You picked the order in terms of the tier list, but that's it. He's not worrying about furnishing. Now, people say, well, then why, if he don't care about furnishing, why is he getting dashikis? But dashikis helps him to get money, because he could put on the illusion that he's Big Papa, the Prince of Pan Africanism. See, he can look nice enough to at least run game on these women, so that hopefully they give up the draw. Some of them, they've let them stay with him for a while. Real talk. See? So Umar's not concerned about anything. If you have your own place to stay, that you would make sure that you would have in order, because he doesn't have his own place to stay. So he keeps this old funky chair that he's had for over 24 years now? That's crazy. And it's sitting inside his mama closet, so that when he comes back to his mama's house, trust me, he's going to be back there soon enough. He's traveling right now. When he comes back to his mama closet, it'll be sitting right there, sanctified, functified, real talk, right? Another thing, real quick, Barry, is if Umar is willing to live in filth, and I already showed that earlier, he's a hoarder. Why would he even think to get a brand new chair? We can't say that he didn't have the money to do it. It's just not on his priority list. Again, his priority is drugs, sex, and money. That's it. Oh, drugs, sex, and food, because the money is what allows for him to get these things. That's why he's always begging, right? Thanks, Barry, for super chat. User 225 says, I came out of my mama sitting in. Look, now I ain't gonna go there. I was gonna say that because Umar say birth this month. Anyway, thanks for the super chat, user 225. What's up, Ice Vamp says that chair deserves its own documentary origin story. Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, if that chair could talk, See, when Umar had his own place, because there was a woman that contacted me. There's been quite a few women that dealt with him intimately when he had his own place, and this woman in particular had gone to his actual apartment and said it was just filthy. And she said she was amazed too because he was like a child, you know, like very childlike. Not the whole, you know, Umar where he's putting on a show, he's in a different character, King Kong Contest or Big Papa or whatever. He's just like a little child who wants attention and wants affection. It's actually kind of sad. It's kind of sad. But it was filthy. She explained how it was filthy. You know, dishes in the sink and rotten food on the dishes and all this kind of stuff. Moldy food on dishes. Umar's used to living that way, and that chair has been along for the journey. And the thing is, I don't know if that's the same chair that he was. It's probably the same chair. We can probably go and look, but it's probably the same chair he was sitting in when he was used to live stream from his own when he had his own apartment. It's probably the same chair. So who knows what that chair, if that chair could talk, what it would say. There's no telling. It would have all the receipts. Okay. Thanks, Iceman Vamp, for the super chat. TB says Dr. Indiana Tunde Johnson has acquired many artifacts from many adventures around the world. Yeah, that's the thing about Umar, because he is childlike, his base character, his base personality, I should say. And there'll be times where he's live streaming, he'll just pick something up. It'll be like a tiger or a giraffe, and he'll just start playing or showing it to people. One time he had a globe. This thing was I don't know how to explain. It's not. It was a globe. It was a globe, but it was light. It would light up and change colors, and he was just holding it like this. One time he had little knives, like little swords. You know what? One time it was machetes. I think he had two of them. He was going like this, and then one time he had this little red knife. Said, "Good, what they cookies crush." So he has all these different toys and artifacts inside his mama's closet that he'll pull out. He's like a little child, you know, it's like a little child. And that's like his little room. And now that I think about it, TB, I think probably when Umar goes back to his mama's closet, it puts him back into back to his mama's house and into his mama's closet. It probably puts him back into the personality of little Jermaine, who's just a little child. Yeah, that's what I think happens. Yeah, it's what you call enmeshment. He has serious enmeshment issues with his mother. Thank you, TB. For super chat. Seth says it's really disturbing how much of a effing liar Umar. Yeah, he is. He lies so much. That's the thing. And I don't think that enough people think critically about Umar to where they can see how much he lies. You know, it's like this. The CSI part of this is you know, I clearly know he's lying right there. Now I can show you why he's lying right there, or he's lying right there. He just lied about that. And whenever he brings up he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass, it's a lie. He's not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. Even when he says he's a cousin, he's not a cousin of Frederick Douglass either. He's not. He's not a relative. They're not related by blood. And his daddy already took a DNA test and proved it. But Umar, he continues to tell a lie in 2025. See? So Umar lies. One time, Umar, and you know it, Umar said that he might be a descendant of Harriet Tubman. How many of y'all have y'all seen that? He says Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Pharaoh Ramses, I think Booker T. Washington, and somebody else. I can't remember right now. Yeah, Frederick Douglass. Anyway, he lies all the time. Want me to pull up the receipt of him talking about he a descendant of Harriet Tubman? And Seth, I know you already seen this, but I'm gonna pull it up just for anyone who hasn't seen it. Yeah, he lies so much, it's totally ridiculous. It's so unnecessary too. I think it's this one right here. Let me see. Yeah, this is it right here. Check this out, y'all.
Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson. It is the 4th of July, 2014. We're at the historic Fort Hill Cemetery, Auburn, New York, paying respect to the Queen of Queens, none other than Araminta Ross, a.k.a. Queen Mother Harriet Tubman, a.k.a. leader of the Underground Railroad, a.k.a. builder of the Old Folks Home for African Elders, a.k.a. a nurse in the Civil War, a.k.a. a spy in the Civil War, a.k.a. a scout in the Civil War. And so we paid respects earlier to the Honorable Frederick Douglass, my direct ancestor. And his
See, he said direct ancestor. But I am saying I've never stated that that's my direct ancestor. In fact, I was doing a video notes, typing out notes earlier today, and he said that I've never stated that I was a direct that I was a direct descendant, but he's saying that he's a direct ancestor. That would make him a direct descendant, right? He lies so much. How's it going, guys? Today, just today, inside my notes, I was typing it out. I got a whole thing. I still got to get through this whole thing right here of notes on these older videos. But I was typing some of this stuff out. I'm so behind, but I day by day. Anyway, watch what he says though. Now watch this.
It's only fitting and it's only with respect that if we're going to big up the masculine energy, we got to big up the feminine energy. And we know that Queen Mother Harriet and Frederick Douglass were very, very good friends. Some even say may have been cousins, which means I'm related to Harriet Tubman. I ain't gonna even get into that right now.
Yeah, Seth, you're right. He lies. So do I need to pull up where he said he's a descendant of Pharaoh Ramses? I mean, who is there anyone that Umar's not related to? He ain't related to me. I know that. That would be crazy. How you spell Pharaoh? Here we go. Pharaoh. It's not coming up. Maybe Ramses. Maybe I have it as Ramses. I have it in my notes though. I can pull it up that way. Ramses. Yeah, here we go right here. This guy. We go another example. Umar lying. Looking about a
question. Let me answer because somebody asked me, did I become a Hebrew? I did not become a Hebrew. This is African print here, not Hebrew print, but I do support my African Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters, the African Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters, because according to their prophecy, they said our people will be enslaved for 400 years and then they will come out from under that oppression, according to the biblical prophecy of the Hebrew Israelites being enslaved in a strange land for 400 years. So if they are correct, the 400 years will be up on that Turner Day, August the 21st, Haitian Revolution Day, August the 21st, George Jackson Day, August the 21st, Birth of Jesus Day, August 21st, both birth of Prince Ifatun Day, August the 21st. And if they are correct, then I am the Moses that was prophesied in the Bible to lead my people out of bondage into freedom. And that's why I got the Hebrew look. Shout out to all the Hebrews out there who affirm their Africanity. If you don't affirm your Africanity, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about my African Hebrew Israelites. My African Hebrew Israelites, I'm hoping the 400-year-old prophecy is true because I am the Moses. Harriet Tubman was the first Moses. Marcus Garvey was the second Moses. Prince Ifatunde will be the third Moses.
Wouldn't Moses be the first Moses?
Well, somebody said, would you rather be Moses or rather you be the Messiah? That's a tough question. Would I rather be Moses or would I rather be Yeshua ben Yusuf, the Hebrew Messiah? That's a tough question because when you read the story of Moses, Moses was a nation builder. Moses was a nationalist. Moses was a Marcus Garvey, which is why Marcus Garvey's mother named him Moses, Marcus Mosiah. And when you read Jesus, Jesus was powerful too. You see, but Moses led a nation. Jesus didn't lead a nation, but Jesus was the Messiah. So if I got to choose between Moses and Jesus, that's tough. Even though me and Jesus was born on the same birthday, August the 21st. So I'm the Moses and the Messiah. That's what I am. I'm both of them. Okay. Somebody said I would look like Ramses.
He's both.
I'm going to say something right now that I know going to make y'all think I'm a narcissist, but I got to say it because it's the truth.
You are.
I had a spiritual reading in the United Kingdom a couple years ago. I had a spiritual reading in the United Kingdom a couple years ago. And the sister who did the reading told me that I am a blood relative. Okay. The spiritualist told me that I am a blood relative of Ramses II. Ramses II. That's what she told me. She said, I am a blood relative of Ramses II, the great Ramesu II, the builder. Which is ironic, right? Because according to biblical prophecy, he and Moses were antagonistic towards
well, his hand gestures are very moist
each other, right? So I'm Moses, Ramses, Jesus. How about I'm just a manifestation of all great
African alpha males. How about that? I am the manifestation of all great African alpha males down through the ages.
We're not dealing with a rational thinking person. Umar is mentally disturbed, literally. And there's so many other examples of the pathology, but in this case, Umar's need, it's the narcissism, the need to feel important, wherein he will state that he's related to these great black figures of the past, and in some cases, Egyptian pharaohs or Kemetic pharaohs, whatever y'all want to say, and he's somehow related to them. Anyway, yeah, he lies all the time, Seth. That's what he do. And he's fooled so many people. Thanks for the super chat. Runaway Slave says, let let my people go get a lawnmower. Yeah, that was that's sad. That's sad. The lawnmower thing with had the people out there. I mean, but that's Umar. That's Umar. A lot of the work that he's had done up there, it's not by licensed contractors. He will say that I'm with this contractor, blah, blah, blah. A lot of times when he said he's meeting with a contractor, he just meeting with a plug, by the way. We ain't gonna get into that right now. But if you guys look at the permit records, and you can find that online, you'll see that very little permits have been pulled in order to get professional work done by licensed and bonded professionals. Very few. Well, that's because Umar's not really working with professionals all that much. He's mainly dealing with pookies that come up there to do work, including to do the lawn work. One time he had a guy that was doing security. He was sitting out on like this fold out bench thing, and he was sitting out there. He was supposed to be the security guard. You guys remember that? Shout out to Nappy Yankee was the one that did that video, because he went up there and talked with the guy, and it's sad. See, Umar, he wants to say it's not even save. He wants to spend the least amount of money to get professional work that's needed so he can have more money to use on himself. It's that simple, including getting lawn work done. He's such a con man. Thanks, Runaway Slaves. Well, super chat. College of Natural Health Sciences says Umar is an equal opportunity crackhead. Okay, all right. Thank you for super chat. It's true, but we can't go get into that. Okay. Fairchild says, okay, I got this one earlier. Shout out to Fairchild. Japal says Umar be lying like Detroit. What is be lying like Detroit? What you mean? Oh, Detroit Lions. Okay, I got you. I was about to say, yeah, he lies a lot. He's what you call a pathological liar. Sometimes he will lie. Let's see, pathological. There's also habitual. Sometimes he'll lie habitually. That's when it's a habit. You don't even think about it. He doesn't think about it. He just starts lying for no good reason. But then there's pathological liars is when they lie because they want to spin a particular narrative. Umar, he's a master at that. He does that all the time. It's even a lot of stories he tells. It's pathological lying. See, notice how he goes from Pharaoh to Jesus to Moses. I mean, he's all over the place. None of that makes sense. But that's Umar when he gets into the pathology, because he wants to present himself as this sort of Christ figure, this savior figure. That's really what it is. He's the Messiah. That's what the term he likes to use. Okay, but that's just him spinning, these tales inside of his mind. And part of it is he has to make himself appear to be important. So he has to be a descendant of Frederick Douglass, which he's not, Ramses, which he's not, and Herod W., which he also said Booker T. Washington, but I can't remember what video that was. I didn't archive it properly. But there's probably other ones where he's saying he's related to other people too. Probably say he related to Rick the Sheep. Okay, thanks, Paul. Smitty says that this man has to be coming to his end with the money that his followers sent him. It's only a matter of time till that well runs dry. Yeah, it's been past that time. He's not getting the type of money that he used to. He was pulling in crazy amounts of money. Again, on GoFundMe alone, over $400,000 just on GoFundMe. He's never going to get that type of money again. And again, he's been on all of the major platforms over the years. See, with Umar, it's like he waits to get on these platforms. Art of the Dialogue, Joe Budden, The Breakfast Club. And when he gets on those platforms, he gets money that comes in because people, they'll buy into his foolishness about FDMG, and he'll ask for donations. But remember, when it comes to this type of a hamster wheel, you can only run it so many times. It's really a revolving door is a more precise analogy. It's like a revolving door. You can bring people in, get money out of them, You don't deliver on your promise, and they're going to walk out. They're not going to come back through again. But so long as he can get on a newer platform, a platform who has a larger reach, he can funnel people back into this contraption. But ultimately, when they get in, he promises, and then they send him money. He doesn't fulfill his promise, and they walk out. They don't come back again. Well, that can only happen so many times. And again, he can continue to try to get other groups of people, or maybe even more Black people over in Africa, what have you, to kind of filter in. But he's long past his heyday, which was 2015, 2016, 2017. Yeah, that's long gone. Just like same thing with Jay Morrison. He'll never get that type of money he got from TREF, from the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. It's not going to happen because at a certain point you reach a critical mass of the amount of people that you've already brought through, and through this contraption of manipulation to get money out of them, and then you lie to them, and then you don't deliver on what you said. There's more people are going to exit and not come back than people coming back in. And at a certain point, you're not going to be able to bring enough people back in to compensate for the amount of people that have already abandoned ship. And for Umar, so many people have abandoned ship. So it's not going to happen. The wells run dry. It's just, it hasn't run dry enough to where Umar, he won't say to himself, hey, listen, there's no point in asking for money. No, he's going to continue to ask for money, because see, for Umar, whatever he can get to live out his lifestyle, he'll take it. It's free. It's free. I've heard him say he'll take a penny, literally. That was when he was at the he's actually done it twice that I've seen, but one other time when he's at the World Beach Center in San Diego, he said, I'll take a penny. Give me your piggy bank, right? Thanks, Smitty Boy, for the super chat. And Lewis, what's up, Lewis? Says every state except Arkansas. Yeah, that's from before. Again, Umar, like I was saying earlier, Umar, he wanted to put together this 50-state tour, but it's really designed to put him in a position to where he can travel, not focus on the school, still collect money, but then also they would give him a place to stay, because by that time he had already been evicted and he was homeless. That's why he was doing that. But then there's a video where Umar, he was upset and he was talking about Arkansas. I ain't heard from y'all. He was literally begging different people from different states to find him a venue, to bring him in. Well, if he's the most requested, he shouldn't have to do that. Well, in this case, he's already in dire straits, right, Lewis? Because he's homeless, so he has to find a place to stay. The thing is, he can't stay with his mama consistently, because that's Section 8 housing. He's not on the lease paperwork. He's not supposed to be there. And if he is the primary caretaker, he's not supposed to be there and sleeping overnight or anything like that. He's supposed to come in and provide services, and he's supposed to exit. And I don't even understand how he's going to be able to do that when he's traveling all over the world, right? And on top of that, with the IRS, he says he's putting in 60 hours a week at FDMG. We know that's not true. He's a primary caretaker putting in 60 hours a week at these trap bandos, and he's traveling all over the world at the same time. No, it's ridiculous. So he was upset at Arkansas because he ain't heard from anyone from Arkansas. So he said, Arkansas, I ain't heard from y'all. That's what he said. Thanks, Lewis Luck, for super chat. Lewis Luck says that $850,000 is gone because he invested in the Tulsa real estate fund. No. I highly doubt it, because Umar, he wouldn't put money into someone else. He just wouldn't do it. He sees people like Jay Morrison as scammer competition. He wouldn't put money. He wouldn't do it. The thing is, we've talked about this in the past. If Umar took all the money that he's collected, $2.7 million, just put it inside an investment vehicle and just let it sit, it would have better served the people if he had waited, because it's been 11 years. But if he had waited 11 years before he acquired a trap bando, he would have been sitting on so much money that could have gone towards actually opening up a school. See, real quick, Lewis, look, the thing is that Umar acquiring these abandoned buildings in February 2019, serves no purpose except to extend the scam. It doesn't have any functionality in terms of helping anyone except Umar in terms of getting more money. That's it. So if you think about it, it's a waste of money to take $400,000 and put him on, if that's in fact the price he paid for these abandoned buildings. It makes no sense. And then sit on them for 6 years. He had over $116,000 worth of taxes that had accrued on both parcels over the course of the first 2 years of owning these abandoned buildings, because he didn't have the proper paperwork in order with the IRS to have non-exempt status. Okay, so you add that up. So let's just say roughly that's $500,000 is just wasted. All of the bills that have accumulated, the sewer bills and all this other stuff, Let's another what, $60,000. Okay, it's wasted money. That's $560,000 right there. Also, fees, vacant property fees. Okay, you throw all this together, it serves no purpose. None of this has served any purpose except for Umar to be able to continue to collect money. But in essence, just by purchasing these abandoned buildings, Umar's tricked off probably about $700,000, $800,000 right there. If you take the purchase price, all the taxes, all the other fees, you can even look at, if you really want to look at this, you can look at whatever he's paid out in order to get whatever repair work done, because it's non-functional, doesn't mean anything, because not one child has been educated yet. 6 years later, over 6 years later. You put all this together, you're getting close to $1 million just wasted over the last six years, simply since acquiring these abandoned buildings. That $1 million could have been put into an investment vehicle and let it sit for 6 years instead of sitting on these trapped bandos that are more dilapidated now than they were before. Mold, still same mold situation, no mold remediation. It's a waste of Black people's money, but it don't matter to Umar. It don't matter because it's free money. Who takes $2.7 million from the Black community and basically, in essence, I should say, waste close to $1 million after for things associated with the acquisition and the upkeep and the restoration of these abandoned buildings, and the rest of the money, Umar just used it on himself. See, it don't even make any sense. You know, the critical question becomes, Lewis, why did Umar do that? Why didn't he just hold on to the money that he had and get a piece of property that, well, he had to do something because GoFundMe was issuing refunds. Yeah, he was being investigated for fraud. They shut him down because of fraud. So he had to do something, and that's why he settled on these trapped bandos that they needed at the time of acquiring them millions of dollars. I have the video where he first visited those abandoned buildings. That was in 2000. I want to say 2017. It might have been 2016. I think it was 2017. He's doing a walkthrough. Millions of dollars need to go into these trapped bandos. Why would he do that? Well, he had to get something. He had to do something to keep the scam going. See, that's why there are people who had argued. This is what I'm saying. People got to put all this in the historical context. They said, well, if Umar was a scammer, why wouldn't he just not? Why would he buy the buildings? He just should have just kept the money and not bought the building. No, he bought the buildings to extend the scam, and it's worked, because here we are 6 years and 3 months later, and he's still scamming on the school scam. So if he spends $400,000 to continue the school scam, and he's collecting, see, he says $150,000 a year, but the IRS paperwork, it shows that 1 year more recent, he collected $200,000. But if you can spend $400,000 to acquire these abandoned buildings in 2019, and then you have 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, you get to collect for 6 more years. Let's just multiply it by the amount that Umar says he collects on average is $125,000 a year. Okay, that's $750,000. Okay, so you take $400,000 to extend the scam, assuming that that's the purchase price. It could have been much less than that. You take $400,000 to extend the scam so that you can collect another $750,000. Why not? See? Yeah, well, yeah. See, it's that simple. And he's the scam's still going to this day. If he didn't purchase these abandoned buildings, would he have been able to extend the scam this long? No, I don't think so. But by purchasing this abandonment, Umar knew this, he can extend this scam indefinitely, and that's precisely what he's done. Right? Thank you, Lewis. $850,000. He should have been sitting on $850,000 after acquiring these abandoned buildings. Okay, but here we are. He said it was $1 million to restore, renovate both sides of the street. But if you're sitting on $850,000, that should have been done by now. Because you can take $850,000 and put that towards that $1 million to fully restore. That's what he said. He changed that too, but he said, I have it. He said it's going to cost $1 million. Okay, well, if it's going to cost $1 million, we're going to take $1 million and we're going to subtract $850,000 that's going to go towards that. And all you would have needed was $150,000. But I have you on record saying that you collect about $125,000 a year since 2017. Okay, well, if you purchase trap banners in 2019, then that means in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Let's go 5 more years at 150,000. No, he said 125,000, I think. 125,000 a year. We're gonna multiply that by what did I say, 5? It's really 6, but let's go 5 years. Well, that's $625,000. We're going to take that $625,000 and we're going to add $850,000 that you should have been sitting on, Umar. That's $1.475 million, $1,475,000. And Umar stated it was going to cost $1 million to get both sides of the street renovated. Shouldn't it have been done by now? So what we're going to do is we're going to take that $1,475,000 and we're going to subtract the $1 million that Umar claims it would have cost in order to fully restore both sides of the street. He should be sitting on $475,000 after all renovations are complete on both sides of the street. He ain't even finished renovation on one, even though he said renovations were done in 2023. He's a con man. See? With renovations being complete, buildings purchased, renovations complete, Umar should be sitting on $475,000 today. Thanks, so I said, so are you trying to say that FDMG is not coming? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's highly unlikely. The other thing is, is that Umar's already admitted that the school will not be accredited. So in essence, no, FDMG and accredited school, it's not coming. It's a con. And he expects parents to pay $500 a month to attend a school that's not even accredited. That's crazy. That don't make no sense. But it's not meant to make sense because it's a con. He's a scam artist, straight up, real talk. Thanks, Iceman. User 225 says, when is FDMG Starfleet Academy opening? On Monday? Okay, I already know. I've confirmed. It's happening on Monday. All right, thanks, User 225. Smitty became a new member. Thank you so much. Plenty of member content up there. There's a couple of videos too. I'll be moving over to member content, exclusive content. I'll probably do that in about maybe 2 weeks. It's stuff that we've done more recently, but I'm going to convert it over for members only. Okay, let me get to the other super chats real quick. Chair eats potted meat and drinks chitlin juice. That chair looks like it's alive. Okay. Thanks, Derek. I'm gonna do this real quick. Revati Moon says burning bush tune. Yeah. See, Umar will talk about how they tried to burn him down. And I remember he put up a picture and it was all grainy and stuff. It looked like it was probably from the 1970s, early 80s, maybe. He put that picture up as if that was the actual school building that it was a room that had gotten burnt up or what have you. No, that's not. It wasn't. And I called it out right away. Some of you guys may remember that. Hit that. When I have the picture, I can find it, but it's just been such a long time. He posted that on his Instagram page, and then people were calling after I did the video to call him out on it, and other people started calling him out on it. He took it down, but I have the picture. And then here we are. It's revealed. The truth is revealed. Time always tells the truth that Umar, he's the one up in there burning the stuff. I wonder what it was. See? Thank you, Revati Moon, for the super chat. The anonymous Christian says, it's scary when someone tells lies so much that they believe them. He's mentally unwell. What a waste of a following. Yeah, the thing is, I don't believe that Umar realizes it because he does it so effortlessly. I think he's been living like that as a pathological and sometimes habitual liar that it doesn't even register in his mind anymore. I think some of the lies he tells, sometimes they're so outlandish, and he in his own mind is true. He's unwell. He'll believe them simply to keep the lie going. And then when something else comes up that contradicts it, he finds a way to make it make sense. I've seen him do that so many times. He'll tell a lie. Just as an example, he'll tell a lie back in 2016, and I'll say he's lying right there. And then I see a video in 2022, and he tells another lie, but that lie contradicts the first lie. See? But if you ask Umar about both of those lies, somehow, some way, he'll justify it. Because he'll get right back into lying. Just like when he flipped the phone, he lies. We're in the process of moving. No. Remember when the lady called him out for having 3 baby mamas, and Umar what does he do? When did I get? He got upset. When did I get a 3rd baby mama? You have 3 baby mamas, Umar. See, he lies and says that he only has 2. He has 3 on paperwork for child support. But see, he'll lie when people he'll lie about only having 2. But when someone brings the truth to him that he has 3, he'll lie about that too. And what does he do? He'll make up a narrative. I don't have 2. I only have 2. And the first one is already grown, so that baby mama I can't marry. And then the other one, well, I don't want to talk too much. See, here he go. But that's what he does. He's has a history of that. But anonymous Christian, I don't think it even registers with Umar at this point. I think he's been living like that as a pathological liar and as a habitual liar at times. I'm going to say at times, to where it just doesn't even register. He just goes into that mode and he'll just start lying. You know, Umar's, his whole life is one big lie. You know, he's a school psychologist. He's not a school psychologist. He's a most requested scholar. You got to be a scholar to be a most requested. He's not a scholar. He's not most requested either. That's why he's always begging for people to find him venues. But really what he's begging for is a place to stay. See, his whole life is one big lie, but he's so used to lying, and he lies so much, and unfortunately, there are people who believe him. Okay, a lot of his followers believe it. It's unfortunately, but yeah, he is. He's mentally unwell. Thank you, Anonymous Christian, for the super chat. He's the manifestation of a bugged the hell. Yeah, that's the thing. That's another thing I don't understand, Derek. And I said this in the past that, and not all black people, but there's quite a few black people that have some street smarts. And I would like to think that people who are used to dealing with dope fiends and people who are into that lifestyle, and many of us, we've had to deal with these types of people, real talk, that we would have a level of discernment when we see someone like Umar. Because it's all right there. He's bugged out. He's smoked out. Babe, I told people there's 3 levels, there's 3 stages of Umar at any given, and it's sometimes you could say that he could be in 2 stages at the same time, but it's Umar when he's high, Umar's when he's normal, and Umar's when he's having a withdrawal. Sometimes he's having withdrawals while he's still high because he's coming down off of whatever he was on. See? The normal Umar is very subdued, very quiet, soft-spoken even, which most people are like, what? When Umar's high, that's when he gets manic, depending on what he's doing. He'll get manic and he'll start getting excited, get all pumped up and stuff. Right? There are also times he's probably doing something else where he gets all subdued, but the point is he's still high. You can tell when Umar's high. And then there's Umar when he's having withdrawals, and that's when you'll see he's very much unkept. You know, he probably was bending for a while, and he'll be shaking like this, or he'll be doing like this, and he'll be scratching. Sometimes he'll be looking around and all this kind of thing. See? That's the paranoia kicking in. See? So, hey, it is what it is. But for whatever reason, there are black people there in total denial. It happens, though. It happens. Thanks, Derek. PPs says, didn't Frederick Douglass family come out and debunk Umar Johnson's claim about being related to them? Yeah, they sure did. They've even posted on their website, their official website, that Umar said that they didn't have. He's such a liar. I can pull it up and show it to you guys. Umar said they didn't have. They never put anything out on the official website. None of that stuff. No, they did. They have it. I have it. Where they put out the statement. It was the Bailey family line, because that's Frederick Douglass is the Baileys. The Bailey family, they have a specific website. I actually covered inside the documentary where they actually issued it. I don't know if I actually put the document. I think I put the document in there. But what ends up happening is that Jamar Johnson, Umar Johnson's father, ends up taking a DNA test, and it comes back that they're not related. No blood relationship, no genetic relationship whatsoever. DNA don't lie. But Umar still runs with a lie. Jamal, even though he admitted it, and I can show you the receipt where he admitted it's in the documentary too, later on he reneges because he be lying like Umar, straight real talk. He be lying like Umar. Why lie? So unnecessary. And when the real family comes out, and I mean, listen, they have the official website for the Frederick Douglass family. When they put out and issue a statement and they say that Umar is not related, and they have a genealogist and all that stuff that works with them and all this kind of stuff that verifies stuff, they already said it. And then Jamal took the DNA test and it comes back that they're not. Umar still runs with the lie to this day. He lies so much, it's incredible. Thanks for super chat, PPs. Also, PPs says, oh, I think you posted this twice. Or at least it's showing on here twice. Thank you for the super chat. Crisco says, it's so sad to see how delusional he is. Yeah, he is. He's very much delusional. A lot of what Umar proposes is coming from a delusional mind. The substance abuse doesn't help either, but I also think that Umar, he's mentally ill, and he has been for a very long time. When Umar conceptualized FDMG, he conceptualizes it as a 500-acre compound that has an FDMG farm. It has a river that surrounds this 500-acre compound. It's a man-made river. I don't know how they're going. 500 acres, and it's in the shape of Africa. They got to get the water in there too somehow. It make no sense. That would even make no sense, y'all. It would turn into like a cesspool ultimately. Let the sitting water, it's like it would turn into a swamp that surrounds a 500 acre. What is he talking about? Going to have a zoo, a farm, a baseball stadium, a track and field facility, a landing strip for airplanes and helicopters, a NASA building, 2 schools, massive dormitories. The list goes on and on and on. He's a delusional thinker. At that time, Umar didn't have a job. At that time, Umar didn't have any money. At that time, Umar didn't have a team. He hadn't even started raising money for the St. Paul's College at that time. This was before he started raising money for the St. Paul's College. Have you seen it, Christy? I'll show it to you. Okay, he's truly, and look what pops up. Look, I wasn't even trying to show this, but look at this guy. He wants to be Frederick Douglass so bad. He's delusional. Look. And people follow him, but that's not uncommon. That's how the cult leaders work. It'd be something crazy. It'd be crazy, real crazy. People be following them. Look. Look at this guy. He's not related. There's no relationship, blood, genetic relationship whatsoever, but he still holds on to the lie to this day. I wonder if I should show y'all this. Something else I want to show y'all. Here, look at this one right here. The Trinity, 19th century, 21st century, 20th century. He's delusional. Standing inside his mama closet. Okay, no job, don't take care of his kids, got 3 baby mama, been begging, continues to beg to this day. Homeless, stay inside his mama closet, but he on that level. Look at Umar Johnson right here. Y'all see this? And let me pull up the one where you can see it bigger. Hold on 1 second. I think this is it right here. Yeah, you can see it better. Okay, Umar Johnson, after the situation took place with his granddaughter coming out to expose Umar as a deadbeat, Umar Johnson tried to get his granddaughter to stop speaking about Umar, even though Umar Johnson was perfectly comfortable coming out to speak out about Umar, which he shouldn't have done in the first place. But as soon as Umar Johnson's daughter comes out to expose Umar, Umar Johnson tries to quiet her up and tell her not to speak out about it. And she continued to talk about it. And what does Umar Johnson do? He takes all of his social media down. This is in the documentary too, by the way. Let me read this to you. This is from 2018, June 25th, 2018. Please read. You know that social media can be a curse and a blessing. Recently, I obtained and posted my DNA results here, and I do encourage others to take the test. Just don't think you'll know what the results will be. Just based on the test alone, it appears that I am not related to the late, great Frederick Douglass, as I have been led to believe all my life and have talked to my children. Additionally, it opens up the door to so many other questions related to my family lineage. I am hoping that the results are in error. No, they're DNA results. It's just cut it out. See, he still wants to, even he wants to hold on to the lie. He reneges on this later too, by the way. He's a liar. Umar's a liar too. But it doesn't appear to be so, meaning that it doesn't appear to be an error. As a result, I at least accept them as valid, and as such acknowledge the, yeah, you accept. What you mean you accept them? Like somehow you, an authority? No, it's the reality of the situation. You're delusional too. As a result, I at least accept them as valid, and as such acknowledge that according to the results, I and my children are not related to the Frederick Douglass lineage. How could this have happened? I have no idea. I only know that I will continue to ascertain this, and no, it's the truth already. You're not related. Cut it out. And if it should be in fault, make that known also. It's not in fault. It's DNA. Umar the same way though too. Needless to say, this shakes me to my core, but it is what it is. I have shared this info with some of my family, and I will continue to contact others. I'm announcing it publicly because I think it's only right to do so. It may mean a lot to some or nothing to others, but it is a truth according to Ancestry.com DNA results. But the family had already been telling, the real Bailey family, true descendants of Frederick Douglass by blood, genetics, DNA, they had already been telling him that they weren't related anyway. They've been doing it for years before this. Delusional. Okay. Thank you, Christy, for the super chat. How's it going, ladies? Lady says, was Umar burning trash to keep warm in the bed? I don't think so. I don't think he was burning trash to keep warm in the trap battle. He didn't have no he still don't have HVAC, but it was cold too. Remember, that was hey, you got a theory. No, they was in there blazing it up. It's really that simple. If they were burning trash, there would be no need to secretly talk about, or at least he thought he didn't know he was live streaming this, and it said the way he did. You get the lighters from in there, what we were burning. No. I know what time it was. They was in there blazing up. It's that simple. Okay. So who are in there burning up trash and trying to keep warm? Okay. Thanks, lady, for being a member. I appreciate it. Can VC sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. Lewis X says he was so desperate for those rinky-dink speaking engagements that he was pressuring a woman's mother to have her daughter come see him. Remember? Yeah. It was a young lady who had a number of kids. She was a single mother. And Umar, I have it. I don't have the video. I have the audio of it. Actually, I may have the video. I just haven't gotten to it in the timeline to archive it properly. But Umar, he went off on the daughter because he felt like she should come to his speaking engagements, which was, I guess, nearer to where she lived at. Because that's why you always ask people where you calling from, because he want to figure out whether or not he's going to be speaking in your area, so he can tell you to come, or in some cases he'll ask you to find him a place to stay, or find him a place, stay too, but the place to speak in your area, depending on where you stay. If you don't have any speaking engagements in that area, but he went off on a young lady and was berating her for not coming, and she was a single mother and she had multiple children, and then she gets off the phone because she probably felt as if she was being, I don't know, mistreated. And gives the phone to the grandmama, and Umar starts talking trash to her. But if you're the most requested, you shouldn't have to do that. Well, if you're in general, if you're a good human being, you wouldn't be berating people for not showing up to your funky functions. But if you're the most requested, it shouldn't matter because people will be coming out in droves. See, I think Lewis stuck another part of the delusional aspect of Umar is he's still stuck in the past from his heyday when he would have sellout venues and be a gang of people that would show up wall to wall, literally stacked in the rafters, people dressed in suits, professionals. They're professionals in different fields, and particularly in school psychology or psychology. And they would show up because Umar, he presenting himself as such. Okay, now he doesn't deteriorate to such a degree. He was a con man then, though, too. That was his heyday. He's not in his heyday. He's not in his quote unquote prime. Okay, these are the twilight years of Umar as a quote unquote I don't even know what the term is, because all he is really is a social media influencer. But these are the twilight years of the delusion that he's some sort of great black leader. And if he was so great, then he would be booked all the time. That's not the case. His schedule is flimsy, and it's gotten worse. Every year it gets worse and worse, but that's because his reputation precedes him, and less and less people believe in him because he lies all the time, including about this FDMG school scam. See? Yeah, but I remember that. It just goes to show you Umar's character. Okay, he's not manly. That's not manly behavior whatsoever. Thanks, Louis, for super chat. Lewis Luck also says Dr. Lace Front. I don't think he has a lace front. People be saying that, but I don't think so. People be doing Umar like that. He may, I don't know. Thanks, Lewis Luck. LA says even if he was related, he gains no favor. Yeah, that's the other thing. It really doesn't matter, but for Umar, I think it matters, and it's I think to his dad too, because his dad, he's a cloud chaser too. He tried to cloud chase off of his son. So if he's willing to cloud chase off of his son, why wouldn't he cloud chase off Frederick Douglass? Umar, he cloud chases off everybody. Like I said, he took a picture with Dave Chappelle. It's on the Instagram page, and he's all cheesing. But the thing is that I could pull up videos where Umar's disrespecting Dave Chappelle and Dave Chappelle's wife, and he called her a rice bunny. And so, in essence, that would make Dave Chappelle a snow bunny hopper or a bunny hopper, however you say it. Cloud chasing. But that's Umar. But even if they were related, no, I mean, it doesn't make me any difference. I mean, it doesn't matter. But see, the reason why it matters to me is because he's lying about it, and he continues to lie about it, even though DNA already proved that, they're not related. And Jamal still runs with a lie too. He be lying like Umar. It's a doggone shame. Too old for that. I guess not. I guess. Thanks, lady, for super chat. Okay. So let me go ahead and get back to where we were going with all of this, because I got sidetracked when I was showing these pictures here. Yeah, I already read this. It's in the documentary too. So let me get that off of here. Let me get all of these out of here and we'll get reset. All right. Okay. Oh, the next thing we want to get into, because we put up the video that Umar was claiming to be a descendant of Pharaoh Ramzan, a descendant of related to Harriet Tubman. We got through that. We got to this one here. This is the Umar inside the mama closet. We went through all of that. What was this one? Hold on. Let me just see what this is. Oh, yeah. This is Umar in his mama closet, too. This is 2020.
Engineering our, and you were a guest not long after that, and carelessly knock over a picture. I knocked over black people. You will get nigritude.
All right. Anyway. I just want to outline that he has different setups in the back, but the main one that people see is the sun and this purple in the background. But anytime you guys see Umar live streaming, that's him live streaming inside his mama's closet. Okay. All right. What I want to do is I want to play a little bit of this Lord Jamar interview. How are we doing on time? We're at the 2 hour and 20. Let's just take a quick little reset. Okay. We'll get into the Lord Jamar video right after this reset right here. Quick reset undefeated. Let's go.
Oh my gosh. So you're fancy, huh?
Yeah. Black community activist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See her eyes shining, she's my soul burning peace. In the winter light, so she's my sweet dose of peace. Talk to my nose, this love has got its whole role. Make you lose, stepping out, from out of control.
Turn it up, it's me against the light.
Snow burning,
Moving on the bar, everything's alright.
All right, everyone. Give me 1 second here. Let me do this. I'm gonna just rewind this. I need about maybe I gotta put this microphone back on. Maybe about 20 seconds. Okay,
It's me against the light.
snow burning.
Moving on the bar, everything's alright. Got that smooth soul feel.
No, that's
Dancing till the light. With my snow burning up. Been party by the night.
see
all right. So we were talking. Someone had mentioned the Umar being on Lord Jamar's podcast, And this was a huge, huge event from back in the day. Many of you guys may remember it. What I like to do, I'm gonna play some of that just to get back into the timeline a little bit, and then we're gonna go back to 2005, 2006, okay, with the Umar Johnson history. Of course, you have the SETI rant, which was really huge. This podcast is up there in the top 3 for sure, because Umar, he really goes crazy. The Zora rant is another one. The baby mama or the baby mama super soaker, something like that, whatever he was saying. Pajama mama super soaker rant, that's another one. There's other ones too, but this one right here is definitely in the top 3, I would say, in my opinion. All right, so let me pull this up, and I'll skip through the part where Umar starts to rage.
For an older brother. So, yeah, that's interesting. Oh, so you said the school had to do with Pan Africanism as
well. And again, look at the background.
Well, the school was black.
See the curtains? That's his mama's curtains.
History.
Okay.
The school was Black history. I always say I was a Pan-Africanist before I knew what Pan-Africanism was, because
looks like the same chair too.
The red, black, and green flag just always naturally vibrated with me, even before joining the UNIA. And I grew up right around the corner. I grew up, I would say, the most significant childhood home where I lived, where I was from 4th grade until my junior year of college. Walking is probably 1, 2, 3. It's literally about 6 blocks away from the UNIA, but I never knew it was there. I did not learn about the UNIA being where it was until I graduated from undergrad in 1997. So ironically,
yeah, that's interesting. He's saying 1997. I'm looking at the timeline. Hold on one second. Because what he's saying is he didn't even know that the UNIA was there until 1997. But I have him saying that he joined in 1995, 1996, and 1997. But if he didn't know where it was until 1997, it would have to be 1997. Yeah, he lies so much though. This guy, he really does. He lies all the time.
My mother, all of my sneakers for school and for play right next door to the UNIA. So my whole life we were going right next door to the Garvey movement, and I never knew it until I came out of college.
Now, for those who might know, what is Pan-Africanism?
Pan-Africanism,
the concept of Pan-Africanism.
To sum it up in 4 principles.
See, everything was going well until they bring up the schools. Let me skip through.
I wish I could just go on.
Jay-Z, Bob Johnson, Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, Minister Farrakhan. Racism affects all Black people, irregardless of education, status, class, or wealth. Well, if it impacts all Black people, regardless of who they are, then it must also benefit all white people, regardless of who they are. And so white people will argue that I'm not a racist. My ancestors didn't own slaves. I've never done anything to Black people. So, okay, although I would probably debate the authenticity.
Me.
Hold on. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do. And that's a very good question. Work for white people. You cannot.
Someone like Marcus Garvey, who preached colonized by what? Ex-slaves, brother?
No. It was the American colonization.
You know, what you said about like not having all Black people go back to Africa, you know, it kind of reminds me of, you know, some people have accused you of being hard on Black people, saying that, you know, some of us is going to have to get taken out. Some of the savages is going to have to get taken out, maybe.
Okay, and where did he get that from? He got that from the documentary, the first documentary that I did, because Umar was stated that some of the what did he say? He said the boys on the corner. He talking about, you know, like the thuggish types, I guess, or the dope boys or the gang bangers or whatever, that they're gonna need to be taken out for good. They need to go, they're gonna go to sleep for good. In another video, he said that we see the Lord Jamar got that from the documentary. Where he got that from? In fact, here I'll show that part. Give me 1 second. That's why Umar, he gets agitated because he already know what the deal is. You can tell. Look at him in his face. Oh, hold on one second. Yeah, let me skip through the part where Umar talking crazy. Here we go right here. Let me do a screen share. And actually, I'm going to do a secondary screen share because I want to make sure that the audio actually plays. Entire screen, and audio. Let me know if you guys can hear the audio on this. Hopefully it works.
Umar Johnson's 2017 promotion of murdering police officers is comparable to Umar Johnson's 2013 promotion of murdering so-called black boy thugs.
A lot of boys who got the thug energy, anger. Thug energy is normally anger and pain. That's all it is. I know because I do therapy with them thugs. And once they see I ain't scared of them, then we can have a conversation. And fellas, I want to be clear now. When we go back to take over the community, because we're going to have to do it, gentlemen. You can't expect the cops to fix this because they started it. But I want to be clear. And I know some of us love our children, but some of our children are so far gone that we're going to have to put some of them to sleep in order to take back the neighborhood. Some of y'all don't want to hear that because you don't live in reality. But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep. Fuck God!
To be clear,
this guy is a nut.
When Umar Johnson states some of them going to sleep for good, he is stating that these black boy thugs need to be murdered.
But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep. Fuck God! Fuck God! Fuck God!
In 2019, Umar Johnson promoted the murder of 10% of black boys.
I'm saying that to say this. I've never taken a life, God forbid. I hope I never have to. But if we're going to take them streets back, we got to admit something. I'm talking as a psychologist. Some of our young men, we've let them go so far for so long, they're no good to no damn body. There's people walking these streets where we're going to have to put to sleep. In other words, you might have to create violence to end it. It will be a cataclysmic altercation between black men and some of our youth. Most of our youth, we can get them. But there's some of them, they ain't going without a fight. And they're going to have to be put to bed. It's a shame. It ain't their fault. You understand? But you have a population of unreachables. The white man wants us to think they all unreachables. 90% are reachable. 10%, we will have to have a civil war with them. And that's facts. Don't give your guns back. Buy some more. Don't give your guns back. Buy some more. Don't give your guns back. Buy some more.
Umar Johnson encourages black people to buy more guns in preparation for his Black Civil War against 10% of black boys. This would mean that Umar Johnson wants to murder 1 out of every 10 black boys in the United States of America.
How we gonna stop the violence? Then you got to get in their face. 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 You see what I'm saying? So yes, there got to be a collective and we got to go to the streets. And I'm all for that. It's the only way to do it. I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep. Fuck God! Fuck God! Fuck God!
You may be wondering, how is it possible for Umar Johnson to have such a negative orientation towards black?
All right, man, this guy, he crazy. He really is. But that's what Lord Jamar is referencing there. And that's why Umar, he gets agitated. Hey? Umar. Sometimes I don't know what to say about this guy. He's so crazy.
Percent and all of that. How do you address those on black people saying that, you know, some of us is gonna have to get taken out. Some of the savages is gonna have to get taken out, maybe 10% and all of that type of stuff. How do you address those? Right? Well, let's speak on it. How do you address those people?
What you need to do is stand on that hairline. I'm sorry, I should do that. But Umar's hairline is wilding, y'all. Umar's hairline is playing games inside that mama closet. All right.
What do you mean by that?
Well, number one, I don't live in the prison of other people's opinions. although I do address their opinions, but I don't live in a prison of their opinions. I believe I became who I am, and I believe I've gotten to where I am because most of our people, and when I say our people, I don't just mean domestic North America. I mean the entire planet. My following is good.
Umar's hairline is out of pocket. I'm sorry. Umar's hairline is trifling. It's drifted to the left, to the left, to the left. Somebody gonna have to put his hairline to sleep for good. Shout out to Ruby Rivera. All right. All right. he got thought his hairline disorder, family. He got that wrong. Oh no, don't do that. I think you make a good Professor Having Xavier. All right. Okay. Oh man. Let's keep going. His hairline is diabolical. It's desperate. It's very desperate, family. All right, let me get out this chat room. We gotta stay focused. Oh no. Well, Cookie Crush chat is wow. Hairline said, lift every boy. No, don't do that, Space. Don't do that. Umar Johnson's hairline, lift every boy. He's calling everybody and sing to earth and heaven. I have Umar singing that too. I should play it. All right. It's too crazy. They went the harmony of liberty. Oh man. Okay, let's get focused. Whew, well, I'm sweating. I bought all these fans. I should have put the thing on here. Let's see. I have Umar singing "Your Hips, Your Thighs." I don't see the one about where he's singing what you call it. Y'all don't want to see that one though. Y'all want to see him singing "Your Hips, Your Thighs"? Oh no. Let me go pull it up just because, just to be petty. What are we looking for here? Oh, it's 2009, 5/24. Okay. But I do have it where he's singing what you call it too. At least he's trying to sing it. Okay, let me go to 2019. This was the real Umar history. 5/24. I'm not seeing it. Maybe I don't have it in this folder. I have it though. 5/24. No, here it is right here.
Those eyes, your lips, your smile, your hips, those thighs.
All right. We'll leave it right there. Thanks, Paige. Well, that's wild. Also, Smitty Boy says, it's amazing how he tries to promote educating young black boys and violence at the same time. He's crazy as hell, man. Just like that CashApp hairline. Yeah, Umar, he's a contradictory. If you truly cared about anyone, you're not going to create a scenario in your mind where you're going to murder them, right? You're not going to do that. So why does Umar do that? Because he doesn't care. excuse me, I have yet to see anything in all of my research of Umar, and I'll be arrogant, I'm the preeminent researcher into Umar. I've yet to see anything that would indicate to me, or that would indicate to anyone else, that Umar cares about anyone but himself, let alone black boys. He don't even care about his own kids, his own biological children. He don't care about them. I've yet to see anything. Listen, the idea of saving black boys is just a come up for Umar. That's all. That's all that is. The idea of educating black boys, it's just a come up for Umar. Umar's not educating black boys. In all of my research, I think I've seen 2 videos where Umar's actually sitting down with black boys. Two videos. And this is outside of the what he called the college, what do you call that? The black, I don't know what he called that foolishness. But the college tours he was doing for little boys and girls, you take that out of the equation. I'm talking about what Umar specifically there to educate, or not even educate, because it's not like he's educated, but he's there specifically dealing with black boys. I've only seen 2 videos. Now, there may be more, but in my research, I've only seen 2. Well, that's telling in and of itself. This guy has a history in terms of recording videos going all the way back to 2005. There's a gap, though, but you go back to 2005, 2006. That's the first video that I have of Umar being recorded. He's not dealing with black boys then. And if you go through all the years leading up to 2025, I can only think of 2 videos where Umar's actually sitting down with black boys. Umar's never been, Smitty boy, Umar's never been a teacher. He's never been an educator. He's never been licensed as a teacher. He never had a certification as a teacher. He's never taught in the classroom. Think about that, everyone. So even the idea that he's going to educate black boys, this is just Umar. Again, this is promotion, and he's fooled people into thinking that that's what he does. That's not what he does. He's too busy traveling around the world and chasing cookies, talking about your hips and your thighs and all this stuff, and hot fudge cookies and vanilla wafer cookie and a pina colada cookie and a warm salt peanut butter. He said warm peanut butter one time. That's what his focus is. And yeah, he crazy as hell, but people believe it. See, the thing is that if Umar was serious about helping or educating black boys, he would be dealing with black boys. But that's not what you see over in historically. Think of all the literally tens of thousands of videos. There has to have, Umar has had to have been in. No, well, maybe that's too much. Let's say thousands upon thousands of videos of Umar that have circulated online over the years. How many of those have you seen him where he's sitting down specifically dealing with black boys? I've only seen 2. There's probably more. There may be a couple of more, but I've only seen 2. But what does that tell you, though? And again, he's not educating because he's not an educator. He says that he is, but he's not. He mainly deals with the adults because the adults have the money, and in particular, the single black mothers, because of the single black mothers, they got the cookies. That's what it comes down to. That's why Umar can get up on there and talk reckless about killing black boys. And these thugs on the corner. That's how I know he wasn't raised around the streets, and he wasn't raised in them streets like that, because he wouldn't be talking like that about brothers that was into that lifestyle. I got plenty of friends and family members too that was in that lifestyle. There was always a level of respect. Do I condone it? No, but there was a level of respect, and as a consequence, they had a level of respect for me. That's how I always was like that. That's why I don't like when I hear people talking like they thugs and all this stuff. They're not from that lifestyle. They wasn't raised in it. They wasn't raised around it. They fake thugs like Umar. With the Goonie Goons talking on the phone call with the phone ring, and he talk, I got this. He's such a faker. He's a faker. Well, same thing here. If he was from the streets, he wouldn't be talking like that. If he was dealing with people from his family, friends, and all this kind of stuff, and there was levels of respect there, he wouldn't be talking like this. But he talks like this. Why? Because he don't care about black boys, period. That thing real quick, Smitty, not that it matters, but his daddy tried to justify Umar saying that. Y'all know that? He tried to justify it. Well, he didn't mean 10%. What's he talking about? He didn't mean 10%. He should be saying it anyway. And yeah, here we go. Crazy. Thanks, Smitty boy. Yeah, and his hairline jacked up too. His hairline is all over the place. All right, let's get back to the Lord Jamar video. Here we go.
Most of our people depend on me to tell the truth, whether they agree with me or not. He's going to tell us what he feels in his heart.
DJ Drama was on there and said, what is thought his personality?
Unapologetically African. I live my life on that. I'm the same black man, whether I'm on the Lord Jamar Rod Digger show, the Godcast. I'm the same black man if I'm on the Breakfast Club. I'm the same black man.
But see, he only acts thuggish when little Jermaine feels threatened, like the SETI rant. That's Umar turning into a cyber thug. See? And anyone, if you grew up in that lifestyle, it's just disrespectful for people to act like that. You know, to be acting like it's just that's just the code. That's how it was when I was growing up, at least. It's just a code. You don't do that. You don't pretend. Either you in it or you're not. And if you're not in it and you show a level of respect, people ain't gonna trip off you who are in it. That's just how it was back now. It may be different now, but that's how I grew up. The other thing is that, see, Umar, he will turn into a thug when he feels threatened, but he ain't got no street in him, period. In fact, he's quite moist. His mannerisms, how he walks, how he carries himself. He's what we used to call a marshmallow. Real talk. See? He be doing all like this. And, you know, one time he was like, I need my Haagen-Dazs. I got it. I said, well, boy, if you don't sit down now. Anyway. User 225 says, thanks for super chat, Smitty. User 225 says, funny how he tells women to keep their cookies pristine, yet he keeps targeting single moms as if secondhand cookies are the only kind he can find. Well, he'll take whatever he can get, but his target demographic is the single, because he knows that many of them are in desperation. Listen, if they're going to him, they are in a state of desperation. And if he can present himself as the savior, as the Christ, as he be talking crazy, or he's going to be the one who's going to save their black boys, and he's going to educate them and keep them out of school to prison pipeline and out of special education and blah, 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 keep them off of the streets. This kind of stuff Umar will say. He presents all that, then he already has he think he's a messiah. Well, there are some women that hear all that, and they be like, okay, here, let me send you some money. If you want these draws, just let me know. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality situation. It's sad. I mean, for anyone to be living like that, Umar, you should be ashamed. But he has some addictions, and one of it, he's addicted to that. He addicted to that poop thing. That's better poop. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say he did that cooch. That's what he say, cooch. He wanted to be in that cooch, and however he can get in there, he'll get there. Some women that give it up. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality of the situation. He don't care. He'll take whatever he can get. Talking about he want to educate black boys. No, he ain't got no. That's why he went off on SETI, because SETI brought this up. He said, no, he out here preying on these single black mothers. In essence, that's my terminology, but that's really what he is. He's a predator, and he's trying to crush them cookies. It ain't about uplifting black people. It's not about community building or organizing. What does Umar organize? What community is he a part of? None. He's a virtual vagrant. See, he's a social media influencer. That's it. But see, when SETI called him out, and because there's someone in the black conscious space, Umar went nuts. He turned into King Kong conscious, trying to be a fake thug. He's a cyber thug. Had a beanie on, all that, had a little ball on the top. This goes to show you how foolish this guy is. He ain't got no thug in him, period. He's a moist marshmallow. He always was, even as a kid. And his daddy know it too. His daddy know it. He a mama's boy. And listen, listen, if you 50 and you live in your mama closet, okay, you got a problem. Thanks for super chat, YouTube 5. Lewis Lux also says, besides his skin tone, what's the difference between him and any white supremacist promoting genocide of our people and treats us like we're dumb? There is no difference. And I've talked about this. I haven't figured this out. Why does Umar get a pass on half of the stuff he be saying? Even the Snow Bunny stuff. See, if a white person was saying Jungle Bunny about black women, all of a sudden Black Lives Matter and everyone ready to jump out the window. But somehow Umar can say this about Asian women. He can say it about white women. He can say it about Latinas. And somehow he gets a pass. Somehow it's funny. And people find it humorous. There's nothing funny about that. See, Umar's rhetoric is largely white supremacist rhetoric when it comes to black people. He's also disrespectful towards other groups of people. See, that's what I'm saying. When people say stuff like, you trying to tear a black man down, if you listen to Umar carefully, that's all he do is talk shit about black people, including Dave Chappelle. But he'll take a picture with him and cheesing. He called Dave Chappelle's wife a rice bunny. You let an Asian person say that the Asian man got a black woman and say that the black woman is a jungle bunny. Now it's nuclear time, right? Let's be real about it. But Umar gets a pass. I never understood that. Black people say, oh, you know, they're being racist and all. Yeah, but then the rhetoric that Umar espouses is racist rhetoric towards other groups of people and racist rhetoric towards black people, including he want to murder 10% of you black boys. But he gets a pass somehow. It's the cognitive dissonance. You can't get around that. See, but when you have a cult personality and you have the fledglings of a cult, which is really a virtual cult, the cult leader, he gets a pass, or she even gets a pass on anything that they say, even if it's the most outlandish. And Louis, he's said a lot more other stuff that's totally egregious, right? We can put together a whole list of stuff that Umar has said, but he gets a pass on it. See, he sleep with a stripper and he calls her a maggot, but somehow he gets a pass. But he wasn't calling her a maggot when he was up at them skins, right? Real talk. He called her a COINTELHO. Y'all remember this? But he gets a pass somehow. He calls you baby mama, your pajama. Don't make me pull that up. Your pajama mamas, when you come to his school, you bet you're going to be coming with sex crumbs all on your body or whatever he was saying. Some freak off P. Diddy type stuff. I don't even know where he comes up with this stuff from. He's a delusional freak off, freakazoid freak off type. But this is the type of stuff he's saying even about you black women, but somehow he gets a pay. Look at the Zora rant when he went on you think I would have been that over? Who talks like that? Looking like a werewolf, done altered beast. He gets a pass somehow. But you let any other person disrespect black women the way that Umar disrespects black women, or disparage black children, or disparage black parents, because he does a lot of that. All of a sudden, if it was a white person, okay, they're a racist, but Umar does it and somehow he gets a pass. I don't know. I don't understand that. And saying that you want to take out 10% of black boys, that these thugs out on the corner, because evidently there's 10% of these black boys as thugs out of the corner, according to Umar, that is a form of genocide. And he wants you black men to participate and get your guns, because that's what he says. He says you need to get the black men, need to get together and take back these streets. And he living inside of mama closet. You need to take back your hairline. That's what you need to do for good. All right, thanks, Louis. Daxter sent in a super sticker as well. Thank you so much. User 225 said, do we know any single moms Umar Johnson crushed like this? I'm not going to answer that just because, but just know that I've spoken to enough women who've dealt with Umar to know that his main target demographic is single black mothers. He would target anyone. See, the thing though, he'll target any woman. But the thing is that with a single black mother, it's not only will they be more than willing to send him money because he's promising to save their black boys. So it's such a horrible manipulative game that Umar plays. It just goes to show you he's the great deceiver of our time. Who even thinks like that? But he's criminal minded. That's all I was going to say earlier. And I get back to this point. Let me make this point. I'm gonna get back to this Hulu thing. He knows that they're already in dire straits, and they're looking for a black man in particular to come in and try to help them with their son. So Umar presents himself as a solution. He knows that they're going to be supportive of him opening up a school for all black boys. See? But then on top of that, Umar knows that if they're single, they don't have a man. And if they don't have a man, then it's more likely that he can get up in there and get into the BJJ. And that's why he was so mad at Seti, because Seti told the truth about that. Umar has a reputation for that. It goes back over a decade. Real quick, my wife was watching this Hulu special. It was a Hulu series, and I think she watched the first 2 episodes about this guy who was scamming these women out of. I mean, one woman sent him $1.5 million, and he was claiming to be someone that he was not, and using fake pictures of someone that these women perceived to be handsome, and they never met this guy. And in the picture, the main picture he was using was of a guy who was a gay guy. And the reason why the gay guy found out is because at a certain point, the women started researching the guy that was sending the pictures and all this stuff, and got these women for millions of dollars in a gang of women, not just 4 or 5 or 10. It was a gang of them. He's the actual guy the guy took the picture off the internet to use and to claim that it was him. That guy started receiving emails from these women, probably receiving phone calls too, from all these different women. You're a scammer and you took my money and shame on you, Umar. And he didn't know what was, it was a gay guy. He didn't know what was going on. So he started doing his own research. And then he started talking to these women. He realized that this other dude was taking his images of him from all, and then pasting them into these different scenarios and scenes and create this whole narrative about who he was and claiming that was who he was. If this makes sense, the scam artist. And these women were just falling head over heels. And it was just nuts. Millions of dollars. Okay, I think we watched like maybe, and I was kind of half watching because I was on the computer at the time, but my wife watched, I think, the first 2 episodes. I don't know if they ever find out who the actual guy is that was scamming. Okay, but it's all wire fraud. Well, Umar's engaged in wire fraud too. And he misrepresents himself to these women out here. And he makes these promises and, yeah, I'm going to take care of your son. And I'm going to help you with your son. That's what he did with the conscious stripper. A lot of people don't know about that. They think that she just rode up on him and was trying to get with him. No, Umar was running some game. He was going to help her with her son and help her with the son. He had a son in the prison or something to that effect, if memory served me correctly, struggling and all this kind of, okay, I get it. She was a stripper. So Umar, he's going to be the one to come to say today, right? No, he just wanted to crush them cookies. That's Umar. And the conscious stripper, yeah, she was a single mother. Umar don't care. It's a doggone shame. Yeah, it is. That's what it was. What was the show? I don't even know what the show. It's on Hulu though. It's on Hulu. I'll find it. I'll find it for you and I'll let y'all know. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. And thanks everyone for tuning on in too. Okay. If you're enjoying the show, go on and hit that like button. Okay. We're gonna be going for a couple more hours at least, probably at least 2 more hours. We're taking our time. It's a mini marathon today. Okay. Happy holiday. What's up, BDP? Thank you for tuning on in. And Devon. Yeah, he and once he starts, he can't stop. Okay, let me get back to the Lord Jamar interview, if you guys don't mind. Here we go.
And if I'm with that coon Roland Martin, I'm the same black man wherever I'm at. You understand? I don't shift for nobody. I'm the same black man in the courtroom, public school, wherever you take me. I do not change my colors ever, and I never will. With that being said, coming from a psychological perspective, you are out of your mind. Any of us are. If we think you're going to save every African in the United States of America, our people, some of them are so far gone that there's nothing you can do for them except leave them to be. And so
now you see, that's not what Umar said, right? You see how Umar, he's a punk because he's not willing to hit the one. He's not willing to deal with what he said. And now he's saying that we need to leave them alone. That's not what Umar said. Hey, how's it going, 3D Better? This is what that series is called too. It's called Hey Beautiful, Anatomy of a Romance Scam. It's on Hulu. But you see that? He started to change up the story, right? Y'all catch this? Matter of fact, let me go back. I'm gonna go pull it up again.
And wherever I'm at. You understand? I don't shift for nobody. I'm the same black man in the courtroom, public school, wherever you take me. I do not change my colors ever, and I never will. With that being said, coming from a psychological perspective, you are out of your mind. Any of us are. If we think you're going to save every African in the United States of America, our people, some of them are so far gone that there's nothing you can do for them except leave them to be.
Okay, he's saying except, oh, you're welcome, ES. He's saying except leave them to be, or leave them to be, whatever he says. Okay, but is that what Umar stated in the video that I showed in the first documentary? Okay, well, let's go and look at the receipts. There you go.
Umar Johnson's 2017 promotion of murdering police officers is comparable to Umar Johnson's 2013 promotion of murdering so-called black boy thugs.
A lot of boys who got the thug energy, anger. Thug energy is normally anger and pain. That's all it is. I know, because I do therapy with them thugs. And once they see I ain't scared of them, then we can have a conversation. And fellas, I want to be clear now. When we go back to take over the community, because we're going to have to do it, gentlemen. You can't expect the cops to fix this because they started it. But I want to be clear. I know some of us love our children, but some of our children are so far gone that we're going to have to put some of them to sleep in order to take back the neighborhood. Some of y'all don't want to hear that because you don't live in reality. But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep for good.
Okay. And when he says some of them going to sleep go to sleep for good, that means that you're being exterminated in essence. You guys catch my drift? So Lord Jamar saw the documentary and he calls Umar out on this. Let's see how does Umar stand on business? I don't change for nobody. Well, let's see. We're going to see right now.
And some of them will take your life before it feels in his heart. Feels in his heart. Unapologetically African. I live my life on that. I'm the same.
To Africa, you know, it kind of reminds me of
I don't live in the prison of other people.
Out. Some of the savages is gonna have on black people.
Here we go.
Saying that, you know, some of us is gonna have to get taken out. Some of the savages is gonna have to get taken out, maybe 10% and all of that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
How do you address those?
Yeah, I stand by that. Let's see, Umar.
Right. Well, let's speak on it. How do you address those people?
He really is.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
yeah, he a toddler. He a toddler.
Number one, I don't live in the prison of other people's opinions. Although I do address their opinions, but I don't live in the prison of their opinions. I believe I became who I am, and I believe I've gotten to where I am because most of our people, and when I say our people, I don't just mean domestic North America. I mean the entire planet. My following is global. So I believe most of our people depend on me to tell the truth. Whether they agree with me or not, he's going to tell us what he feels in his heart. Unapologetically African. I live my life on that. I'm the same black.
Okay, let's see if he's unapologetic. He called for the murder of 10% of black boys to put them to sleep for good.
Black man, whether I'm on the Lord Jamar, Rod Digger show, the Godcast, I'm the same black man. If I'm on the
Lord
Breakfast
Jamar.
Club, I'm the same black man. If I'm with that coon Roland Martin, I'm the same black man wherever I'm at. You understand?
I would say shout out to Roland Martin, but I don't really care. I don't really like Roland Martin all that much, to be honest with y'all. Okay.
Don't shift for nobody. I'm the same black man in the courtroom, public school, wherever you take me. I do not change my colors ever, and I never will. With that being said, coming from a psychological perspective, you are out of your mind. Any of us are. If we think you're going to save every African in the United States of America, our people, some of them are so far gone that there's nothing you can do for them except leave them to be.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said some of them are so far gone that you're going to have to put them to sleep for good, right? Not to belabor this, but one more time. He can't stand on what he said, even though he said that he stands on what he says. It goes to show how much of a coward Umar is and how much he's willing to lie. Again, he lies and he'll lie on top of the lie. That's what Umar does. Here you go. One more time.
2013 promotion of murdering so-called black boy thugs.
A lot of boys who got the thug energy, anger. Thug energy is normally anger and pain. That's all it is.
Information, man.
Because I do therapy with them thugs. And once they see I ain't scared of them, then we can have a conversation. And fellas, I want to be clear now. When we go back to take over the community, because we're going to have to do it, gentlemen, you can't expect the cops to fix this because they started it. But I want to be clear. And know some of us love our children, but some of our children are so far gone that we're going to have to put some of them to sleep in order to take back the neighborhood. Some of y'all don't want to hear that because you don't live in reality. But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep for good.
To be clear, when Umar Johnson states some of them going to sleep for good, he is stating that these black boy thugs need to be murdered.
But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all of them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep for good, for good, for good.
In 2019, Umar Johnson promoted the murder of 10% of black boys.
I'm saying that to say this. I've never taken a life, God forbid. I hope I never have to. But if we going to take them...
I've never taken a life either. I've never taken anything.
Streets back, we got to admit something. I'm talking as a psychologist. Some of our young men, we've let them go so far for so long, they're no good to no damn body. There's people walking these streets where we're going to have to put to sleep. In other words, you might have to create violence to end it. It will be a cataclysmic altercation between black men and some of our youth. Most of our youth, we can get them. But there's some of them, they ain't going without a fight. And they're going to have to be put to bed. It's a shame. It ain't their fault. You understand? But you have a population of unreachables. The white man wants us to think they all unreachables.
See, if a white person said this, put to sleep for good and unreachable, they're racist, right?
90% are reachable. 10%, we will have to have a civil war with them. And that's facts. Don't give your guns back. Buy some more. Don't give your guns back. Buy some more. Don't give your guns back. Buy some more.
Umar Johnson encourages.
All right. Yeah, he's out there. He's out there. Yeah, he did. He said some of us love our children. That's crazy, but it goes to show you Umar's mentality. Some of us. Well, we know Umar doesn't love his children. He's a deadbeat. Okay. The point is that Umar didn't stand on business. He creates a whole nother false narrative about how it just means we need to leave him alone. But that's not what he said. Already showed the receipt. But he's not willing to stand on business and defend what he said based on what Lord Jamar brought up. And Lord Jamar saw the documentary.
And some of them will try to take your show, the Godcast. I'm the same black man if I'm on the Breakfast Club. I'm the same black man if I'm with that coon Roland Martin. I'm the same black man wherever I'm at. You understand? I don't shift for nobody. I'm the same black man in the courtroom, public school, wherever you take me. I do not change my colors ever, and I never will. With that being said, coming from a psychological perspective, you are out of your mind. Any of us are. If we think you're going to save every African in the United States of America, our people, some of them are so far gone that there's nothing you can do for them except leave them to be. And some of them will try to take your life before you can resurrect their consciousness. I don't ascribe to any utopian theory that says we're going to save all 50 million blacks in America. That would be ridiculous. You have to go fishing for those who you can save. I'm trained in psychology. So when we do therapy, the first thing we're taught to do from the gate, Sister Ra and Brother Jamar, first thing we do is determine if you can reach this person or not.
Okay, again, this is Umar talking in circles.
Is this person ready to change? If they're not ready to change, you know what we tell them? When you're ready to stop smoking, when you're ready to stop drinking, when you're ready to stop letting men abuse you, when you're ready to stop being intimidated by your employer, when you're ready to stop feeling sorry for yourself, then you come back to therapy. But I am not going to take your money because that would be exploitation when I know you are not ready to do anything to change yourself. And that's how we must be with our people. Those who want it, let's give it to them. But for those who don't want it, there's nothing you can do with them except leave them be.
You know, I happen to agree with you on this topic right here. We're not going to be able to save everybody. Like, it is naive to think that every single black person is going to, you know, come into the knowledge of themselves, and yes, there are some that are going to battle you like it's going to be your life or their life type of situation. And I don't think it's unreasonable to
yes. A shot a psychologist that says psychology doesn't work. The thing though is when Umar is talking about working with these black boy thugs, this is within the scope of what would be called a therapist. Umar's never been a therapist. It's another way that he shapeshifts, because he'll tell people, just like Sauron. Sauron did the same thing in the Rings of Power, misrepresents himself. When Umar says that I'm a therapist, and he says he's a child therapist. He says he does special therapy for the homosexuals. This type of talk. This is all fabrications. He's basically making up lies to paint this narrative that he's this professional therapist. He's never been a therapist. He's never been a licensed therapist. He's never held any certifications as a therapist. Umar was, for a relatively short period of time, a school psychologist. A school psychologist is not the same as a therapist. Go look it up yourself. So when he says, I do therapy with these thugs, Umar's never been a therapist. He's never done therapy with anyone. Are there any therapists in the buildings? in the building? Are there any school psychologists in the building? Well, you would know that it's not the same. School psychologists specifically deal within a school environment, and they don't offer therapy to children. They do psychological assessments. They can refer children to different services, and that could include therapy. But they're not the same as a therapist. Now, I would think that school psychologists can go through the process of getting the education, the proper certification to be a school psychologist can go through the process of getting the proper education and the proper and the necessary certifications or even licenses in order to become a therapist and do both, I guess. But Umar's never done that. Yeah, now you see how I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt, even when Umar says that. I know that Umar's not a therapist. He's never been licensed as a therapist. He hasn't done any continuing education as to be a therapist. He's no certifications as a therapist, but he claims to be a therapist. Well, in point of fact, what he functioned as was a school psychologist, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. But Umar, like Sauron, has to misrepresent himself so that he can seem as if he's big. He's big and bad. He's accomplished all these things. But here we have someone who's a psychologist pretending to be a therapist and saying that the psychology doesn't work on these thugs on the corner. Y'all can go and look it up yourself too, by the way. Okay. The school social worker will do the therapy skill building, not the school psychologist. Yeah. And Umar, that's what he studied to become a school psychologist. It's called a PsyD, with which, well, I don't want to get deeper into this, but he's supposed to have been educated with to specialize in law associated with the school environment. I should say it that way because it's not specifically. I can't simply say what he calls or what is called. What is it? I can't remember it right now. Special education. There's special education law. Okay, there's law associated with school psychology. There's law associated with children being in school. Okay, as a PsyD, that was supposed to be his focus. It was supposed to be research based, but Umar's not a researcher, which is amazing how it is that he got this PsyD in 2012. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. But you see how there's so many webs that we can fit into this. That under this notion that Umar presents himself as a therapist, as a child therapist, I've even heard him say as a family therapist, he's never functioned into any capacity, and he's never been licensed, no certifications, no education to function as such. Specifically, Umar functioned as a school psychologist, and there's a difference. But Umar has to wrap it all up into one to make himself appear to be something that he's not, just like Sauron. And that's what he's doing here, except that he's saying that psychology doesn't work.
To state that fact, really, I think on that point, I think people are just trying to like, oh, you see what he said? He's supposed to be about black people, but then he's talking about on this case, hurting black people. What do you think about that, Diggo? What do you think about this? What we talking about? Are you frozen?
No. Oh, I didn't realize you were coming to me. I think there is a lot of
shout out to Roddy.
I guess, for lack of a better word, propaganda that gets circulated through the media, and I feel like it's put there purposely to divide and conquer. I feel like sound bites and clickbait titles and just things are taken and
let me skip through to where Umar goes off. Yeah, she's not familiar enough with Umar at this stage. She may have done more research later, but it's clear to me that she hasn't researched Umar. And I don't think that if she knew as half of what I know about Umar, I don't think that she would even been comfortable being on the same platform, having Umar on that platform, to be honest with you. Now, I could be wrong about that. But let me skip through to where Umar starts raging.
It's because they love the negativity and oversimplify it that much, but they doubt what's positive going on in the
maybe right now.
In the beginning, Okay. And by the way, I never charged for a lecture until 2015. For my, I didn't start doing my own lectures till 2015. I didn't start charging others until about 2012, 2013.
What? He just contradicted himself. You see what I'm saying? That's because from 2010, when he went on to this lecture circuit, and to 2011, he wasn't popping. It wasn't until after the Hidden Colors, and it was all about money. That's what his beef comes down to with his beef with Tariq Nasheed. It came down to money. I was explaining this to my son the other day because he had brought up he kept saying something. He couldn't pronounce Tariq's name, but I said, "You talking about Tariq Nasheed?" But Umar, he was upset because he wasn't receiving the same amount of money or more money from the Hidden Colors series, and the Hidden Colors series blew Umar up. And so that's why after the Hidden Colors series, that's when Umar, it all went to his head, and he allegedly starts charging people. But I do know that he was getting paid from Sa Netter. I don't remember what year that was. Anyone know inside the chat room what year it was that they did the meeting of the minds? It was young Pharaoh, Polite, who's in jail now, and it was Umar. Anybody remember? I think it was in Harlem. What year that was? Just so we can cross-reference, because he was getting paid for that.
Okay. And the only reason why I started to charge is because it started taking me away from my school psychology career, and I had to pay the bills.
No. He had already given up his school psychology career in 2010, 2011. I have him on record stating that. He's such a liar. He lies so much, it's incredible.
So I didn't start doing my own lectures till 2015. I didn't start charging others until about 2012,
Okay, so 2010 was the meeting of the minds. You see how the Umar's timeline doesn't make sense because he got paid for that in 2010. Let me go replay this real quick. Just goes, whenever it comes to the money, Umar lies a lot.
Okay. And that brought jealousy and envy because they're like, this dude is he talking about education, economics. He got the degrees, he got the oratory, he related to Frederick. So then the hates. Now, let me say this though. Let me clarify. The first couple years, it was all love. From 2010 to 2014, 15, it was all love because I was speaking for free in the beginning. Okay. And by the way, I never charged for a lecture until 2015.
Yeah, that's not true.
So
he's lying because he did back in the day, the meeting of the minds, and he has this whole story that he tells where he goes off on Sa Netter hit the one. That was before that. He lies so much.
I didn't start doing my own lectures till 2015. I didn't start charging others until about 2012, 2013. Okay. And the only reason why I started to charge is because it started taking me away from my school psychology career, and I had to pay the bills. But when I first came out of grad school from 2000 until 2015, 15 years, I never hosted my own event or charged anybody directly. You see, but from about 12 to 15.
But he was charging people for other people's events. So Umar, cut it out.
And I started charging folks who bring me out. But from about 10 to 12, I didn't charge anybody.
He's lying. He's all over the place. What he's saying doesn't even make sense. If we wrote all this down, he contradicts himself as he's saying all this. He lies so much.
It was literally Umar for free because I was about the work, you see. So with that being said, everything was okay until I started raising money to build the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. When I started raising money and when I started putting on my own events, that's when the hate came because those who considered themselves power brokers in the conscious movement felt I had to get their permission. I had to go through them to do certain things. You understand? And they were not able to eat off me. I cut the middleman out. I don't need you to set up events for me anymore. I can do my own event. That's when the hate started. And then when I started collecting money for FDMG, the hate started because other brothers were raising money for their projects and they wasn't able to raise the money I was raising. So that coupled with cutting out the middleman, that's what brought the hate to me. It was not ideological. You understand? It was all about either the jealousy or the opportunism. None of it was really based on the work.
Okay, so I'm glad. Okay, so now we're here. Let's talk about the school, brother, because that's all that I'm getting. That's all
Here we go.
that people want to know. When people found out I'm was going to interview Dr. Umar, please ask him about the school. We need to know about the school, the school, the school.
The school,
now,
the school.
first of all, when did you first get the idea for said school? And from that time, when did you start raising money and all that, you know, and when did it all start? When was the genesis of FDMG school?
I had the idea to open a school since I was in college.
Okay.
That idea became more serious when I became an assistant principal. It became even more serious when I became a principal. It was further intensified.
When and where were you a principal and vice principal? I've yet to find any receipt that shows that to date. And if anyone has it, please send it to me. When and where was Umar a vice principal or a principal? I'm gonna tell you, I think he did function at the very least as a vice principal. I think he did. But if he did, in my opinion, it would have had to have been, based upon the timeline that I've compiled, it would have had to have been for a matter of months, a few months, not years, not a year or years. Okay, I'm still waiting for people to say, if anyone has the receipt, please share it with me. Okay, my email is LenonHonor@yahoo.com.
About being a school psychologist because they're sending me kids to be evaluated for learning disabilities and autism and ADHD and conduct disorder and emotional disturbances, and nothing's wrong with these babies. They can learn fine. The only problem is they've never been taught. So the pain and agony of fighting for our children every day, fighting their teachers, some of them black, it wasn't all white people, some of them black, fighting their parents, nothing's wrong with your child. They don't have a learning disability.
Yeah, this is a great question. This goes back to when Umar was talking about some of them need to go to sleep for good. How does he determine how does he determine who can be saved and who to eliminate? It's arbitrary. And that's part of the problem too. This is one of the reasons why that whole sequence was disturbing to me when I first saw it, because ultimately you have to have a person who has to think in their mind that they can arbitrarily decide who is to be terminated and who's not. What's the criteria? First of all, who thinks like that anyway? Well, cult leaders do. Right? People who feel as if they have all power and they have all authority to do whatever they want to, whenever they want to. They have to have a certain mentality to say that, hey, listen, there are a certain amount of people that need to be terminated in the first place. Dictators, right? Umar, he's a dictator. But then how do they determine who needs to be? This is, Barry, this is deep. Let me watch this. How do they determine who should be enslaved and who should not be enslaved? How do they determine who should be imprisoned and who should not be imprisoned? How do they determine who should be terminated and who should not be terminated? Y'all see where this goes? In Umar's mind, as a dictatorial figure, it's arbitrary. He can arbitrarily determine who is to be quote unquote saved and who is to be quote unquote terminated. But the mentality to terminate other people, in this case, 10% of black boys, that's disturbing in and of itself. And then we can go to the next step. Well, how do you determine that? Well, I don't think Umar has a system of determining. I think in his mind, it's just arbitrarily because he's all powerful. He can do whatever he wants to, however he wants to. See, even FDMG, the way that he's formulated it, it is that he can do whatever he wants to, however he wants to, with no checks or balances from the state or anything like that. That's how Umar has conceptualized that. But really, it's mimicry. In other words, that's Umar's conceptualization of FDMG is no different than how he conceptualized other human beings, including these 10% of black boys, that he can arbitrarily decide whether they live or die. Okay, obviously that's on a more extreme level, but the mentality is the same. It's still extreme to say, these boys, they're going to be, initially he was saying that they're going to be a boarding school, the girls and boys are going to be staying with him. That's what Umar said. Then he goes in the dorms. And that he doesn't want them going back home to you. Well, how do you decide that? What's the criteria? That he doesn't want them to go back home to you, meaning you black parents, because you guys are part of the problem? That's what Umar said. Y'all see the mentality that there has to be a certain type of mentality associated with someone who thinks like that. Well, then that filters into this too. How do we determine who can be saved and who should be eliminated? Well, that's Umar. It's arbitrary. It's arbitrary. That's how he thinks. All powerful. He can do whatever he wants to whoever he wants to, whenever he wants to, however he wants to. And yet people want to send their children to this guy. See, Barry, I would think that any black parent, if they heard anyone say that we need to terminate 10% of black boys, that would be enough for the black parents to recoil and say, I'm not supportive of this person, and I'm not going to send this person any money, and I'm damn not sure not going to be sending my kids to this person at this fake funky school, right? But like we were saying earlier, cognitive dissonance, it makes no sense. People still support Umar, and he still gets a pass. Again, real quick, you let any white man say half of the shit that Umar says, half of it. No. 1% of what Umar says that's disparaging towards black people, and there are white supremacists, racists, etc., Black Lives Matter and all of this. But Umar says it, and he says it overwhelmingly. Most of his rhetoric is negative and disparaging. I mean, you can't get much more negative than to say, okay, I'm going to determine which black boys we're going to terminate, which ones we're going to. You can't get much more negative than that. But somehow he gets a pass. See? That's when we get into the code aspect of all of this, because it's no rational thinking person is going to continue to defend Umar, support Umar, and uplift him as some sort of a chicken shack black leader, unless they're delusional themselves and they're caught in the sauce, and they adhere to the cult mentality that at all costs we're going to defend this guy who is racist towards black people. If he was white, he would be, but because he's black, he gets a pass. Thankful super chat, Barry. You know, it's just crazy that we would even have to consider that as how do we determine who can be saved and who to eliminate. You see, but that's when you go down the Umar Johnson history, you have to start asking these types of questions just to get a glimpse into what type of mentality Umar has in the first place. See, but that's foreign to most of us to even think like that. But it's not foreign to Umar. But in order to get into the mind of Umar, to understand why he says certain things that he says and why he can arbitrarily feel as if he can terminate whatever black people whenever he wants to, we have to pose that question. See, what does that say about Umar's mentality? See? Thank you, Barry. A psychologist says, okay, I got that one. Thank you, D-Shot. Everyone else, they're all super chats. I appreciate y'all. Okay, let's continue here with the Lord Jamar rant. He's about to start ranting. Here we go.
See, they have a lazy disability. I want y'all to hear me when I say that. Most of our children in special ed in America do not have a learning disability. They can read if they want to. They can learn how to do math if they want to. They have a lazy disability, and nobody's making them do their best. And so all of that professional pain is what drove me to finally taking the steps necessary, Sister Rod, Brother Jamar, to open up my own school. My first donation for the FDMG was taken in St. Louis, Missouri. Shout out to St. Louis, the spring of 2014.
Okay, he's specifically talking about the St. Paul's College school scam. It's still FDMG. It's under the FDMG umbrella. But Umar, he's not going to talk about all the other FDMG related scams that he was running, who he was collecting money for. Let me just look up something real quick. I want to see the date on this other video. Yeah. So research shows that in 2013, Umar was, he was talking about raising money for FDMG. And that's this video right here.
In line behind this mic. Can you see it up here right to my right?
And I'm from San Diego. I knew this guy too. He was part of this organization with Maulana Karenga. He used to try to dress like Maulana Karenga, put on the red glass shades, black shades like Maulana Karenga. And I believe he's passed away. It was over a decade ago, back in the day. But I knew this guy, and I spoke with him a couple of times. This is at the World Beach Center. He wasn't, it wasn't his venue. That's actually Makeda Dredd, and she's friends of my family. She's even closer friends with my wife's family. I want to see some. Let me see if I have the notes on this real quick. Well, actually, let me just write this down. This was at the 1 hour, 26 minutes. This is for another video I want to pull up for you guys. I believe this was when he was in Atlanta. He was in Georgia, Atlanta. And this is December 2015, but that's not what I want to get to here. Let me see if I'm pretty sure I've already taken notes on this, but let me go to World Beat. Here it is right here. Okay, let me skip through here and see if I can find when he starts to talk about August 21st. Yeah, let me skip. I'm going to skip through the 1 hour, 16 minute mark on this one. Just to see how because he was promoting the shockumentary at this time too. This is in 2013. It was supposed to premiere in 2014. He was collecting money for it. This is under the umbrella of FDMG. 2016. Here it is right here.
Negro, please. You so black and all your kids go to white private schools. Cut it out, scholar.
Yeah, the audio is a little low.
Fake people. I'm real. I live what I'm talking. But this is what I want to say. August the 21st of 2014, my 40th birthday, anniversary of the Nat Turner Revolution and the Haitian Revolution and the George Jackson martyrdom. That's my day of birth. I have a documentary coming out in the movies. It's going to be called The War Against Black Boys. That includes Latino, because y'all black too, whether you want to be or not. Okay, now listen. If anybody in here got a testimonial.
Look at this crazy lunatic. Yeah, 10 years ago.
For my documentary, your son went through something and you think the world needs to hear about this? You as a parent went through something fighting for your son? Some black men in here went through something when you was a boy in school? And you want to tell your story? I need a couple testimonials from San Diego. If you got a testimonial and you want to get interviewed for my documentary, all I need you to do is text your name, your city, and the word shockumentary to my cell phone. I'm going to give you my number right now. This is only for those of y'all who got a testimony. Now, some of y'all might be too scared to say it on camera. That's okay. We can black out your face.
Yeah. I did a documentary because he didn't lie about his. I'm working on another one. I didn't collect one dime for that first one. I didn't collect one dime for the second one either. But I'm going to get it done. Here we go.
Okay? If you're too scared of the backlash, because I don't know what's going on. I got a lot of Army people down here. Everywhere I go, ain't nothing but the damn Marine Corps. I don't know where I'm at, okay?
His daddy was a Marine.
So I understand some of y'all can't, you feel me? That's okay. We can tape you, we can electronic your voice, we can black you out. I need your damn story, okay? My phone number, 215-989.
This is 12.
9858.
This is almost 12 years ago.
989-9858. That is my cell. You're going to text your name. So if it was me, I'll put Umar, Philadelphia, shockumentary. That's all I need. And you will hear from me or one of my representatives to schedule the interview when I come out to do the interviews for the documentary. The documentary is going to be a bad one. We're going to tell the truth. And then hopefully, August the 21st of 2015, 2 years, my school will open. The Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Africanization Academy. We're going to have an Aviation Academy. We're going to teach your sons and your daughters how to fly airplanes. They'll be able to get their junior pilot's license by the time they graduate. We're going to teach them how to cut air. We're going to teach them how to build computers. We're going to teach them how to produce documentary films. We're going to teach them how to fix cars. So if they decide not to go to college, they ain't got to, because they already got too many skills that they can go to work on right now. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what he
and I'm
said.
going to go on a national fundraising tour. I'm getting the paperwork ready now. It looks like by New Year's Day, I'll be ready to put up my website for the school and tell you, show me the damn money. And you better give me some money, because I'm going to talk about San Diego if I don't get no damn money.
See, this is in 2013. Remember in 2010, Umar said that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. This video is 3 days after the school was supposed to open. Y'all mean to tell me he hadn't collected any money when he's been talking about it going all the way back to at least 2009 at different speaking engagements, and he's talking about it? You don't think someone didn't come up and give him, say, this is for the school that you said is going to open in September of 2013? See, when Umar says, I collected my first donation in the spring of 2014. What he's talking about is for the St. Paul's College. These mass manipulators, they use semantics. Instead of saying I collected my first donation for the St. Paul's College, he said I collected my first donation for FDMG. No, he's had, not only was he collecting money for FDMG, the idea of opening up a school that he conceptualized in 2004, that he said was in 2010, he said was going to open in 2013. He was also collecting money for other FDMG affiliated projects that never came into fruition, just like the documentary didn't come into fruition. He's a con man. He's a scam artist.
Shout out to St. Louis.
Y'all be seeing stuff saying he's been raising money for 10 years. That's a damn lie. The first donation.
Well, listen, Umar, at this point, you've been raising money based upon your lying ass. You've been raising money for 11 years now. Okay.
Was spring of 14, St. Louis, Missouri. There was brothers and sisters there. It was a jam-packed house. Okay. And we raised that money to pay the attorney to enter a bid in order to try and purchase the St. Paul's College.
He never put in a bid for the St. Paul's College. Shout out to Black Anonymous. He's such a liar.
In Lawrenceville, Virginia, which was a former HBCU built by a close friend of Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver. That was our original goal. Raise $2 million real quick and get the HBCU.
He wanted to raise $2 million. I think the starting bid was 1.5. That's what you start with, if memory serves me correctly. But he wanted to raise $2 million within a matter of 2 months.
Unsuccessful.
And this was 6 years ago, you said, yes?
That was the spring of 2014.
Okay.
And St. Paul's was sold about 2 or 3 years later to the Chinese. And that is an insult to our ancestors. We let the Chinese.
See how Umar's getting steadily more agitated? Because he's bringing up the school.
He's buying HBCU with all these black millionaires. That's an insult.
Yeah.
Oh, the Chinese and the Japanese come in and they fucking buy up all kind of shit. Like I remember when the
that's what he was attempting to do. He was trying to do what Tariq was doing with the Hidden Colors, but Umar doesn't have organization skills. He doesn't know how to manage money properly. He doesn't know how to bring people together. He doesn't know how to stay focused long enough. All right, whatever people may think about Tariq Nasheed, that's your business. He's not my cup of tea. I never watched his videos. I never even watched the full Hidden Colors. It's just not my cup of tea. Even going back to the older Tariq Nasheed stuff. But Umar was trying to copy what Tariq Nasheed was doing because he saw how much money Tariq Nasheed was doing. Very successful with the Hidden Colors series. But Umar couldn't pull it off, but he was collecting money for it all the way up until it was supposed to premiere in 2014. He was collecting money all the way up and through 2023, and it still hasn't premiered. He's a con man.
The hot records to sample and shit from hip hop.
Yeah,
they came from Japan. Now I'm being told that they're because I'm also going to share a story with you as well.
Yes,
but people feel like the time that 6 years is just a very long time to be raising money. You know what I mean? And to finally get the building that you ended up getting that are in disrepair and all of that. And I think it's the transparency that people are looking for. A lot of people are looking for you to be more transparent. And when they don't see this transparency, it makes them feel, skeptical.
Okay. Let me speak to some of that.
Yes, please.
Okay. Number one, I'm transparent with my donors.
That's not true.
I'm transparent.
Now I'm being told that they're people say when your actual donors will ask certain things, they said
that is
you
not
will
true.
sometimes block them and.
No, he does. There's people inside the chat room now that used to be Umar Johnson followers, and they used to send Umar money. And when they ask him how much money he's raised or when the school opened, he'll block them. See, Umar doesn't know who's donated to him because he doesn't keep proper records and track of things. He had a little notebook, paper notebook, and he said, we're going to convert this to digital. Well, that should have been done from the beginning. He doesn't know how much money he's received. And it's over 2.6, 2.7. I can tell you all that just based upon the IRS filings, and then in Umar's own words, and then online records from GoFundMe and what he stated about PayPal. 2.6. We're not even talking about PO Box and CashApp. You put everything together, and it's got to be at least 2.6, 2.7 million. In point of fact, I want to play this for y'all. Look, check this out right here. Well, Umar, in terms of the amount of money that this guy has raised over the years.
Malcolm was assassinated. We will take them to Malcolm's grave, Dr. Yusuf Yakin's grave, yes. Paul Robeson's grave, yes. And Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad's grave. Yes. We will also take them to the Great Blacks and Wax Museum in Baltimore, Maryland. We will also take them to Coppin State, Bowie State.
And this is 2013, September 14th.
Morgan State University.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. I'm sorry. I pulled up the wrong. I already took did I take the video down? Let me just see real quick. Let me see. Hold on 1 second.
I can't respond in text.
Oh, no, that's not it. Hold on.
The Frederick Douglass House, the new Civil Rights Museum that they're building in DC as well. They will also go to the Nat Turner Trail. For those of you who don't know, Nat Turner led the bloodiest slave revolt in American history. August the 21st of 1831 or 1832. Your son will relive that trail, relive that experience. It's very important. Some of the homes where the war took place still stand. A donation to GoFundMe.com, please make that donation. Make that donation, brothers and sisters. Get us that school. $500,000 in a year. I'm thankful. I'm humbled. I'm proud.
You see what he said? $500,000 in 1 year. This video is from 2015. If Umar is collecting $500,000 in 1 year, how much do y'all think he's collected over the last 11? Now, to be fair, would we expect him to still be collecting $500,000? $500,000 in a year in 2025? No. In 2024? No. 2023? No. 2022? No. 2021? No. 2020? Maybe. 2019? Maybe. Right. But the point is that if he collects $500,000 in 1 year, how much y'all think he's collected? Even if you have less people donating over time because they realize he's a fraudster, how much money do you think he's collected in 2025 over the last 11 years? And yet in 2025, Umar is still saying that he hasn't raised $1 million. He's a con man. If you just take the $500,000 that Umar says that he had raised in 1 year, which would put him in 2015, and then look at all the IRS filings when he actually filed with the IRS for tax exempt status, and look at how much money he raised, it's over $500,000 after 2015. He's a con man. This makes sense to people hit the one. Because I can actually go and pull up the receipts that on the IRS website for his tax exempt status. He had tax exempt status. He didn't have it in 2014. That's why he says it in the video. I need to get my tax exempt status set up. He says that in 2013. He doesn't get it until 2015. But then it gets revoked in 2017 because he's not filing proper paperwork with the IRS. And then he doesn't get it again until 2020. But if you go and look at when he actually filed, when he actually had tax exempt status, and you add up how much he raised, what he had said to the IRS, it's going to be about $500,000. That'll put him over $1 million. That's just for the years that he actually filed with the IRS to let them know, with the tax exempt status with the IRS, to let them know how much money he raised. We're not even talking about all the money he raised when he wasn't letting them know how much money he raised. You see what I'm saying? He's a con man. He's a con artist. Please don't send. Well, I'm not. I never send you no money. I ain't gonna never send no money. There's no way. See, even the idea of opening up a school for Black boys for someone like Umar, I wouldn't support. I've sent money to Q Butter, and I don't want to. Anyway, there's no way, me knowing who Umar is, how Umar thinks, how he behaves. I know what at least some of his addictions happen to be. He's delusional. He's narcissistic. He's a sociopath, in my opinion. Okay, that's a little bit more extreme, on the more extreme end, but bare minimum, he's narcissistic. He has narcissistic personality traits, delusions of grandeur. Okay, he blames everyone all the time. He never takes personal accountability for anything. He's a pathological liar. You put all this up and everything, put all this together, and everything else that I know about Umar, there's no way that I would send money to this guy for anything. It's not going to happen. Well, I can't say anything. If Umar decided to get his life turned around, and he did crowdfunding in order to assist him, and he legitimately got his life turned around and was working towards, I would send him money. I sure would. I sure would. But today, ESB, no, it's not going to happen. Thanks, ESB, for the super chat. All right. Let me see here. Did I get to, there was something else I want to show y'all. Hold on one second.
Y'all gave me that, but you just spent $3 billion on Christmas.
Yeah, he always does this. But anyway, I just want to make the point. In a year, it's actually a little bit over a year, but let's just go with what Umar says. To be fair, he really should be saying a year and a half, $500,000. Let's say, just to be fair, with Umar, if he raises $500,000 in a year and a half, how much money y'all think he's raised over the last 11 years? Okay, it would definitely be more than $1 million. But he's still telling people that he hasn't even raised $1 million yet, even though I have him in 2016, the end of 2016, saying that he had raised $1 million, which is consistent with what he's saying here. And you just project over the course until you get to the end of 2016. Again, this video right here is December of 2015. He started collecting, and he's specifically talking about for the St. Paul's College. That would be spring, January, February, March, April, May. Let's just say June, getting into summer, but let's just say June, just so we can make the math easier. So it's 6 months. So for 6 months, roughly a year and a half, Umar raises $500,000. Okay, that gets us in. We're in 2000 at the end of 2015. Well, by the end of 2016, Umar says that he has $1 million. Well, that's consistent with a year and a half. He raises $500,000. Well, could he have raised another $500,000 over the next 10 months? Yeah, it's possible. The next 11 months, absolutely. Okay, and again, this is Umar in his heyday, not these days, but back in the day. All right. Okay, thanks, ESB. I just want to share that receipt. $500,000. He says a year, but it's closer to about a year and 5 months. See how I'm fair? Okay. Anyway, let's get back to this video. Here we go.
Those are not donors. Those are haters. My donors have direct access to me. I talk to them. I know who they are. Most of them are repeat donors. My donors range everywhere from Black professionals. I have lawyers. I have engineers. I have business owners, all the way down to the retired great-grandmom who's sending me $10 a month because she want to see this plan come to fruition. Haters don't donate. Donors don't hate. So my accountability is only to those who donate. I want to be very clear about that. It's only to those who donate. So people who ask random questions, they'll never get answers because you don't support this. Now, with that being said, let me also say this. The other question that you ask, which is often asked, is 6 years, he don't have the school yet. I'm not to blame for that. The community is to blame for that. I cannot manifest the school out of thin air. Schools cost money. They're not houses. They're commercial property. But because we're not used to building things exclusively with Black dollars, we don't understand how long it takes to get that done. I'm not a charter school. I'm not a public school. My school isn't going to subsist on white handouts and government funding. My school is grassroots Pan African Academy. So it'll take as long as it takes until we raise the money to achieve the goal. It is that simple. Why the school ain't up yet? Because we're not raising enough money.
So he has to blame everyone else. So the initial bid was $2.5 million. I guess that's why Umar was saying he needed $2 million. Initially, he said $1 million. Then he went to 2, then he went to 2.5, he went to 4, then he went to 5.
But guess who don't have to ask those questions? The owner of Quaker Grits.
Here
because
you go.
Negroes give them $11 million a year. Guess who don't have to ask that question? Nike and Air Jordan. Because Negroes give them $4 billion, $2 billion a year. Malt liquor, $4 billion a year. weed, permanent beauty products, $30 billion a year. Fast food, $1 billion a year. They don't have to ask the Europeans and the Jews and the Chinese and the Arabs. They don't have to ask how long it's going to take them to get that Negro money. We give it freely. But when one of our own steps up with the track record, the experience, the credentials, and the resume to do something like build a school to save Black boys with the hell that Black boys are catching in this country, we don't support him because, number one, we don't want him to get the credit. Number two, we don't want the responsibility of doing for self. And number three, you understand, we want to find an excuse to keep on depending on white folks. So that's really the answer to that. But I want to answer your other piece. You said, what you do with the leftover money? When you open up the interview tonight, I dropped the donation information. I said, get on your Cash App, $ FDMG School. I said, get on your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. I said, mail in your checks or money orders, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. I also said, if you remember, I said, we are running short on the repair money. We don't have it all. We have most of it, but we don't have it all to cover the repairs of the Garvey building. So to me, it is a very common sense question. Something that I don't even think needs to be asked. For somebody to say, what are you doing with the leftover money? We're paying for security so people don't vandalize the property. Like,
in 2013, I don't have a receipt that shows that he collected that amount of money in 2013. If you have it, you can always email it to me, LenonHonor.com. What I do know, Ray, is that Umar, he has collected bare minimum $2 million, but my best estimate is closer to 2.6, 2.7. But even if we took a look at Umar raising $500,000 over the course of a year and a half, so let's say we're going to multiply that by 2. So we're going to multiply a year and a half by 2. That gets us 3 years. So therefore, we're going to multiply $500,000 by 2 years. That gets us to 1 million. So now what we can say is that over the course of 3 years, Umar raises $1 million. Okay, we're doing a trajectory at least at that time, over 3 years. Okay, Umar's been collecting money specifically for the St. Paul's school scam for 11 years now. Okay, let's just bump that down to 10. Okay, if it's $1 million for 3, in order to get to 10, we're going to have to multiply $1 million by 3, which is really multiplying 3 years by 3 to get us to 9 years. That gets us up to $3 million. And then what we can throw in there is another, what would this be? This would be another roughly $250,000. So it's conceivable that if Umar stayed on that trajectory over time, over the course of a decade, that he would have raised $3.2 million, $3,250,000 at this point. Not even at this point, up until last year. Okay, I say 2.6, 2.7, and that's being gracious. I mean, this guy could be at $3.5 million. He could be at $4 million. It's possible. Okay, but I don't think so. There's people who speculate. They say their best estimate, based upon my research, I'm thinking $2.6, $2.7 million, and that's $7 million, and that's a lowball figure in my opinion. That's just me giving Umar some grace. But Ray, the thing is that in 2025, Umar is telling people, and he's told people that he hasn't even reached $1 million. He's a con man. And then here in Lord Jamar interview, he's saying how he has transparency with his donors. They don't know how much money he's raised. Umar don't even know how much money he's raised. P.O. Box, Cash App, PayPal, GoFundMe, checks and money orders, cash. People give him cash at speaking engagements for a school that does not exist. He's a con man. No, it's crazy. It's just nuts. Mr. Thundercloud says Nike isn't going around saying they'll save Black boys. Also, the truth doesn't mind answering basic questions without getting butthurt and or deflecting. But that's what Umar does, right? The other thing, though, is it's a false equivalency. That's like when I can't remember the person's name who called in. I don't know if he's a Umar Johnson or he or she was Umar Johnson, the defender, but I thoroughly dismantled their argumentation because it's really a form of deflecting. Y'all remember this? I think this was last week. Whenever people start deflecting, you've already won the debate. You just have to call out the deflection because, in other words, they can't deal with you intellectually. And the truth is they don't want to deal with you intellectually point by point because they know that they're not going to be able to win. See, I have all the receipts. I've done the research. I know more about Umar Johnson, and I'm not being arrogant, but I know more about Umar Johnson than any Umar Johnson follower. Not even, and they're not even close. No disrespect. You're not even close. See? A lot of you can't tell me about St. Paul's College. You can't tell me about where Umar was raised. You can't tell, and I'm not talking about North Philadelphia. You can't tell me what schools he went to. Preschool, middle school, junior high, high school. A lot of y'all can't tell me when he got his degrees. Some of y'all still say he has 6 degrees. He don't have 6 degrees. He has 5, which is fine. But he lied to y'all about that. A lot of y'all think that he still has certification. He holds no current certifications in 2025. A lot of y'all think he don't. Some of y'all don't even know he got baby mamas. And then some of y'all say he has 2. No, he has 3 baby mamas. At least. What's his daddy's real name? You can't tell me. His government name, as it were. What's Umar's full government name? Y'all can't tell me. You Umar Johnson followers. Most y'all can't. See, when you do the research and you analyze the data, as it were, and you do it long enough, can't nobody, because it's either you know the facts or you don't. And when it comes to Umar, people can't even ask him basic questions without him going crazy. And the reason why is because there are some basic questions that are indicators as to whether or not the questionnaire is knowledgeable about Umar. And he doesn't want people who have the information about him to pose legitimate questions. And so what does he do? He deflects. That's precisely what his followers, I don't know if it's a follower, but the person did last week. They can't deal with me point by point. See? Anything I say, I can back up with a receipt. There's people who say, well, he hasn't collected enough money. Well, how much money has he collected? I don't know. But then how can you say he hasn't collected enough money? And yet I can give you a more precise, I can give you an actual figure that's probably a lowball figure of $2.7 million. Okay, I'm not saying this to be arrogant. I just want to make a point here. That this issue of deflecting and getting all into your feelings and all this kind of stuff, that has nothing to do with intellectualism. And Umar does the same thing when he's questioned on basic questions that really should be public record anyway. He has a nonprofit. If you have a nonprofit, all this should be public record anyway. How much money you raise should be itemized for people to see year by year. And it should be on a website for people. Where's Umar's website that shows all this information as a nonprofit? Y'all know that about a nonprofit? But people like me, we have to do the research to share with you Umar Johnson followers, so at least you can kind of get a smidgen of what's really going on here instead of deflecting. See? But that's what Umar does. That's what his follower did last week. But listen, I don't even know if they're followers. I don't want to misrepresent things. No disrespect. Okay. But when you have to deflect, the other thing someone brought up too, see Umar, he'll say, well, you guys don't ask Nike when you send them to you buy shit. Well, that's different. That's transactional. People put down however much, let's say $100 for some Nike shoes, they get Nike shoes. When they go to McDonald's, they put in $20 for the Big Mac and the fry, however, whatever else, that's what they're gonna get. And it's boom, they get what they paid for right off of the bat. Umar has been collecting money for a school that does not exist since at least bare minimum 2014, but other FDMG related scams, including a documentary and other FDMG related scams going all the way back to at least 2009, and has nothing to show for it. You people who donated, did you get your Big Mac? Did you get your fries? Did you get your pina colada hot fudge? Let me stop. Did you get them Nike shoes? No, you didn't get your Nike shoes. There's a false equivalency. But that's what Umar does. And that's why he's getting all into his feelings right now. It's a basic question, but all this should be public record in the first place. The money. And you hear Umar Johnson followers, they parrot that same rhetoric. It's a form of deflection. It's intellectually disingenuous. And y'all need to do better. Did you get your grits? Let me stop. A lot of people forget about Umar was asking Mr. Thundercloud this time. Umar he want that grit money. He said, I want that grit money because Christmas. He said, I want the Christmas gift money. For what? Not one black boy has been educated. It's crazy. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Thundercloud. Okay. Let's get back to Umar. He about to start going nuts. Watch this.
They've already done. You understand? We have to pay for repairs. We have to pay taxes, upkeep, things of that nature. That's what we're doing with.
See, the only reason why he had to pay taxes is because he didn't have his paperwork in order. He wasted over 120, I believe it was about 120, let's say $110,000 on property tax that accumulated because he didn't have tax exempt status when he purchased these abandoned buildings. And he had it in 2015, I believe. It was revoked in 2017. He purchased these, he's still raising money. So that's why he has tax liens, massive tax liens during this time period, because it's all personal income. That's what he did with y'all's money. That's money that's being taxed. In fact, that's more money wasted. Got to throw that in there. That was probably close to $60,000 altogether. That's more money that's wasted, other people's money that donated. But because Umar didn't have tax exempt status during 2018 and 19 and part of 2020, all that money is considered to be personal income. So the money that people are sending to him is being taxed. And that's money that's also being wasted. That's just money that is going to the quote unquote white man, the IRS. Boy, it's nuts. He done wasted about $1 million of y'all's money and then he tricked off the rest. He wasted about $1 million on this FDMG school scam and tricked off the rest of the money. Where the money at? Anyway.
The extra money, the electric system has to be repaired. The plumbing system has to be repaired.
Okay,
we just
yeah, I'm
paid
trying to stay
for
on
the
top of
roofs to be repaired. The carpentry has to be redone. You understand? We have to do the fire alarm system, the sprinkler system. We have to pay for the building permits. There's a lot of expenses. We have to pay for the grass to be cut. That's not cheap. We have to pay for the grounds to be monitored. There's a lot of cost that goes into maintaining 2 schools, not 1, 2.
There are 3 abandoned buildings.
And for me, I'm happy. Because we were only looking to get 1 school, brother and sister. We ended up with 2. And to all those coons and trolls who say the buildings are trash, do you realize the 4 buildings we got are state-of-the-art modern schools? They are not old schools like the ones we went to. They are modern. That campus was renovated at a cost of $13 million in 2011, 9 years ago. And the only reason why we have to renovate is because the building was not secured by the previous owner, which allowed people to get in and do what? Strip the electric system.
I was about to say, steal the copper.
System, strip the HVAC system. Whenever you and Rod Digger ready, only you 2 and your other brother, Godfrey, y'all can drive on down and I will give you a tour. And when you walk through them schools, you tell me if those buildings is trash. First of all,
all right, let's go and look real quick. Here's from 2019 because I like to go with the receipts. Here we go.
I can't respond in text. Wow, look at that.
Why the electrician said.
So for the idiots
Does this look like state of the art to you?
that be talking about turn the electric on, Doc, whatever.
Look at this.
That's why, they don't know what they're talking about. I can't stand when people do that.
You can see you can stop. Don't make me pull up the other one.
See this?
Real quick, Ray, following revenue 2023, $204,000, all from contributions. 2022, he put 0. That's Umar. 2021, he put 0, even though we know he was collecting money in 2021 and 20. He's a con man. 2020 revenue, $116,000. And this is from his second EIN, the tax exempt status. He had one previously that got shut down because he wasn't filing proper paperwork. That's what we speculate. It is speculation. That's because he could have been shut down for other reasons. But he had another tax exempt status, another EIN number that was set up in 2015, and that went from 2015 to 2017. Yeah, he's a con man, straight up.
Man, so they just ripped it out. Wow.
Oh, y'all, okay.
You see that? It was coming into the roof.
Look at that.
By any means necessary.
Are
you going to keep all the furniture?
Yeah. Keep whatever you can, yeah.
That's money.
And this HVAC system, I mean, is this...
That's when the HVAC is largely in place from what they put on the wall.
That's a good thing.
That's a lie, too. That's such a lie. I have drone footage of the HVAC systems on the roof, and they're all gutted at that time. This guy lies so much, it's incredible. And I have so many other examples of him giving tours, like early tours of these abandoned buildings, and it's just it's horrible up in there. But he got on the Lord Jamar show and lied and said that these buildings were in great shape. He said that what did he say? They're modern. No, these schools aren't modern. They were in dilapidated state. Then they're in dilapidated state now. What's this right here? Hold on one second. Let me just see.
Let me know what y'all. One by one, you know, quick little testimony.
Oh yeah, he had these people. There go Big Ann.
Women's conference, black men.
This is 2019, June 8th.
Yeah, we're gonna build.
What happens is that we cross train them, it's off the grid, and we can train them. Many houses, boot camps, organic gardening, we have all in place already.
Georgia.
And in South Carolina.
Oh man, we're gonna have to build on that.
30 acres of organic farm, certified organic farm already. We got 200.
Got us.
Y'all see that white guy back there? Anyway, holding the door.
Say again. Okay. I got you. Okay. I got you.
So because you open next year, you moving your trip up, the dates up?
You see how she's holding her nose?
What you mean moving them up? Moving them back? Moving them back? Yeah. Why you holding your nose? Because of what?
The smell.
What it smell like?
They said it smells that wet smell. It's mildew. There's mold and mildew up in there. These are state of the art. Again, a massive hole. Okay, and it's been exposed for years. The schools were, excuse me, they were well, they're still vacant, but they were left to sit there for about 5 or 6 years, if memory serves me correctly, from the new J. Moyer Academy, with the massive hole in the roof. What do y'all expect?
It smells like a building's been shut up. That's all.
It's water damage.
This is quite a campus, though. This is really.
Yeah, we can do everything here. There's nothing we can't do. That Black Women's Conference, Black Man's Conference, Ex-Offender Conference. Even these hallways ain't small. But the ones across the street, and you see what they did to my bathrooms, y'all. I guess bathrooms keep the most copper. I don't know.
See that? He said it's a state of the art. Yeah, the doors are all screwed up too.
This is the Marcus Garvey building. The smaller of the two.
Yeah.
Some of the classrooms ain't even been touched. You look at this one. This is the Marcus Garvey building.
What does it smell like? Yeah,
This is Marcus Garvey. The one across the street is Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass is older. You know, he's the forerunner, so he get the big one. Plus, he's the blood relative.
Crazy. Blood relative.
This is gonna be in red, black, and yellow.
RBG, baby, we going hard.
All right.
We going hard.
For sure.
The grand opening, boy, that's going to be the killer dealer there. Yeah. We you know, that's why we raising
that'll
these
be mine.
funds.
You going for next year, August?
Next year, August of 2020. Centennial of the red, black, and green
thank you,
flag.
Tani Coco. Tani Coco. Y'all hit that like button if you're enjoying the show.
So we're going to start with this building. My plan is to have this building rehabbed by October 1st.
Yeah,
Before it gets cold, I want this done so I can start doing my open houses,
October 1st of 2019.
Conferences, workshops.
So you plan to keep the carpets in the room?
I'm gonna talk that over with the carpentry because I don't know how much water damage. They also stole and sold a lot of my lockers. A lot of the lockers, they stepped off with them.
Watch our step.
Watch your step a little bit. This is another classroom that ain't.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi cut out. Hold on 1 second.
Airport, I mean, less than 20 seconds, Jim. You got your big one across.
Anyway, so Umar was saying how these are state-of-the-art buildings, right? Okay, it's stinking there, massive hole, water damage. He actually says water damage. Yeah, and they're touring the building with flashlights. This video is from June of 2019. Remember, in February of 2019, Umar was saying how he was going to get the lights turned on Monday. Right? He knew how bad situation was in there. He lied about that in February of 2019. And he knew in advance how bad, because he does the walkthrough video when he got on the penguin suit. Y'all remember that? That's this video right here. I got all the receipts. Look. See, he had already been up in here. This was probably, and it's in the fall. This is in the fall of 2018. And he's talking as if he already purchased the buildings, but he hadn't until February 2019. But that's besides the point. Well, he lied there, though, too. But the point is that he knew what the interior looked like, and he knew what the interior looked like years before this, too, because he did a tour of these buildings. I believe it was in 2017, if memory serves me correctly. Okay. All right, let's get back to the
buildings are in excellent shape. Excellent shape. We just got an offer for one of the buildings over more than $1 million. That sound like trash to you?
Okay, here's where I share a little story, brother.
Umar about to go crazy.
Umar. So it just so happens that my wife's family has a lot of educators in it. Her sister is a principal of a school right now. Her mother was a teacher, and her father was and is a principal, who actually ended up making his own school in East New York, Brooklyn. It's called the Trey Whitfield School. You can look it up.
Yes, nice. Shout out to the Trey.
So he's been doing this since like 1983. And how he started was, he started small. He started with 3 portable trailers that were behind like a church. Nobody was doing anything with them.
Yeah, he about to really go crazy
to the church, because he was a principal like you, and he said, guess he got the same inspiration to start his own thing. So he talked to the people at the church. He ended up negotiating some sort of rent where he had to pay $500 a month per trailer. And he had like 280 kids. Now, he didn't have a lot of money. He didn't have a lot of donations and stuff like that. So what did he do? He said, like a lot of schools and stuff, they would just throw out old desks and books and stuff like that. He'd go around to different schools and get desks. He'd go to the Board of Education and they'd give him stuff that they were getting rid of, you know what I mean, that they didn't want, books, whatever, all kind of different supplies. So he was using his resources. He did this till about the year 2000, where he then sees like a 4-story big ass building, something pretty comparable to what you're talking about. Actually, it might be bigger than, it might be like those buildings combined, the ones that you bought. But this is in Brooklyn in East New York, like right off Atlantic Avenue. So anyway, he gets to this building. He said he didn't have $1 for the building, but he goes to the man. He's like, I want to get this building for a school. And the guy's like, he tells him whatever the price was. And he was like, listen, I ain't got no money. But what I do have is I got a friend who's, he's like the president of a bank or something like that. And he'll give me a loan, to renovate the place and all that. And if I miss any payments or something like that, then y'all will just have a free building renovated. You can take the building back and you'll get the shit renovated for free. So he ended up getting in there. And that was in the year 2000. When the year 2020, and this school now has gone on. It's a black school. They don't take no government grants or nothing like that. He does fundraisers and all this. He knows some people in the sports industry and all. Because he used to play football back in the days.
What's the name of the school?
It's called the Trey Whitfield School. Now. I talked to him. He's willing to sit down with you and give you any tips or anything like that of how he did it. You know what I mean, and how he continues to do it.
Yeah,
because this man, and he's been on CNBC, all kinds.
See, Umar, he says that people are jealous of him, but he's a very jealous individual. He's always been like, that's why he always attacking successful black men, celebrities,
kind of other stuff like that. But the thing is, you know, he doesn't even have the type of notoriety that you have. You know what I mean? And yeah, and this man was able to make it happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like this man was able to just put his thing, you know, into fruition, use his resources. So maybe we're feeling like, yo, you know, money is the answer for everything. But sometimes it's our resources. How about, yo, you know, could you donate your time or something to help, instead of the money to fix something? How about y'all come in and donate your time to help build up the school or something like that? You see, it's not always about money. It's about the people that you know. It's about a lot of different things. You know, for $700,000, I feel like maybe we could have got a piece of land and just built from the
it should have been 400,000
ground up, and it could have been turned out cheaper. I don't know. We have to look into a lot of things, and this is a big undertaking that I feel like, you know, you might need some help with it, brother. What do you think?
Well, a couple things. I want to deal with your assumption that I might need some help.
Okay.
Most of my friends are educators. Most of my elders are educators and psychologists. That is my field. So it's kind of interesting when someone who's an expert in something, and I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking to the detractors who say I can help him with that. This is
I think they're talking about the real estate part of it. Not you're an educator, but not a real estate guy. You see,
but we already have the real estate, so that's not even an issue.
Right, but did we choose the right real estate? Did we take the money and do the best fiduciary thing with the money?
Brother, I just told you that the schools that we got was a $13 million project 9 years ago in excellent shape. We got
$13 million project 9 years ago, but you purchased them for only $400,000 in 2019. All right. Now, it doesn't sound like a sound investment. The depreciation is massive.
Got a steal for that campus. It was a steal. It was the best thing I could have possibly got. I have no regrets.
Okay.
See, that's when we start feeding into the lies. That's why you got to come see the school, my brother.
Absolutely.
And see
I'd
it
love
for
to
yourself. Because you have people telling you that the school ain't in good shape. The school is in excellent shape.
I already showed it. And again, I can show what shape it was in 2021, 2020, 2022, 2023. It's still, anyway, he get mad. Look at it. Look at his eyes.
Which is why we're getting offers for it now. It's in excellent shape, brother. The classrooms don't even have to be touched. We just have to fix the electrical system, the HVAC system, and the plumbing system. So I don't need help with the real estate. We were blessed with that campus. You understand? And as far as your brother's school, I support him.
That's my father-in-law. My father-in-law.
I just looked at the website.
Mm-hmm.
Kudos to that brother.
Yes, sir.
But what I'm doing ain't that. I want to be absolutely clear. The Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy will be America's first school based off the principles of Pan African nationalism and international economics. That's not what I'm doing, brother. I have a totally different concept from him. You understand? So if
the concept could be different, but the implementation of how
I don't need his help implementing, brother, because I'm a certified school psychologist and a certified school principal who's experienced, who got a whole cadre of educators. So y'all keep making these things. He needs to talk. No, I don't. Y'all don't know who I got.
But then why is somebody, you have all these credentials, then why is this man who we don't know was able to put his school together in a few months and it's taking you 6 years, brother?
6 years is nothing for a school. I can show you 10 charter schools where the money is coming from the state and it took them almost a decade to get open, brother. You don't open up a school in a year or two. I don't know your brother's story and I don't care to know it. I don't care to know it.
Why not though? If it could be helpful to you, why wouldn't you care to know it if it could be helpful to you?
Brother, I have friends who own schools.
See this guy? He goes from 0 to 100 so quickly. Lord Jamar was trying to help him out actually, but Umar, like someone said, Umar's arrogance and narcissism and delusional thinking.
Do you understand that? I have friends who own schools. So if I need to talk to someone who owns a school, I already got that. I got what I need. The only thing missing from my equation is enough funds to complete the task.
That's what I want, Bree. I want me some popcorn. I'm serious too. These are so many memories. Y'all like this? Y'all wanted to continue with this series because every once in a while we can come up on here and just watch old Umar going crazy videos. I just had to give me some popcorn though. Yeah, that's Umar. He's boy loud and proud. Yeah, he really does. He has a very what do they call it? A bad temper. He just goes nuts. Yeah, he be lying so much, it's ridiculous. Just loud and proud. How's it going to see him, LaCour and Harold? Yeah, he can't. He's emotionally unstable, and it's so unnecessary. Like, is there anything that Lord Jamar has said here that would necessitate Umar going off like this? No. See, but he's so much in his feelings, and he the nostrils start flaring, and Umar, he goes crazy. Oh, you got a popcorn? Yeah, we used to have a popcorn maker. I need to get me one. I'm so frugal. I need to get me some more clippers too. My clippers I've had them for too long. They don't cut like they used to, but I don't, I got too many kids. That's what I always tell myself. I said, you need to get some new clippers. Yeah, I got too many kids. They're mine. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. How's this guy? He's completely unhinged, and he does this. But there's so many other examples of him doing this. If y'all want me to pull up some more a little bit later, we can. I got time today. It's a holiday. Watch, he's gonna go crazy. This is just the beginning. He's just starting to ramp up right here.
That's it. That's it. The school is not open yet because I don't have enough funds to do it that way. I'm not going to no bank.
He should have had enough funds, but he tricked off all that money.
Maybe maybe we need fundraising, different fundraising methods. Maybe the people that we go to.
We have that in place, but what I want you to understand, it takes time to build institutions. I ain't got no problem with where we are. I'm loving where we at. We got our plans done by the engineer. We got our electrician chosen. I'm meeting with my HVAC this weekend. I got my plumber on standby. Roofer did his job. Carpenter lined up. We doing what we need to do on the time frame we doing it in. I don't need no help outside of the team I got, which is filled with experts from the East Coast to the West Coast, brother.
He has no team.
Okay, brother. I mean, these are definitely the answers that people want to know. They want to.
I'm not interested in people. I'm interested in donors, brother.
Yeah, but in order for you to get donors, though, you're gonna have to satisfy these.
See, that's it right there. That's really what all this comes down to at the end of the day. See, when Umar says, "I'm not worried about the people," he's worried about the donors. The donors, they're money. So he's money. He's not worried about the people. He's worried about the money. This makes sense? Trying to get these to work again.
Yes, brother. And how are you going to get donors if you don't if
I disagree with you?
Listen, if I'm considering to be a donor, but I have certain questions that I want answered, I feel like that's legitimate.
Can I tell you why that's bullshit?
Why?
Can I?
Go ahead, please.
Respectfully? You've been raising money for 6.5 years, brother. If you ain't donut up by now, you ain't donating, and your question don't matter.
No. You can't assume that in the 6 years everybody knows what you're doing.
Wait, hang on. Hang on. Let me interject here.
Yeah, listen, donors are money. So he doesn't see people as people. He sees people as resources. In this case, his donors are a financial resource, nothing more. That's why he only cares about the donors, but not the donors as people, because he don't care about the people. He cares about the donors' money. See, narcissists, that's how they look at people. They look at people as resources, nothing more. They call it, the term that they use is narcissistic supply. That's why by narcissists, they can't establish and maintain long-standing relationships with people. Well, that's Umar. He says he has a team, but he didn't have a team then. He doesn't have a team now. He doesn't see human beings as human beings. He sees them as resources. And the ones that matter are the ones who have the money. And it's not that they matter as human beings. They matter because they are a narcissistic supply. In this case, money. And in some cases, it's money and adulation. You know, where they stroke his ego and tell him how great he is. He likes that too, but that deals with his ego, massive ego.
Yeah, I think donate by now, you ain't gonna donate, and that's all right with me.
But what if they didn't know about it? What if they're just finding out about it?
Hang on. Let me interject.
Rod Digger try to calm it down.
To both of you guys' points. To you, brother Umar, I think what for a lot of people that may be naysayers or detractors.
I don't care about the naysayers.
But listen, hang on. I don't want you to focus on them.
See how he won't even let her talk on her show.
But imagine someone who may just be, getting acclimated to your situation. Somebody could just be finding out, or maybe when they hear about you, they see the propaganda, they see the negative stuff, but they love the idea. They're in love with the, with the philosophy. So then when they go to research you to try to get more information, they're seeing. They're not getting. I guess they're not getting the answers they feel like they to the questions that they want to ask, but they may possibly want to donate, or I'm not referring to the people that's just like, oh, what's he doing? I'm not referring to those people. I'm referring to people that are legitimately believing in your cause, but may possibly,
I agree with you, Queen, but to that I'll say this quickly. I'm the most accessible Black scholar in the world. My cell number is public. My email is public. And guess what? I do get emails from people. Doc, I just learned about you. Boom, boom, boom. Tell me about the school. We just started a loyal donors campaign the other day. And any of your viewers who are interested in signing up, please do. The Loyal Donors Club is for brothers and sisters who want to consistently donate $50 a month for bronze.
Okay, this is another scam he was running because they don't get any benefit from this whatsoever. Okay, and the reason why he's bringing it up because he wants Lord Jamal's audience to hear about this because again, he sees the audience as narcissistic supply. So he has to bring up this Loyal Donor Club so that he can hopefully get some of these people who are watching. And this video went semi-viral too, by the way, to get them to sign up for this Loyal Donor Club. Anyone in the chat room, what is the benefit of the Loyal Donor Club? For donating a certain amount of money each month, what do you actually get in return? Louis Luck says, I would have kicked him off. He acted like he did their podcast a favor being there. He's a parasite. If he didn't have a host to feed on, mama and donors, he wouldn't survive. You're right. Yeah, I said this, Umar, he's parasitic. And it's not just on his mama, it's on his donors, it's on the Black community. Yeah, you're absolutely right about this. And his behavior already, and it gets way worse, and you've already seen it, Louis, like it gets way worse, but the fact that Umar, who is supposed to be a school psychologist, and let's go with the lies that he tells, that he's a therapist, and he's a child therapist, and a family therapist, and one time he actually said, I kid you not, he said that he's a conflict resolution expert. If you're a conflict resolution expert, why are you acting like this? What about the SETI rant? What about the Zora rant? What about the Tasha K rant? Umar gets on here and he acts a doggone fool because he's emotionally unstable. And it's not even necessary. And it gets worse and worse. But yeah, he feels as if he's doing them a favor because he's Big Papa. And he feels as if he should be treated. What's the term with kid gloves? Something like that. He needs to be treated special. Narcissist. You guys will notice too, Umar, he's very selective, especially after this particular interview. He started to really kind of shut down just being interviewed by anyone. He just goes to specific people, and he's been doing this for a long time, that he knows they're not going to throw him any hardball questions. And I wouldn't even say, and you may disagree, Louis, I wouldn't even say that Jamal sent Umar or asked hardball questions per se. I think he asked legitimate questions that most people wanted to ask at that time and still want to ask these days. And it wasn't like he was pressing Umar or being belligerent towards Umar. I didn't see that at all. I didn't get that impression. In fact, Lord Jamar really maintained his emotional calm. And Umar, on the other hand, he goes crazy. And yet the truth is, and you're absolutely right, that if he didn't have these radio show hosts or he didn't have his mama to live off of, if he didn't have donors to live off, he wouldn't be able to survive. That goes back to childhood, because he has never been put in a position where he had to survive as a man. Going all the way back to when he was shipped off to military academy in the 8th or 9th grade, because I've heard him say 8th or 9th, we'll go with 8th here. He's never been in a position where he had to survive as a man in the real world. He gets into college. He's in college for 20 years. Okay, that in essence, what that does is it puts him in a state of arrested development. He doesn't have to deal with the world because he's taking all these student loans. He does start to work for a while. Okay, well, good. And then by 2010, 2011, he gives up his career as a school psychologist to start to travel the world to be a speaker. And then at that point, he's really living off of the people because he doesn't have a job. And he's been doing that ever since. Yeah, he's a leech. And he's parasitic in that way. That's Umar. See? Thanks, Louisek, for the super chat. Did anyone think that Lord Jamar was really throwing hardball questions? I don't think so. I really don't. I think that Lord Jamar was. I mean, there's a lot of other questions I would have asked. I would have been like, okay, well, how much money have you actually raised? How much money exactly did you purchase these abandoned buildings for? I wouldn't say the abandoned buildings. This would be, how much money did these buildings cost exactly? I would have asked basic questions like that. Lord Jamar didn't press him too hard, in my opinion. I don't think so. Yeah, he'll go on Nick Cannon's show. He'll go on the Breakfast Club. He'll go on the Art of Dialogue. Because they're not going to press him on this school scam.
$100 a month for silver, $250 a month for gold, $500 a month for platinum, and $1,000 a month for diamond. We just started that 48 hours ago.
48 hours ago, because he knew he was going to be on this platform and he knew that it was going to get views. So he has to have the next scam lined up. $1,000 a month. For what, though? Nothing.
Anybody who wants those links, text my cell number, please. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. They will also be put in a WhatsApp group where they will get all the updates that they want. For those who can't afford to make a consistent.
No. Umar, he lies so much. Because there's people that said that they signed up for this and they never got any updates. Is there anyone in the chat room who signed up for this? And did you get any updates? If you did, email them to me. Screenshots. I'll wait.
Donation, they can go to the Cash App, $ FDMG School, or the PayPal, FDMG Academy, or mail in the check or money order. They can text me for the address. It's also on the website. Here's what I would say to that, Sister Ra. They do reach out to me. And they do ask me questions, and I answer the questions. Here's what I'm saying. A lot of the questions.
All right, we got the 500 likes.
Posed, right?
All right.
And I understand where Brother Jamar coming from because he's just being the vessel to bring it to me. I get it. Okay, I understand that. So we on the square together. But those are coming from haters.
Yeah, he would say square. He's trying to manipulate. That's all that is. Here we go.
Bells about a bell, calling for the dreaming. To the step of this bed, that nigga who's screaming. To the from money and alcohol, the fiend of the West Side ball, the jump, to the body, the rhythm God, the college, the champion. That's right. Wow. It's West Side, so you know that I'm bad down to no man. Put him there, put it up on beat from Dre. To the roof of the leg. From Oakland to West Side. The back down. Show me love.
All right, yeah. He's a child psychologist. He's a child psychologist. MC Scammer. Show me what's up, Lucas. Lucas' very own. Show me love. I remember the first time you said this. Yeah, I don't even know where I got this from, but yeah, first of all, I couldn't believe it myself. I have him doing the rap lyrics for another one of them West Coast songs too back in the day, but I'm not gonna pull that one out. He was trying. He did better on that one. Yeah, but this one he was all over the place. He's like tipping, throw jam. I said, what in the? All right. Okay, thank you all, everyone who hit that like button during this live stream. I appreciate it. Let's keep going. Okay, here we go.
You got to understand something. I'm probably the most influential an accomplished black school psychologist in American history.
Okay, this is what he does whenever he gets in the hot seat. He'll start saying, like, I have 6 degrees, I'm a scholar, I'm the most requested. This is another form of deflection, but it makes him feel better about himself in the situation, and it kind of deflects away from the core issue. He does this quite often.
Not probably, I am. If you got a child in special ed, they've been ADHD, conduct disorder, I'm the person you came to.
No, Umar, you can't be all over the United States of America all at the same time. Cut it out.
I've been doing this work for over 20 years. My name is etched in stone. There is no such thing as
No, it wasn't 20 years. Okay, at best, Umar worked as a school psychologist from 2001 to 2010. At best.
Woke up and heard about you. You're going to get some people like that, but most of our people know who I am because I help them save their kids or their children went to my school.
Yeah, I think this video, Ray, I think this video is from 2000, I want to say 2021. I
didn't just wake up yesterday. People know who I am. I got the books, I got the articles, I got the resume for that.
Absolutely.
No articles.
Some people just woke up though. Everybody not.
But listen to me. Even if you're not in the conscious community, you know who I am. I don't belong to the conscious community. I belong to the African race. I'm the most requested black scholar in the world, hands down. That's mainstream.
Yeah, but you got to understand how many people.
Oh my goodness, this is October of 2020. Yeah, I thought it was 2021. So 2020. Wow. I mean, it's incredible. It's almost 5 years later, and the school still doesn't exist.
People don't even
but they're not
know about scholars. Like
that's what I mean.
Like are so far removed from
They're not asking the negative questions, Jamar. The new people are not asking the negative questions. The negative questions are the haters.
But I'm saying, is it a negative question to want transparency? You see what I'm saying?
Bro,
to just want to know what's going on.
Bro, what transparency are you talking about? We raised the money, we bought the schools. What transparency are you talking about? We raised the money, the little bit left is going to repairs. What transparency are you talking about?
The little bit left. What are you talking about? The little bit left, Umar? What are you talking about? You should have had in 2019, after you acquired these trap bandos in Wilmington, you should have been sitting on $850,000. Umar? This video is from 2020. You should have been sitting by 2020. By the time he does this video, he should have had $1 million left over. A little less than $1 million. So what you talking about the little bit left over? See, he's a con man. What you talking about? He about to go off.
You think I'm gonna put the school bank account on YouTube?
Well, of course not. Of course not.
On Twitter? You think I'm gonna put the school bank account on Instagram?
Umar, you should have a website set up for FDMG as a nonprofit, and all financials should be disclosed to the public. Ideally, you would have a board of directors, and there should be an accountant on that board of directors that has all of that information. You should have someone to sets up the website and maintains the website. Hit the one.
Instagram, you out your damn mind.
I think they maybe want more of a timeline of when it might open or something like that.
Catering to the haters. Don't cater
No. It's not catering to the haters. We have to. Here's what we got. Here's what we got to do, though, brother. No. It's not about catering to the hate. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. Okay. We have to make sure we have to vet all of our people, bro. I got love for you, bro.
Yes. Excellent point. Got a speech. Transparency is his trigger word. Wow. You're right. Absolutely right about it. That's why he's going off like this, because he knows where this is headed. And now that it's here, he starts wilding out even more. This is really what it comes down to at the end of the day. And see, that's why it's a scam, because Umar knows that if there was transparency, that people would realize how much money he's collected and how much money he's spent. He's spent more money on himself than he has on these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. And that's where the scam comes. See, all the money was supposed to go towards this school, $2.7 million. Umar, on his paperwork with the IRS, when he files, he says that he's not paying himself through this nonprofit, so he's not making any money, and yet he's been living off of this money since at least 2014. That's why transparency is the trigger word for Umar. And that's why he starts wilding out and crashing out when this issue of transparency is brought up. And it gets worse. Watch. Thank you, Goddess Peach. Real good, excellent point right there. Thank you for the super chat. Everyone else too. Thank y'all. Hope y'all enjoying the show. If you're enjoying the show, hit that like button. I appreciate it. Let's go.
Vet them other Negroes in the conscious community who ain't building shit.
We gonna get to them all, bro.
Oh, Jamar,
building.
Wait,
Jamar,
we gonna get to them all.
Who else is building?
Jamar, don't discriminate.
Listen,
somebody built an institution from the grass.
Right.
Name me somebody. You ain't got none of them. Name me a YouTuber doing what I'm doing. Any of them conscious dudes. Name one on my level. Name one builder. You crazy.
I
They
can't.
tie my sneaks, bro.
I can't. All I can name is my father-in-law.
They say, how many they kept out of jail, bro? They're not building shit.
Right. So
through the grass. What have they built, bro? Who you know in the conscious movement built an institution? Answer that. Nobody. I'm the only one in my generation.
Ooh, this guy, he hot. He is raging. Hey, Tata, how you doing there? Narcissistic rage? Yeah. Yeah. And he ain't built nothing. The school ain't open today. And it's 2025. This video from 2020. Shout out to Naeem. Yeah, King Randall built the school. I was still thinking about this earlier. King Randall ain't about 25 years old, something like that. Umar, you 50. You need to sit down. 50-year-old talk about ain't nobody y'all. You ain't done nothing. And this young brother, he's 25. Yelling in line. Umar on here yelling in line. Yeah, we should build our own school, okay? It's going to be called the Cookie Crush Chronicle School of Hard Knocks. Well, Smitty said, wow, that struck a nerve. He's such a diva with the hand clapping and shit. Yeah. I'm trying to tell you, Umar, he's very sassy. He's a very sassy individual. You know, very moist. You know, a real man should be able to take this and just process it and then just answer directly and move on. But not Umar, but the trigger was, and it was building up to it anyway, but the trigger was transparency. And instead of Umar acting, because that's where the nerve is struck right there, because Umar knows that that's where the scam resides in the lack of, that's why Umar does not want transparency, because if there was transparency, then everything would fall apart. And he needs the money to keep coming in. If people saw how much money he's actually raised versus how much he spent on FDMG versus how much he spent on himself, they will see very quickly that he spent overwhelmingly, the vast amount of the money went towards Umar. Hotel rooms, traveling around the world, crushing cookies, gambling, rental cars, food. And then what happens? See? Then it's over with. That's why he's triggered that way, and it struck such a huge nerve. And it gets worse, Smitty boy. Watch. It gets worse. Thank you for the super chat. Leona says, neither have you, Umar. Yeah, let's see. He says that he wants to make it, and he does this when he gets feels as if he's up against the wall. He'll start saying, you know, I've done this, I've done that, I'm the most requested, and ain't nobody done this, and ain't nobody done that. No, Umar, you haven't done anything yourself. And there are people who have actually opened up quote unquote black schools. It ain't nothing new, but Umar wants to make it seem as if it's something new and that he's the only one that's doing it, or everyone only one who's ever done it. That's not true. Umar, you're not doing it, and you've never done it. What have you done outside of running your mouth and living in your mama's closet? Nothing. Now, thank you, Leona, for the super chat. And says, ain't one convict ever testified on Umar's behalf, but he tells these stories. He tells the stories that how he's been in the prisons, and one time I think he said he was in the prison over in Africa or something like that, helping to save the black. I don't know, something. I don't mark my words. I mean, don't quote me on that, but I thought I heard him remember him saying something. He said Madagascar or something like that. I don't know. It was someplace. I said, you lying. But he puts that narrative out there because he wants people to think that he's doing grassroots work, but he's not. He's not affiliated with any grassroots organization whatsoever. He's a traveling. He just travels. That's all he do is travel. He's traveling right now. He hasn't organized anything. He hasn't put on any type of event other than throwing 2 parties. P. Diddy could throw some parties. No, did he? But you see my point? But he throws out the story that he's working in the prisons and all this stuff. Umar, no. Now, has he gone into a prison in Spoke? Yeah, I believe so. But it's not like it's something that he's doing once a week or once a month or 5 times a year. No. That's the thing about Umar said. He will do something and then he'll act like he's always doing what he's doing. He worked as a school psychologist way back in 2000, starting in 2001 to around 2010, and he acts like he's still working as a school psychologist in 2025. No, he ain't worked as a school psychologist now. It's been what, almost 15 years. Almost 15 years. He's a school principal, vice principal. No. But that's what Umar does. See, so that's why you don't hear people testifying. See, if Umar was a school psychologist for 25 years and he saved all these black boys, in the age of the internet and social media, wouldn't we have hundreds, if not thousands, of black boys that Umar have saved come up on the internet to talk about how Umar helped them and saved them? Not hundreds, thousands by now, especially with these young people in the social media thing, right? But that's not what we see because it's an illusion. So, well, same thing with convicts. Thank you, Seth. Let's go.
Doing it.
Well, you're building it. You're building it. It's
Yeah,
not built
bro.
yet, though. It's
It'll
not built.
be there. Don't you worry about it. You be the first one there. Trust me.
Beautiful. Listen. Let's move. I want to talk about your book real quick. Let's talk about your book, the Black Parent Advocate.
Yes, sir.
Let me skip through. No source material in that book.
I was like,
well, we know why.
Watch
Anniversary
this.
of Fort Lauderdale, Florida will be December the 10th. Those are my 4 10-year anniversaries. We already had Chicago. Shout out to Chi-Town. September the 18th. That's already passed.
He about to get real triggered now. Watch.
So I got the books. I got the resume. I got the school. So when people pop shit, I'm trying to find who else doing the work.
There is no school, Umar. And what resume are you talking about?
Because all I see is people on YouTube making videos, not y'all. I'm talking about my detractors and the other people in the conscious community. All they got is videos and DVDs. No institutions, no track record for helping nobody, intellectual masturbation.
It seems like your main detractor is this guy, LenonHonor.
Look at Umar. He about to go off. He's so mad. Watch this.
Yes. He's a down low brother who preys on teenage boys.
Let's keep going.
Whoa.
He's married with children, but he's on the down low. He preys on teenage boys, according to information that was released recently.
And you see, look at the body language. Umar says that, and then he looks away. Watch this. Look again.
Videos and DVDs. No institutions, no track record for helping nobody, intellectual masturbation.
It seems like your main detractor is this guy, LenonHonor.
Yes. He's a down low brother who preys on teenage boys.
Whoa.
Look at Rod Digger's face. Rod Digger's like, what?
Oh.
He's married with children, but he's on the down low. He preys on teenage boys, according to information that was released recently.
See how Umar looks away? Yeah.
I don't know the man. I never.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. See, now again, when I talk about Umar, I have receipts that can back things up, everything that I say. But just because someone says something about someone else doesn't mean that it's true. See, that's why I'm very careful. You guys notice. See, let me give you an example. I remember, and I knew this information before anyone else. I shouldn't say anyone else. Before it came online, there's someone out of Atlanta whose name is Umar Johnson, and they have Umar's birthday And they were arrested for cocaine or something to this cocaine and something, some other stuff going on down in Atlanta. Okay? And I knew this information before anyone else. I looked into it and I vetted it, and I found out through my own personal research that it wasn't Umar. Now, could I have put that out there just because someone said it, you know, or because someone sent it to me? Because it really happened when someone sent it to me. Before anyone talked about it, I already had the information. But by me going through and vetting the information to see whether or not it was actual and factual, I realized that it's not. Now, I could have put it out there and people would have been like, oh, yeah, it's true. And guess what? That's what people did. I didn't do that. Why not? Because it's called integrity. I'm not going to lie on the man. It's not necessary. You guys see my point? Now, there's other people who put that information out there. And I told people that it wasn't true and that we shouldn't do that, because that's what you call slander. When I speak about Umar, it's not. I got facts and receipts. And I always give Umar the benefit of the doubt. Now, on the other hand, Umar, who doesn't have research skills, he doesn't have critical thinking skills, he doesn't know how to engage in analysis, including media artifacts for that matter, virtual or otherwise. He takes it's not even information. What it was a concocted story created by a young man. His name was Frederick, but his YouTube page was Poetic Flacco. At the time, he had about 26 subscribers, and he comes up with this whole narrative, makes up these fake. I actually talked about this earlier. He makes up these fake text messages, and puts all that out there. And Umar sees that, and he uses it as an opportunity to disparage me. And he took it further than that. He just didn't disparage me; he disparaged my wife, and there's other people that ran with that too. The information was I debunked the information anyway, but none of it was legitimate. But Umar takes it and uses it as an opportunity to disparage me and to lie about me. And his followers were doing the same thing, including Tiff the Griff. Okay. Now, I just want people to understand something, that what Umar is doing here, that's what you call slander. That's actionable. What I do when I talk about Umar, it's not slander. It's receipts that are verified, coming from Umar's own mouth, or research that is done dealing with the IRS. We can look at the IRS filings. We can look at the Pennsylvania, they put out, what was it? It was a cease and desist against Umar because he was scamming and using the P.O. box. That's not slander. I can go pull up that receipt and show it to you guys right now. Same thing with his GoFundMe getting shut down. They started issuing refunds and they shut him down because of fraud. Well, it wasn't fraud. I just know. What are we led to believe that Umar just shut this page down because he wanted to? No, because he admits it that it got shut down. It was shut down because of fraud. If he was in good standing, he would have simply started a new one. Why hasn't Umar started a new one? You see, that's not slander. And I have the receipts. I can pull up and show you how much money he had raised right before the crowdfunding got shut down. It was over $400,000. So the difference is that I'm not going to take what someone else says and fake receipts that they create and whatever else they may do that's not true, and take that and use that against Umar. No, it has to be factual, and it has to be something that is provable, not just what someone says. Now, I had someone who they talked about how they had intimate dealings with Umar, and part of what I did was I said, okay, well, when was this? Where was this? Where are the text messages and all this stuff? And they provided me with everything. Right? They also provided me with the PayPal that Umar sent to this person afterwards, which was kind of odd for him to send money after, he was intimate with her. Okay. The point is that I take the time to vet and I look at the receipts and then I draw a conclusion based upon research. Okay. And there are things that I could probably say that are true, but because I haven't been able to verify it, I'm not going to put it out there. But that's not what Umar did. See, anyone can say anything about anybody. They can make up fake receipts too, but it doesn't make it true. See, that's what you call integrity. Umar lacks it. And I have it. I have integrity. Let me give you guys one other example. And I have it. I could play it for you guys right now. There's a woman that alleged Umar SA'd her. She had a stroke and she was in a wheelchair. This is a story that she tells. And that Umar comes over because she wants to talk with him about such and such, but he wants to talk about what he wants to talk about. And then ultimately he forced her to perform a certain sex act. How many of y'all, most of y'all haven't heard that. I have the audio of it. This was many years ago. And I've been sitting on it. Am I going to put that in the documentary? Probably not. Is it possible that he did that? Yeah. in my opinion, is probable. But I'm not going to even put that out there. Why? Because I haven't verified it. You see the difference? That's called integrity. That's one of the differences between me and Umar. Besides the fact that I have a job, Umar don't have a job. I'm a dedicated husband and father. Umar is not a dedicated husband or father. You got the nerve to call me gay, and then he gonna say that I'm messing with teenage boys. See, this is the other thing. Everything that I say about Umar, I would say it to his face. Real talk. But when Umar's talked about me and said called me a booty bandit, he wouldn't say that to my face. He know damn well he wouldn't do it. Because he's marshmallow. That's why when he says the shit on here, he starts looking away, looking all passive aggressive, like a punk. All right. Anyway, not gonna lie, those are fighting. Yeah. Where I come from, it is. But that's Umar. He just, he's at this point, he's agitated, he's frustrated. He knows that Lord Jamar is talking about me. He knows that the information that Lord Jamar is reciting comes from the documentary, the first documentary I did on Umar. So he's already triggered because of transparency. So what does Umar? He has to go with this. But it also goes to show you that Umar's not, he's not a researcher. Umar's not he's not a scholar. And I'm not a scholar either, but he's not scholastic. Because someone who has scholastic skills or research skills, they would vet information before they put it out there. But see, part of it too is that Umar, he's so emotional. He'll throw that out there in the heat of the moment. But the truth be told, I guarantee you that Umar, if he could take that back, he would. If he could take back threatening me with physical violence, he would. If he can take back doxing my personal information on his Instagram page, I guarantee you he would. But because of the emotional instability and his inability to control his emotions, he does what he does, but there's always going to be a consequence. And again, I paid a price too, because there were people who were pushing that narrative for a very long time, but nothing came out of it because you can't prove a lie to be true. But if Umar could take all that back so that I wouldn't have continued to expose him as the fraudster that he is, I'm sure that he would have taken it back, because he would have been able to make a whole lot more money and probably crush a whole lot more cookies. But see, that's on you, Umar. You run your mouth, you pay the price. See, the difference is I don't run my mouth. I got receipts and I let the receipts play. It's not based upon what someone else said. And 99.9% of the time, it's not about what someone else fake receipts that they created. Okay, no, none of that. It's based upon research and words that have come out of your own mouth, Umar. Your own mouth this month. All right. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. You are right. No need to ever lie on him when there are so many true receipts. Yeah, again, the Umar has a substance abuse problem, but I'm not going to put out the receipt that alleges that Umar was arrested in Atlanta dealing with cocaine. I could have, but that's not the right thing to do. Why would I do that? I'm not going to lie on the guy. It's not necessary. He's lied on me. The same thing with the essay allegations. I think it actually took place, to be honest with you, but I can't verify that. See, if I had an opportunity to talk with the woman that made those allegations, and I would ask her. Remember we were talking earlier about the CSI stuff. It wouldn't be an interrogation initially. It would be more of an interview. It would be offline. It'd be an offline interview, and I would ask her probing questions. And then if I don't feel as if she's producing the receipts and the evidence that would lead me to prove that Umar Johnson did that, then it would become an interrogation. See, but I'm not going to put that information out just because she said that, even if I believe it to be true. See? All right. But again, that's the difference between Umar and me. I don't do that. And there's other people. Listen, real talk. There are Umar Johnson's critics who lied on Umar. That's real talk. I'm not going to do that. Nope. That's called integrity. All right. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
I met the man. All he does is make videos about another man, which is me.
Right.
Which was already questionable. That was already questionable, but based on information that another brother released, who I don't know either. Okay.
So he don't know. He hasn't vetted the information. He hasn't done any research into it. It's not even information. It's not. That's not what it was. Okay. It's really what it was allegations, and it was unfounded.
He preys on teenage boys.
Boy, that's a serious act, boy, Umar. Anyway,
wow. I mean,
now I can say that I have video of Umar putting his video camera and recording little girls' body parts. I can say that, and little boys too, by the way. At least one little boy. The little boy was sitting next to him at a table, and Umar takes his cell phone and his live stream and he puts it under into the little boy's crotch. See, I can say that because that's what you did, Umar, on your live stream. See, that's not someone else saying that you did that or making up fake receipts to say that you did that. You did that. I could play it, but I'm not going to play it because these were children. I can pull up the video where Umar was recording doing the same thing to the flight attendant, though. Okay.
You know, he did have a channel that seemed quite obsessive, you know, seemed like every goddamn video was about you. Like, I was like, you know.
And that's what you get, Umar. You should have watched your mouth back in the day, and you should have watched your mouth here too. Real talk.
Well, we know why now, don't we? We know why now.
Yeah. So I think Umar, he's alleging that the reason why the reason why I do videos on him is because I'm gay. Okay, Umar, listen, real talk. Heterosexual men don't think like that, bro. I'm just telling you, real talk. The reason why they're talking about me is because they're getting no. That sounds a bit sassy and moist in and of itself to be thinking like that. But we're gonna leave it right there. Let's go.
Yeah,
you know why now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, hey. It is. That means that everyone who's done Umar Johnson videos consistently, that they're all gay too. All right.
I don't know, man. I don't know that guy. I just keep.
Yeah, but you did watch the documentary. That's why you asking these questions. You know me now because he was inside it when I dropped the first documentary. What is the first documentary? Yeah, I can't remember if it was the first documentary. If he was around at that time, because he did come into the chat room. No, I think we covered this video. We did a live stream to cover this live stream where Umar's ranting like this, and Lord Jamar was in the chat room, so he know me now.
Seeing his name in the comments, LenonHonor.
Yeah, he pays it. He's unemployed, 5 kids, a wife.
Okay, now I'm not unemployed even at that time, Umar, and you're right that I do have 5 children and a wife. Okay, you have no wives and you have 3 baby mamas, and you don't take care of any of your kids. Okay, see that's another thing. But Umar, he projects, and one of the things he was doing here was to say that I didn't have a job. That's not true. Umar didn't have a job. Umar hasn't worked a job since and he doesn't have a legitimate business. Obviously, that would be different if he had a legitimate business. Okay, I get it. But Umar doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a legitimate business, and he hasn't since 2011-ish, 2010, 2011. But he's going to project it onto someone else. See?
He pays his bill by making Dr. Umar hate videos.
And I pay my bills by working my job, Umar. Okay,
that's how you take care of his family.
I do appreciate the super chats, though. I must say I do quite well here on YouTube. So shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. I appreciate it. But I never asked for it, though. Let's be clear about that, though, too. Not to get sidetracked. When I first started doing Umar Johnson videos, I didn't have my CashApp up there, my PayPal up there. They didn't even have super chats because YouTube didn't have that that feature at that time. Anyone remember, were you around back then? I didn't collect any money. In fact, I didn't even have monetization. I would set those videos to being unmonetized. I don't want people to think that somehow I was doing it for the money. Okay, again, don't get it wrong. I appreciate it. That's why I always take the time to thank people for the super chat, CashApp, PayPal. But what happened was there was a brother, he's passed away, Brother Marion, rest in peace. At a certain point, I was getting so many views. And there were people who were asking, okay, well, what about, you know, your PayPal? So I don't want to put my PayPal up there. What about, you know, do you have CashApp? No, because they want the support, right? Some of you guys may have been around at that time. And Brother Marion, rest in peace, he saw that. He says, you need to monetize this. I said, no, I don't want to do that. He says, no, you put the amount of time that you put in, not just live stream, but the research. So you can tell the research is there. Yeah, I said, you right about that. So go on and monetize this. And if you do this over time, you'll be able to scale this and you'll be making some decent money for all of the work that you're putting in. And if people want to support you, they'll support you. If they don't want to, they don't. But you don't have to ask for it. Let's try it and see. Okay, I'm paraphrasing. So I thought about it. I didn't do it right away, but I finally decided to do it, and I did it. And at first, I think it was I don't even think no, I didn't have CashApp at that time. I I don't think super chats were enabled back then, at least to start. But I think I started maybe with my PayPal sharing my PayPal. But then once YouTube had the super chat function, you know, I didn't ask people, and people just started sending. I just enabled it. And since that time, it's just been a wrap. See, but Umar, he wants to make it seem as if I'm gay, and the reason why I'm criticizing him is because I'm gay. He wants to make it seem as if I don't have a job. No, and even back then, okay, just to put it in context. No, I had a job. He wanted to make it seem as if I was doing it for financial gain. When in point of fact, when I started it, money didn't have anything to do with it. Hit the one. Okay? But see, these are really Umar. These are excuses that he comes up with. But what I think about is the facts are the facts. And if what I'm saying is factual and I provide receipts, you can't defend that. See, and again, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. What people will do when it comes to argumentation, instead of dealing with the facts, they go to ad hominem. Oh, he's gay. Right? They start making up false, fake narratives and lying. And Umar did that for a very long time. And it upset me at first. I get it now because I know more about Umar in terms of his mentality, psychology. And I understand why he does what he did, the reason why he did what he did, and why he does what he continues to do these days. I understand now. Back then, I didn't quite understand it. Right? But the difference is I'm not going to get up here and lie on Umar. I'm not going to do it. Right? All right. Yeah, some of y'all were around back then. I used to believe in this guy, but now he's just a disgrace. Yeah, he's fallen off. He really has. It's truly unfortunate. And I think that the saddest part about it really is that he continues to do what he does. See, a normal person will say to themselves, this is wrong at a certain point. And even if they don't see it as being wrong, they'll say, okay, I need to stop what I'm doing, collecting this money for a school that doesn't exist because it's wrong to continue to collect money. But Umar, he doesn't do that. And see, here's the crazy part. The reason why, and it's not that he can't, the reason why Umar, I shouldn't say it that way, but I'm going to say it that way. The reason why Umar is not in a position to let go and stop doing what he's doing is because he's the one that's been homeless. He's the one that's been unemployed. He's the one that doesn't have his own vehicle. He rents cars. Not me. See? So he's put himself in a position, yeah, the money comes and he hasn't produced anything for the money that he's received from people. But at the end of the day, where Umar's at in his life, he's really put himself in a corner to where he can't see any other way out. He has to keep begging for money. And then he'll say that other people don't have a job when he's the one that don't have a job, or that other people are doing it for the money, when the truth is that everything he does at this point is for money. And even going back years ago, it's just all for money, including I'm going to save you black boys. No. Some of you black boys that he was talking about, you was going to save. Some of y'all 25, 30, 35, 40 now. Anyway. All right. College of Natural Health Sciences says Lenon will open up FDMG long before Umar ever did. Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to, I could come up with something. I mean, it wouldn't be all of this, teaching the boys how to fly helicopters and float ships and all of this and black rambles. I wouldn't do all that. We're going to keep it basic. Math, science, reading. They call it language arts. That's what we doing. Might have some music classes, but all this other stuff Umar be talking about, no, it's just too much. All right. Thanks, College of Natural Health Sciences. All right. How we doing on time? We're 5 hours in. I was planning on doing 6 hours, so we getting close. We getting close to that time, family. I appreciate y'all. Thanks everyone who's tuning on in. If you're enjoying the show, go on and hit that like button. Thanks to everyone who sent the super chats. Also, thanks to the mods for handling business too. Let's continue with this. Okay, we're gonna at least get through this. Here we go.
He ain't the only one. It's a whole army of them out there. But compared to the supporters, the detractors are almost irrelevant. Compared to the supporters, the detractors are almost irrelevant. But everybody focuses on the negative. Everybody focuses on the negative, and I think that's the problem with our community, because we're always looking at the negative. We could have clearly talked about, wow, you're the only one of your generation that's trying to build an institution. Wow, the people gave you $750,000. You bought 2 buildings instead of 1. Like, I could easily flip this.
So he's saying $750,000 in 2020
into a positive success story, but we have such a negative.
I have him on record saying $850,000 in 2020, and that's the last update that Umar has given, was $850,000.
bias with each other that is just a shame.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is the society we live in. Just like you said, conflict drives everything.
Yeah,
like
it does.
every TV program, every movie you've ever watched.
All right, let me skip through.
Because most educational outcomes for Black bad thing, but when you get the same questions 10 years,
that fire in order to come through the other side, purify. You see what I'm saying? So don't always look at the fire as a bad thing. You understand what I'm saying? We all need that purification sometimes.
I ain't got no problem with the fire with the bad thing, but when you get the same questions 10 years straight that you didn't answer a million times, anybody can understand somebody's patience growing weak.
Now you answering it
the same stuff.
Now you answering it in the right place from the right people, and you know, man, you got to just let the people decide.
Umar was mad.
And people don't decide for me.
Hopefully,
I decide for me.
they're gonna decide for themselves.
And my supporters.
You see the body language?
Nah.
Well, that's
like
what I'm saying.
Bro,
and hopefully your supporters.
Haters, bro. You catering to the hate.
No.
No.
We're not catering to the hate. I have to ask the hard questions,
comments
bro.
Popping up. I mean, it's all I can handle it.
Well, let me
Look, I can handle it. He's so sassy.
Let me say this with the utmost respect. I do believe that you are getting questioned because this is a wonderful thing. This is a commendable thing. Overall, I would be ecstatic to see this come to fruition sooner than later, and I think that is the sentiment of most people. On a positive perspective. So, I
will be sooner until we get the funds, babe.
It's funny because Lamont he got on some pink shoes up over there. Anyway, I'm just playing. Here we go.
So is there
funds for that?
Is there like a guesstimate number? Like if you had to just throw a number out, like we could at least get like a small classroom going if we had XYZ.
No. The Honorable Marcus Garvey building has 10 classrooms, 2 bathrooms, about 4 offices.
Now he's saying 2 bathrooms. I heard him say something like 6, but I guess that's for the other side of the street. Anyway.
Teacher's lounge, computer room, mechanical room. The whole building going to be operating at the
So he going to need 10 horses because he said there's going to be a horse in each classroom.
Same time. See, let me say this, and I don't disagree with you at all, Queen. But let me say this. I got a serious problem.
He did.
I got a serious problem with the start small Negroes. Get a class. I'm not.
You know what? I have Umar saying that he wants to start small prior to this because he couldn't get St. Paul's. So, boy, I'm telling you, I should pull that up. Let me see if I find it.
Because our children deserve better than that. Did you start small when you got that Mercedes? Did you start small when you moved into the white suburb? Did you start
false equivalency.
Small when you spend $2 billion with Nike? Did you start small when you spend $1 million at McDonald's? Did you start small when you spend $11 million with Quaker Grits? We don't start small when we go shopping nowhere else. $30 billion on weave and perm. We didn't start small, but when it comes time to save our children, when it comes time to give Black boys a new reality, when it comes time to give our Black girls a better chance at life, we got to start small and crawl before we walk. But we don't do that with nobody else. We've been putting Jewish kids through college. We've been putting Chinese kids through college. We've been putting Arab kids through college. We've been putting Anglo-Saxon kids through college. But when it comes time to put our kids through a school, let's start with one class. I'm not doing that. The Garvey School will be up and running early 2021. I promise you that. The donations is coming. My donors is pushing. They standing behind me. It's just taking a little bit more time because too much attention goes to the negativity and not the positivity. But we will win. Ancestors have already told me that. Ain't no ifs over here. It's only wins.
Wow.
There you have it.
I ain't starting small. The school's small enough. Can't get no smaller than that. We are $2 trillion people talking about starting.
There he go. Can someone type in there? Yeah, 2021, James. I don't even think I have this in the second documentary, but I'll remember 2021. So can someone type in hashtag start small? He doesn't want to start small, right?
$2 trillion. Christmas is coming up. In Philadelphia, we're going to spend $3 billion in Christmas. New York City, y'all the largest Black population in the country. Y'all Christmas bill like $12 billion. Are we starting small with Christmas? We starting small with Thanksgiving?
12 billion. You just making up figures, Umar.
Do we start small when we go out the party and club? Do we start small when we get our weaves and perms? Do we start small when we get our trucks? We don't start small with nothing else. But when it come time to save black kids, we got to crawl before we walk. Not me. Victory is here. Get free or die trying. That's what I'm on.
All right. So, real quick, Smitty Boy 90. Everybody else that put the hashtag start small. Let me see if I got the right receipt first, though. Yeah. Here we go. Well, it's downloaded right now. Hold on 1 second, everybody. 60% downloaded.
We are $2 trillion people talking about starting small. $2 trillion. Christmas is coming up. In Philadelphia, we're going to spend $3 billion in Christmas. New York City, y'all the largest black population in the country. Y'all Christmas bill like $12 billion. Are we starting small with Christmas? We starting small with Thanksgiving? Do we start small when we go out the party and club? Do we start small when we get our weaves and perms? Do we start small when we get our trucks? We don't start small with nothing else. But when it come time to save black kids, we got to crawl before we walk. Not me. Victory is here. Get free or die trying. That's what I'm on.
Okay, so he said that he doesn't want to start small. And then what does he say? He says we got something about I don't want to crawl before we walk. Let me one more time.
Crawl before we walk. Not me. Victory is here.
So he's saying not me. So start small. And does not want to crawl before he walks. Right? All right. Give me 1 second. This is from 3 years before this, from September 24th, 2017. Umar Johnson history, live and in the flesh. Oh, hold on 1 second. Did it finish? Oh no, it's still going. It's at 94%. Everyone just hold on just a second. It just slowed down real quick for some reason. Start small, crawl before you walk. Let me let this play one time.
Let's start with one class. I'm not doing that. The Garvey School will be up and running early 2021. I promise you that. The donations is coming. My donors is pushing. They standing behind me. It's just taking a little bit more time because too much attention goes to the negativity and not the positivity. But we will win. Ancestors and already told me that. Ain't no ifs over here. It's only wins.
There you have it.
I ain't starting small. The school's small enough. Can't get no smaller than that. We are $2 trillion people talking about starting small. $2 trillion. Christmas is coming up. In Philadelphia, we're going to spend $3 billion in Christmas. New York City, y'all the largest black population in the country. Y'all Christmas bill like $12 billion. Are we starting small with Christmas? We starting small with Thanksgiving? Do we start small when we go out the party and club? Do we start small when we get our weaves and perms? Do we start small when we get our trucks? We don't start small with nothing else. But when it come time to save black kids, we got to crawl before we walk. Not me. Victory is here.
Okay, so he ain't gonna crawl before he walk. Okay, well, let's go to 2017, September 24th. This is 3 years prior to this interview. 3 years.
Are repeat donors. They're not one-time donors. But unfortunately, as of last month, I was informed by the realty company handling the sale of St. Paul's that it's been sold.
Wow.
It's been sold to a white developer who I believe is going to tear part of the campus down and turn it into a residential area or a commercial zone. They're going to save some of the campus, but St. Paul's as we know it will no longer exist.
Wow.
So now I'm turning my sights and I'm just looking at purchasing a regular day school. We're going to start with a day school because you got to crawl.
Here in Philadelphia?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Did you hear what he said? Because she kind of interrupts him, but listen carefully. What does he say right there? See, because he's starting small relative to St. Paul's now, right? St. Paul's was a college campus. He wanted 500 acres. He wanted a 500-acre compound, in point of fact. Yeah, someone said this didn't age well. Yeah, I got all the receipts. Now, you see the difference? I'm not lying about Umar. I'm not making up false narratives. No, not necessary. Right? Let me show you all. I meant to bring this up earlier. Let me, and most of you guys have seen it because I've shown it quite a few times now. We're going to go into years 2000. Hold on. Years, we're going to 2014. It should be in here. Yeah, here it is. See this right here? This is Umar's initial conceptualization of FDMG. This was from March 26, 2014. Aerial view of preliminary heaven on earth, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, RBG Leadership Academy, 500 acres encircled by FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa, Ancestry Park in the center of the campus, dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, farm, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio, greenhouse, excuse me, zoo, community center, separate buildings for all 33 trades areas, etc. There's a airplane, airstrip for airplanes to land on, air traffic control tower, a NASA building, 2 hangar bays. There's a track and field facility. There's a baseball stadium. There's a what does he call it? What does he call it? It's like a FDMG zoo, a zoo farmland. These massive dormitory buildings, 2 schools. There's also a hospital and much, much more. So the point that I'm getting at is that Umar, he already downgraded and downsized in essence from this, right, to acquiring these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. But he says that he does not want to crawl before he walks. But if you listen carefully in this interview, and this is the interview that where Umar admits that the school will not be accredited.
They'll get donations every day. Every time I go to the post office, there's at least a dozen or 2 there. And most of my donors are repeat donors. They're not one-time donors. But
yeah, this is from 2017. He still had GoFundMe at the time.
Fortunately, as of last month, I was informed by the realty company handling the sale of St. Paul's that it's been sold.
Wow.
It's been sold to a white developer who I believe is going to tear part of the campus down and turn it into a residential area or a commercial zone. They're going to save some of the campus, but St. Paul's as we know it will no longer exist.
Wow.
So now I'm turning my sights and I'm just looking at purchasing a regular day school. We're going to start with a day school because you got to crawl.
Here in Philadelphia?
See, he says because you got to crawl before you walk. Got him. Hit the one. See, I don't have to make up anything about this guy. I'm gonna lie on him. I can just prove time and time again with his own words that he's a hypocrite and he's a liar. He lies all the time. And not just about the school. He lies about being a certified anything. He's not certified right now. He hasn't been for a couple of years now. He has no certification in 2025 for anything. Never been licensed in anything at all. He lies about being a scholar. He's not a scholar. He still claims to be a school psychologist in 2025. You have to be working at a school. Umar, you've been unemployed since 2010, 2011. Again, there is a receipt that shows from 2014, November of 2014. That's what the calendar was in the background when you're sitting at an office. But I haven't been able to verify that you were actually employed at that time. You could have been sitting because you're a liar. You could have been, and I could give him the benefit of the doubt. I may end up doing that. You know, I may do that. But I've given this guy so much leeway anyway. I mean, that's the one thing I've learned since covering Umar is that you do have to have grace. You have grace for Umar. I know this sounds crazy, but you have grace for Umar. You also have grace for his followers that tip the grip used to lie on me, my wife, and my kids. And other Umar Johnson followers from back in the day. Have grace for them. See, it's something that I've learned. Just have grace for people. And I've been with Umar. I've been very graceful. I have been. There's stuff that it's probable that it's true, but I haven't been able to verify it, so I'm not going to put it out there. All right. So I think this is towards the end of this part of this interview that's relevant. Let's just see what else he says here. What I want to do is I'm going to pull up a video where Umar first goes to visit FDMG, and then we'll wind the show down. Okay, that'll be the plan. Here we go.
Get free. That's what I'm on.
There you have it. Straight from the black man's mouth. Y'all wanted the questions. They were asked.
Same
He answered
questions.
them.
Same
He answered them.
And they're going to ask me the same questions 6 more months. I've been dealing with it for 5 years, man.
You know when they're going to stop asking you.
No, they're going to always ask. They still asking where the school at right now. Right now. He ain't buying no school
when
yet.
they see you in there and the kids is in there and they laughing and playing and all that,
I ain't worried about
that's
that.
when they're going to.
No, you got me wrong, Lord Jamar. I ain't worried about that. Because I don't care what they think. I could care less what they say when the school get open. I'm worried about my donors and our babies. That's
money.
It.
And that's all.
That's
That's all you should worry about, I suppose.
This will be the first school in America that was built with a contribution from every African community in the world.
There's no way that he can verify that.
First, our donors, Africa, Europe, Caribbean, first school ever. Built with donations from every African community in the world. We good. I just get a little impatient with the same stuff over and over.
I hear you, brother, but you gotta show patience.
And here he is in 2025. School's still not open.
Brother, I've been patient long enough, bro.
I know.
Same questions.
We got love for
again.
you, bro.
I ain't gotta be patient no more.
Yeah,
same stuff.
We've never asked you here.
Before, but I'm sure that's part of what Umar. I think that's probably part of Umar's appeal is that he sells dreams, and it's a lot of it's just his own imagination, and black people buy into it, and it sounds nice, but it's not necessarily it's not reality. 99 and I'm not, this is not hyperbole, 99.9% of what Umar has stated that he's going to do over the years, he hasn't done, and it's literally 99.9%. But he sells dreams to black people. I'm gonna save your black boys. I'm gonna uplift black people. I'm going to help you and keep your boys from the school to prison pipeline. Again, initially it was, I'm going to save you the black girls, and the Anna Douglas Garvey Academy that he was going to put together is going to be a boarding school. And he didn't want to start small. He wanted to start big with the 500-acre campus. But then he goes, now he's all the way down to these bandos. And then I played for you all in 2017 where he says, yeah, we're just going to, I'm going to go ahead and downgrade, and we're going to walk before crawl before we walk. Even though in the Lord Jamar, he just says he's not going to do that. Interesting enough, the Lord Jamar interview is roughly 3 years later. Total contradiction, right? Thanks, God, Little Princess too. Thanks, Lunch Break Chronicles, and thanks, God, Little Princess. That's my Cash App. If anyone sent me Cash App during this live stream, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks to the mods for handling business as we start winding this show down. Also, thanks to everyone who sent in super chats, or if you send in super stickers, I appreciate that as well. Okay, my PayPal and Cash App information is listed down below in the description of this video. Okay, let's just finish this up real quick, and then we're going to go back to the video from 2017, I believe, where Umar he went up to these abandoned buildings before purchasing them in 2019.
If you've seen any interview I've been on, it's the same questions like they've been asked. Like maybe we could get some new ones or something. I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying.
Well.
Umar, let it go.
What would you like to touch on before we go? Like, is there anything that you would like? I wish they would ask me about this particular topic.
Here's my issue with the interview.
What do you think about vaccines, brother?
No. Let me say this, please.
Here you go.
Here's my issue with the interview community.
Right.
I'm the only one of my type. I'm the only school psychologist in the conscious community. I'm the only one. I'm the only independent revolutionary one in the whole nation. We could have talked about what parents can do to keep their kids out of special ed. We could have talked about what they can do to change behavior. We could talk about what they could do to intervene with suicide. There's so many different positive, progressive topics that we could have covered to really help parents, really help educators, really help our children. And we dedicated so much time to the same old played out, worn out ass questions from the haters. That's what bothers me. It's only one of me, bro. You got a lot of people talking about ancient Kemet. You got a lot of people talking about consciousness. You got a lot of people talking about health. But when it comes to the school psych piece, I'm the alpha and the omega. I just think my time should be better used on these interview platforms, feeding our parents and our children, as opposed to going through the same old dried up ass questions that they've been asking that's already been answered a million times over.
I don't think everybody that's asking these questions are haters, though.
99% of them is.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Well, we're definitely not here asking you in the spirit of hate, and so I hope you understand that.
At all. I would actually like to come visit the facility. When can we?
No, you don't, Rod Digger. No, you don't.
Let me know. I'll set it up.
Okay.
You see how Umar, see him look away? Look. Umar, poor Jermaine, little Jermaine.
That's what's up, brother.
Y'all coming alone or don't bring none of them haters with you.
Oh, no.
You can bring Godfrey, just y'all.
Just the crew. Well, listen, brother, we appreciate you.
Yeah, speaking of Godfrey, though, let me pull something up real quick. Hold on, let me see something.
Platforms feeding our parents and our children as opposed to going through the same old dried up ass questions that they've been asking that's already been answered a million times over. Conscious community. I'm the only one. Our donors, Africa, Europe.
There you have it.
Okay. Speaking of Godfrey, check this out right here. This is from 2021, February of 2021.
Shit. You know your boy Umar out here trying to get a school popping.
I mean, I hope it's true.
24 million. We could have made a whole universities with campuses.
You gave him $5 million and say, "Hey man, about your school, let's do this."
I don't know.
You better hold on to your money.
I mean,
maybe somebody else because he's. I don't think he's.
I don't know. You think this school's? They say you clobbered him in the questions.
I didn't clobber him. He clobbered his damn self. Stop it.
I didn't see it. I want to still see it, but I heard that they were like, "Yo, your man Jamar had him trapped."
One, so it's and that's why it's got like 160 something thousand views. Back to what I was talking about, like, you know what I mean, like. But,
so do you believe the school is coming? Or is it shady?
Yeah, real quick. Lord Jamar was very fair with Umar. He didn't clobber him. He was very copacetic, if I could use the term. He was very respectful. Just Umar, when it came to that trigger word of transparency, Umar went, and then when he brought up my name, Umar went off the hinges.
First of all, I'd rather talk about this at another time, but briefly,
right?
I don't think that's right now. That's not a good investment. Schools are closing.
Yeah.
My daughter is doing her last year of Hampton at home.
Yeah.
Schools are closed because of all this COVID shit. Why would you be trying to open a physical school? Why not do online or some shit like that? Why not create a curriculum that can be given to different other teachers? And you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But do I have to just give the money to you? See
what about online courses for all this Black history shit, Dr. Umar? What about, and that's even cheaper. You don't even need a physical joint. Why can't you have a curriculum online or apps?
You can pay for your curriculum. You could have where people sell their curriculum to other teachers all the time. Others sell your course to different school systems.
Yeah, what's up with that?
There's more than one way to skin a cat. Like you get very tunnel vision and you only want to do it one way and nope, it got to be this way. I mean, I offered him help as far as resources and you know what I mean? People that have walked down that road. He didn't want to go down that road. You know what I mean? He only had the tunnel vision of give me these damn donations and let me do what I want to do with them. And I don't think that's the smartest move, you know? And in 6 years, I feel like a lot more could have been done. I'm not trying to bomb the brother. Still love him as a brother, but I don't believe in him as a person that can make that happen. He's bought 2 dilapidated schools after all this time. I mean, 2 dilapidated buildings, and is still asking for the money. Once they're fixed up, now what? You can't run a school off donations. How are we paying the teachers? How are we paying the maintenance of the buildings? Like, GoFundMe ain't gonna do it. So, and we're not hearing, whatever. I'm not a donator, so I don't deserve answers, is what he said.
Wow.
So, yeah, if you don't give money, Godfrey, you don't deserve any answers.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's cool. But Whatever.
Hey, I always want stuff like that too.
Yeah, it's sad too because these brothers had a falling out too more recently. Yeah, they were a real good combo, but they fell out.
Manifest. I just go
bought,
after a while. You go.
He said he bought 200 houses. Yo.
Someone in the comments, but I'm gonna tell y'all, I made that joke. It was around Christmas years prior to this. I said Umar, because I told people what Umar could have did was he could have just rented these things out as haunted houses for Halloween and it would make some money. Okay, but this person brought it up again. This is so funny.
I'm telling you, if you see this shit, it looks like a wall. That shit look like.
That
shit.
Oh hell no.
Oh man.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Where's the school?
Oh, Jamar being petty.
Yo, do you got the Thriller laugh? Do you have the Thriller laugh? Yo, Jamar, do you got the Thriller laugh?
No.
You got to get the Vincent Price laugh.
Got a regular.
Hello?
Oh, I can get it. I get it.
You got to get that one.
Oh, I see a Omar fucking cheerleader. Get your bitch ass out of my room.
No, we're not dogging at Umar at all. At all. We're not dogging the guy, so don't try and twist it. I fuck with Umar. I watch him.
I'm sorry, I was laughing so hard and I got sweat in my eyes. Now my eyes are all burning.
I watch everybody. Tariq Nasheed. I watch all the people because everybody's angle is needed. As long as we're all serving the same purpose and trying to get to the same. I want him to have schools. His idea is fantastic. I'm just saying, where is it? Like, where's the construction and what's going on? He should have a team of people helping him. Why is it just him? There should be a team of people like consultants and architects. What's going on? That's all I want to know. You know?
Yeah.
I am.
That's all I'm saying. You know, it's not about dogging anybody.
Thank you, Millie Love. Miley Love.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's all we're saying.
Yeah, man. It's not about dogging anybody. It's like you have the right to criticize. Here's the thing about this, the black.
Yeah, and he says criticize, important point, because who brought this up earlier? Yeah, Derek, good point. Umar criticizes, but he can't stand criticism. How? Yeah, it's true about Umar, because if you listen to Umar carefully, his rhetoric, it's about criticizing people. He's always talking bad. Now he's talking mess about African leaders over there in Africa, and like they're supposed to follow what he wants them to do. Meanwhile, he's living inside of Mama closet. That's crazy. But he spends most of his time criticizing black people. That's a statement of fact. But when people criticize Umar, he has a problem. He goes crazy. He crashes out every time. He crashes out every single time. And see, my criticism of Umar it's always been fair. At times, I would say that the research wasn't there early on. It wasn't where it needed to be to make certain criticism. I'll say that. But at this point, and even over the last a few years, my criticism of Umar is backed up with years upon years upon years. In fact, decades of receipts at this point, because I can go back to 2005 in terms of videos. But then we can go back to Umar in his birth. That's what I want to get to today. But we probably not going to have time for that. I've always been fair with Umar, and my criticisms of Umar these days, not that they can be challenged, but intellectually speaking, there's nothing that anyone can say that will dismiss my criticisms of Umar. Whether that's with the school scam or the Bloomington school scam, the St. Paul school scam, him preying on single black mothers to crush their cookies, Umar with his colorism, the criticism that I have of that, his betrayal of the black community, him raising millions of dollars for a school that doesn't exist, a haunted house. I mean, people could challenge it, but it won't stand to reason. Logic and reason, it won't stand to reason. Even in his personal life, being a deadbeat. See, It'd be different if Umar, if he didn't take care of his kids, but he didn't spend decades criticizing black men for not taking care of their kids, it probably wouldn't matter as much, although it is relevant, because if you're going to be opening up a school for black boys, but you don't even take care of your own kids, that's a problem. You should be criticized for that. So even in Umar's personal life, he has so many different areas that legitimate criticism should be raised and have been raised, but Umar can't deal with it. He always crashes out. He deflects, he gets upset, he gets angry, he starts calling people names. He's, he just goes crazy. He goes ballistic every single time. But that's because Umar can't stand criticism, even legitimate criticism. See, I've used the criticism that people, even some of the, well, I can't even say it. Let me not overstate it. The legitimate criticism that people had of me, I've used it to really get my life turned around and moving in a much more positive direction. But it took a lot of work. It took many years, in point of fact. Took many years. Umar is not the type of person to accept constructive criticism and to implement, because he thinks that he's perfect already. It's a narcissism wherein he implements changes in his life, and over time you see improvements. That's not what we see with Umar. There we see Umar he's deteriorating over time, and it's just been consistent. In the first documentary, I told people that Umar was a cautionary tale, and he is. He's a cautionary tale. We can all learn lessons, especially black men. We can learn a lot of lessons from Umar, how not to be, how not to operate, how not to move in the world, how not to be towards women. That's one thing I don't get. I don't get how any man could be abusive on any level to any woman. It just don't make no sense to me. But that's Umar. Okay, let me play the rest of this. I got one other thing I want to play for y'all to be about it. Thanks so much, Derek, for the super chat. Appreciate it. All right, here we go.
Culture shit, the black nationalist shit, the black whatever, Pan Africanism. You have to be open to criticism. It's normal to critique. It doesn't have to be hating. If we're sending you money, I just want to know what's going on with the school. What's wrong with that? So if you're going to get upset about that, then something's not right. You know, his father even said, "Hey, I sent him money, and I'm trying to see what's going on. Like, what's my son doing?" And I'm like, it's only normal to go, "Hey, what's going on with the whatever you call it?" So we can't ask you questions because automatically it's hate. No, it's not hate. People are spending their hard-earned money on you. What's going on? I'm about to show up with a school of fish. Umar about to show up with a school.
See, I told you. I told you the word.
What they say? I'm looking at something.
Yeah, school of goldfish.
That's so fucked up.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, we can joke on him. It's easy. You should be able to kick jokes, man.
He's not beyond fucking jokes. We can
jokes, man.
He's not beyond fucking jokes. We can all.
He's not everybody gets joked on, man. Everybody, people joke on me, but I'm actually for Dr. Umar. I watch him. I fuck with him. The stuff he says is cool.
See, he says all the right stuff.
He says amazing shit. I watch all his interviews. I watch all his shit. So it's not like I'm not a fan, but we black folk, we gonna joke on your ass. That's what we do. I imitate him. Like when I'm selling my shows, I do the Dr. Umar sales pitch. He does it 3 times.
Yep.
He goes, "I'm going to be at Magooby's Joke House, Magooby's Joke House, Magooby's Joke House. It will be in Baltimore. It will be in Baltimore. It will be in Baltimore. February 4th through the 6th. February 4th through the 6th. February 4th through the 6th. Magooby's Joke House this week. All you stubborn ass Negroes, all you cooning Negroes, please do not come. All you cooning ass Negroes, please do not come. All you cooning ass Negroes, please do not come."
I'll tell you, his impressions, he's a master. He's the master at it. He's the best that I've seen. And that says a lot. I don't think anyone could touch him.
I took his sales pitch style.
The Prince of Pan-African Comedy will be at Magooby's.
Yes, I am the greatest Pan-African comedian ever on the planet. Come and see me. Come and see me. Come and see me. Magooby's Joke House, Magooby's Joke House, Magooby's Joke House this week in Baltimore. In Baltimore, in Baltimore. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
I know Umar was hot when he saw it. And Umar, he goes back at this and he gets upset, really upset.
Man,
So it's all love.
It's all love.
But we just want to see
we
some
love Dr.
results.
Umar as a black man, and
We
you know,
obviously
you don't have
support
to
you.
always agree.
All right, real quick, I wanted to just, before we close out, he had brought up Umar Johnson's father. I want to play this from 2017.
Good morning. This is the second video I'm making about what my son has said about me in his video, the accusations he made, and the inference that somehow I'm trying to assassinate his agenda.
Notice how he put on the Temple University's shirt, and then he has his degree behind him. See?
First, let me say hi, Umar. This is meant for you, but I'm sure your followers and other people may.
Hey, Lizzie.
The few that have heard you say what you said about me. Let me say, first of all,
yeah, he is.
I made a video on Facebook with the intent that it reached out to you, but I figured that this way is probably an additional means that you might be able to hear what I'm.
See him wringing the hands. Umar does the same thing.
What I have to say. Firstly, I love you. I'm glad that you are doing what you're doing with the right intentions. I don't necessarily agree with how you're going about putting it out there.
There you go.
That. Secondly, I am not trying to assassinate your program or whatever you're doing. I told you before, I'll say it again, I don't like the way in which you demean people, insult people, make statements that may not be proven to be true, but as none of this is against you. This is against the message in certain ways, but not necessarily the whole message. In other words, when you say something, people believe it, they respect it. If you start calling people names, they call people names too. If you say that something is not historically correct, they believe it. Why? Because our people don't go and check things. They don't study. They rather just wait, let somebody else do the studying and then feed it back to them, spoon feed them the information, and then they call it fact. I know better, you know better. We both been in school, so we know that's not the right way.
So he has to say we both been in school. It's all competition with Jamal when it compares to Umar. That's why Jamal tried to be a community activist and really try to get it out there to where he's online showing that he's a community activist. But it was more being in competition with Umar. It's sad.
To do things. But importantly, more important than that is that I need you to know that I love you, man. I care about you. And I'm very concerned about what's going on around you.
Well, listen, if you love, well, I'm not even going to say it. Let it go.
Hear what I see. I would never.
Love is an action. All right. You have to act on it, and it has to be consistent.
Never, ever try to hurt you. And I surely would never conspire with other people against you. Like I said in the other video, I'm sure that you know people have talked to me, reached out.
He shouldn't even be online clout chasing, right? Clout chasing on his own son and chastising and criticizing. He shouldn't do it online. Now, again, the criticism, I understand it, but that should be done offline, right? It should be done offline. But see, Jamal didn't have a relationship with Umar, which should have been built up over decades. He didn't have that in place, but whose fault is that? Okay, Umar has a problem anyway, but you don't blame the child. I know Umar's 50 now. See, the relationship should have been established when Umar was a child, but Jamal abandoned that family and abandoned Umar. Man, that's why him coming out all these years later, decades later, to try to chastise Umar's wrong.
To me, encourage me to talk about you, against you, not your information, you. I do speak about your information, but I'm not about speaking out against you.
No, he did speak out. You did speak. In fact, he called Umar, he said Umar was committing fraud. I have it.
So I hope you understand that. And if you look back at anything I've said and done, you've known that to be true. For years, I sat back and watched the things you said and did that I didn't agree with, and I didn't say a word. I was very offended. People were coming up to me, telling me about it, but I told them, you're a grown man, you say what you want. But when you made that video towards Saraseti, I thought you crossed the line. Frankly, I thought maybe something was wrong with you.
Yeah, I see what he's really.
I made the video to
that right there. When he says when I something was wrong with you, he's really alluding to Umar's mental health. That's really what he just doesn't say it, but that's what he's alluding to. And Jamal knew that he's known for a long time. I would propose since Umar was a child that he had some serious mental health issues going back to childhood. Okay, but again, this is not the platform getting on here on social media to air these issues out against your own son, and especially if you don't have a relationship with them. It's just wrong. It's backwards. It's not fatherly. It's not manly, and it shows a lack of wisdom.
Guys, on your behalf, only because as your father, I know you're better than that, and maybe at that moment, at that time, you may have just lost your composure. But then when you went on to talk about the racist side of things, I just felt that couldn't be tolerated either. And I'm not, you call me a coon. You say I'm on a tour of multiculturalism. You said I want white people to follow me. You're wrong.
See, Jamal, the reason why he's really coming out is because he felt disrespected by Umar. That's why at a certain point he says, "You're dead to me." Fascinating stuff.
You're wrong. I don't want anybody to follow me. I want people to follow themselves, use their own head, and study and learn the truth. I just got back from Ghana a couple of weeks ago.
Oh,
and I learned some things over there that I didn't know before. And when I went up to the
Umar goes to Ghana, Jamal got to go to Ghana. See?
Slave castles where the slaves were kept and humiliated and
you ain't telling Umar nothing new. I'm not defending Umar, but this is bull job. Listen, Umar had already gone up over there, Jamal. You ain't telling him nothing. Clout chasing. This is competition.
Just disgraced.
Yeah.
It touched me. It really did. And it made me see your mission a little clearer. But I still don't agree with the way in which you put it out. Because the bottom line is you're dividing black people. Yep. Some things you say. You break us up into different groups, and then you attack us. And then you turn around and say, people hating you. Well, what did you expect was going to happen if you attacked?
No, I have Jamal blaming the Black conscious community for creating Umar as a monster. Hit the one. Anyone ever seen that? Jamal, he blames, just like Umar can't take personal accountability for nothing. Jamal blames the Black conscious space for creating a monster in Umar.
People, you think they're going to just let you attack them and they're not going to try to defend themselves?
Someone said that Jamal went before Umar. Let me look this up. I don't think so. I have all the receipts. Hold on one second. The first time Umar went to Africa was in 2005. Okay, I don't remember if that was to Ghana though, but he was over there. This video, Jamal, listen. Do I have to do this? I don't want to. I really don't want to, but I'm gonna do it. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'll get the exact date. Okay, so just give me one moment. See, I'm always fair. I do know that Umar went to Africa in 2005. I just can't recall whether or not he went to Ghana. Here, I'll let you guys ponder on this while I go pull up this other receipt. I'll be back. Umar went to Ghana in 2015. The video we're watching right here is 2017, right? Yeah. So ICSHQ8, where do you get this information that Jamal went before Umar? I'll wait, because maybe you have something that I don't have. And I want the receipts so that I can, if I can have my timeline in order. This isn't something that I plan on addressing though anyway inside the documentary, because Umar, his dad Jamal, is thoroughly irrelevant when it comes to the documentary, except for the fact that he made some decisions dealing with Umar that had serious repercussions. And then, of course, later on, decades later, coming out to speak out against Umar. That's wrong. But I will ask the individual who said that Jamal went before Umar to provide the receipt at this time. I'll wait. Okay, I'll assume that you don't have the receipt, and that's fine. Just, if you're gonna say something, make sure. And again, it could be Jamal. I'm just playing. It could be Jamal because he used to be a bugaboo. He'll come through. You remember he used to come through. He welcome to come on the pod. He welcome to come on anytime he want to. Just be prepared, sir. I'm the professor Xavier. Okay, no, but what I'm saying is that if someone makes a claim, they should be able to back it up. And if you say that Jamal went before Umar and the receipts don't show that, oh, you're not Jamal. Okay, I was just playing. Okay, but do you have the actual receipt that shows that Jamal went before Umar? The video that we're watching right now is from 2017. Umar went to Ghana in 2015. At the latest, he could have gone in other trips, but he went to Africa for the first time. I can't remember where he went. No, I don't think he went. No, I can't, because I know he went to Egypt. I think he went to Egypt the first time in 2005. I could find out. Let me go look this up. Go on one second. Oh, we got the 600 likes. Thank you all so much. Yeah, if you have the receipt, please provide it for me. If you don't, just say I don't have it. I'm going to the UNIA letter. 2005 was it was like a point of departure for Umar. Again, he conceptualized FDMG. He was running a scam within the UNIA in 2005. He puts in his letter of resignation. Let me see, Africa. Let me see if it says anything to deal with Ghana. I don't think it does. I don't remember it. Yeah, it's not coming up as Ghana. Okay. Well, I can say that at the latest, Umar was there in 2015. Jamal, what he's saying here is that he in 2017. Okay, unless it was before that. Okay. Dr. Umar Johnson's first visit to Africa. Yeah, that's right. That's what I was just referring to. But I don't think he went to Ghana his first trip. He went to Africa several other times though, after that trip to Africa in 2005. Okay, all right, I'm gonna leave that there. Again, my receipts show that Umar went before Jamal, and unless someone else has receipts that prove otherwise, okay, I'm not going to accept that as being factual. Okay, here we go.
You make theory and you talk like it's a fact. And on one video, I noted where it was not a fact. You called me a coon, and you said something about if his ass doesn't stop, I'm going to change my name. Well,
he did say
that you understand that no matter what you call yourself, I'm going to still love you and respect you and call you by your name, whatever that may be. Your mother did name you. I did change your name once I became Muslim, as I did your other siblings. So it's not an offense to me.
And then he divorced the mama and sent the kids and the mama back to Philadelphia. Okay.
If you do that, what's offensive to me is that if you would do it out of spite, just to strike back at me as though we're in some kind of battle here. I didn't know we were in a battle. People have asked me, a lot of people have asked me.
Umar got his first degree he graduated in 1997.
Today, since you put it out.
A double major in psychology and political science in 1997. Jamal didn't go back to college until much later, or go to college until much later.
And put my name out there, that I've reached out for you to speak with me for years. You know that I want to talk to you about all this that you spreading to people. You know that it's in my nature to confront whatever I don't care for and whoever I don't care for, and not to run behind other people to get it done. including when
Yeah,
it comes to
it
you.
doesn't have to be video proof. If you have, let's say, well, you would have to, you wouldn't be able to get it now because Jamal, he took down all of his social media. But if you have, let's say, a receipt that shows Jamal over in Ghana prior to 2015, okay, provide it. If you have a video, provide it. All right. So again, if I ask you, okay, where's the proof of this? You can't produce any proof of that, so I can't take your word for it. All right. So okay, so it looks like, let me see. I apologize. I don't mean to get. Let's see. I don't have the ticket, but he's been traveling way before. Well, just because he's yes, he's traveled before Umar. He was in the military. He was in Japan. He was in Korea, but that doesn't mean that he went to Ghana before Umar. That's not a receipt. That's not. Okay. No, we need an actual receipt, and I'm gonna leave it at. I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay. At the end of the day, that's why I said before, if I say something about Umar, I have a receipt to back it up. If I say something about Jamal, I have a receipt to back it up. I go based upon the research and the receipt. And if someone says, well, he was traveling before Umar, that's besides the point. Did he go to Ghana before Umar? And the answer is, based upon my research, based upon what Umar has stated and what Jamal has stated, Jamal didn't go to Ghana until after Umar went to Ghana, right? And that's the fact. These are the facts, right? And I'll leave it at that, right?
But you have not fed back to me any replies. And if you want to say I'm lying, then prove it. But you know you haven't.
Yes,
our
I'm aware of
generations
that.
do have a
I'm aware of
gap.
that.
But I would never, ever, ever let that gap come between us to where I would become your enemy. I'm not your enemy. I'm not a supporter of everything you say because I know for a fact that it's not all correct. But I would never, ever go against you, father to son. I love you and I need you to know that. And whoever's talking in your ear, I'm sorry that you've given them more credence than you would me.
Well, let me be clear about something. Anyone can say anything about anything. And you can say that you know the family, not online info, doesn't mean that you know the family. Just because you say that doesn't make it true. You see my point? So what evidence can you provide for me, whether that is from personal experience or online records or anything like that? You can just simply email it to me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com. Or if you like, you can just contact me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com, and we can get together and we can talk about what you know about the family that I don't know. But simply you saying that you know doesn't mean anything to me because there's no receipts associated with what you're saying. In other words, I can get up here and say I know more about Ross Schwartz than anyone else, but that doesn't mean that that's true. In point of fact, I don't know you. But I could say that, but just because I say it with no evidence or proof to back it up, does it mean that it's true? Okay. The point that I'm getting at is that anyone can say anything at any given time. It doesn't make it true. If you have receipts, okay, send them to me at LenonHonor. Or you want to get with me and tell me about this family information that you say that you have. And guess what? I will question you about it. There's plenty of people that have said all kinds of things about Umar that I know that's not true. That if other people heard, they will be like, yeah, wow, yeah, that's true. And it makes Umar look bad. No, no. Where's the receipts on this? See, if you know the family so closely, can you give me the names of Umar's siblings? Let's just say Barbara's children. Type them in the chat room right now. I'll wait. And you should be able to do it within 15 seconds. I'll wait. Yeah, if you have anything, just send it to me. I'm not going to waste any more time with this. Okay, can you tell me what is Jamal's given name? That shouldn't take you but 5 seconds to type out. I'll wait. Okay, yeah, contact me. Right? And for future reference, people, if you're going to make an assertion, if you don't have the receipt in the moment to provide, don't make the assertion. Or what you can do is email it to me in advance, and then I'll research it, and then I'll present it to the people. Okay? All right, it's that simple. Exactly. We'll leave it right there. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
History doesn't show me to be like that. Furthermore, I'm sorry this has to be done on a public forum. But you chose this. I've been reaching out to you.
It doesn't have to be on a public forum, and you're the father. Act like one. I've been reaching out to you. Well, he's not responding because you don't have a functional relationship, and you admitted that, Jamal.
You have not responded. And then when you have, you've come called me names, totally disrespecting me, very condescending in the way that you come across. And I guess that's what your base wants. You know, I guess that's what your people like to hear. Unfortunately, doesn't make you look good. Doesn't make you look good at all. I know you're more intelligent, articulate, and most of all, more well-mannered than that. I've never heard you use profanity as much as you have until you started becoming a member of the conscious community.
Yeah, see this, but see what Jamal wasn't around for much of Umar's early life, so he doesn't know what Umar was involved in. Furthermore, when Umar gets into college and beyond, he's not around consistently in Umar's life either, so he don't know what Umar's involved with. See what I'm saying?
You never use it towards me, and I'm just utterly shocked.
Yeah. Jamal likes the limelight, and he wants everything to be public because he is messy. Umar's messy too. They're both messy.
That you do it in the way that you do, as well as attacking other people the way you do. But this is not against you. This video is not against you. I'm telling you, man, I love you. You're my firstborn. I would never hurt.
Okay, no, he's not. Black Anonymous, you still here? We're going to have to go longer because I'm going to have to play this other thing for you all. It is. It's a crazy lie to tell. Why do that? Cooker Rush, we're going to have to go a little longer. At Lenon, I found a receipt that Umar went to Ghana first, 2013, 2014, found something from 2014. Yeah, I know. I already have it in my notes. I have it right here. I can pull up the video and show it to you guys. He was at the slave dungeon in Ghana. It was Elmina. We covered the video too, by the way. That was in 2015. And that's when it comes online in 2015. In fact, I'll give you the exact date. It came online October 23rd of 2015. All right.
Hurt you. I would never conspire with people against you. If you feel that the only way you can address me as a coon, then...
Well, see, even Jamal coming on to my show was inappropriate. He shouldn't have been online criticizing Umar in the first place, but even him coming in being a bugaboo, he shouldn't have done that either. And I'm not a defender of Umar.
So be it. I know better. As wisdom continues to go through and for you, I'm sure you'll see better things, larger scale, but you're still young and you're still learning. Unfortunately, though, in your learning curve, other people are going to tread in the same path of mistakes that you are.
What are you talking about?
You have my support outside of this. You will always have my support outside of this stuff that you're talking, because you're still my son. I'm still your father.
Listen, fatherhood is not, well, I'm just gonna let it go. I don't understand how a man could say I'm your father and you've been absent most of the time. Anyway.
People are going to divide us because, one, we're 2 generations apart, a generation apart.
No, you're divided because you didn't establish a loving relationship with your son. Own up to it. That's all it is. It's that simple.
And 2, because they don't want to see black men together, especially old and young. They don't want that. And some of them are the same people that you're talking to and with every day. They don't want to see that. And a lot of times people are just looking for the bottom line of what they can get out of you and what you're doing. You know what I do. I'm not ashamed of what I do. I'm trying to make things better for all of us in a different way. I didn't start it when you started. I started before you were even born.
No, you didn't. See, he's a liar. He's such a liar. Before Umar was even born? What are you talking about? You was involved in crime and shit before Umar was born. Man, this guy, I just realized that this guy lies too, just like Umar. Not just about Frederick Douglass. You hear this guy? So you were a community activist before Umar was born? No, you was creating baby mamas before Umar was born. What you talking about? Didn't you say he's your firstborn? That ain't your firstborn. Can y'all believe this guy? Just be lying. That's the reason why you had to go into the military. But because you had a choice, you go to military, you go to jail. Anyway.
This is what I do. This is what I've always done all my life. You just don't.
No, you haven't. You sound like Umar right here.
Know about the many challenges I may have been through in my life. Defending black people, defending myself as a black.
Here he goes. Sound like Umar.
Person. In and out of situations involving other black people.
Boy, if you don't stop, you need to cut it out. Don't make me do it. This guy, I can't believe this guy. And I've seen this video, but I think it's now because I've done so much more ancillary research that I can hear what he's saying. It's like, this guy, he just lying. Who that right there? That's Mark Lamont Hill. I have the video, the original video of Mark Lamont Hill and Umar. Let me see. What's his name? Mark. Going back to, hold on, not that one. 2014. It was a town hall meeting, December 20th of 2014, called Our Brothers and Sisters Keepers. It's on YouTube. And Mark Lamont Hill's on the panel. Umar's on the panel. Way before Jamar took this picture. That ain't even what I was going to pull up. I was going to pull something else. I done forgot what I was going to pull up. That's okay. Let's go.
Hey, man. I'm not against you. But just know one thing, man. I'm not against you. Myself as a black person. In and out of situations involving other black people. But just know one thing, man. I'm not against you. I'm not your enemy. I'm not a hater. I have nothing to hate you for. I don't appreciate being disrespected by you or anybody else. But outside of that, no.
It was all about feeling disrespected by Umar.
I'm still reaching out to talk to you as I've done in the past. If you want to get together and talk, we can do that. If you don't, so be it. This is my reply to what you said to me. It's being done because you said it. And I need other people out there to realize you do have a father that loves you, that respects you, and is truly proud of that which you do that is good and honorable. But you also...
So Jamal was out there saving black people, etc. Okay? This looked like he was out there saving black people. Listen, I already know what this is. I need me some popcorn for real, for real. Don't make me go. I'm going to leave it at this, though. I ain't going to go further than this. We need to do a live stream just to cover Jamal, but he's just a bugaboo. He's irrelevant. This is when he was saving black people, etc. You guys need to cut out good Chris said, y'all, come on now. Y'all taking it too far. Y'all still going? Got my tacos and zebra cakes ready. 20 years deep in IT. Good to have a 3-day weekend. Peace to you. That's awesome. 20 years in IT. That's awesome. Absolutely fantastic. It's great to have a 3-day weekend too. Enjoy the tacos and zebra cakes. I wouldn't mind having some tacos right now. I wouldn't mind. Thank you for being a member too as well. Okay. I appreciate you. User 225 says, I had a dream that FDMG was a corner. Stop. Come on now. That's too far. All right. You guys need to stop. In the chat room, we need to cut it out. I know what this is, though, right here. I know exactly what this is. So, Jamal, stop lying. I'm not surprised because Umar lied a lot too, but I ain't watched this video and you lied. You already done lied at least 4 times already.
Father who has never his tongue when it came to things that he felt was wrong.
Yeah, but Umar's the same way. That's why I told you need to shut your mouth. You should have shut it from the beginning. It's supposed to be a father, and you supposedly an elder at this point. This is 2017.
Who has never bit his tongue when it came to things that he felt was wrong being done by his children. No matter how old you get, you're still gonna be my child.
No, but you're not even active participant. See, that it's just backwards thinking. Black men and men in general, you can't think, you shouldn't be thinking like that. Just because you impregnated a woman, and you're not consistently present in that woman's life or in the children's life, that somehow you have free reign for the rest of their lives to criticize them or judge them or, get online and talk crazy and reckless about them. It just don't work that way, Jamal.
No matter what you change your name to, you'll still be my child. No matter what these other people try to get you to think with this new life of being in the conscious community, you'll still be my child. And as a result of that, I'm always going to love you. I hope I haven't said anything that people can misconstrue to make this be a video against you, because it is not. This is done in love and respect. And I hope one day you and I will get together and mutually tread a path to help all Black people, because I am trying to help Black people.
See that? You're trying to cloud chase on Umar.
Contrary to what you say. And I'm not one of those that you just said recently that hate being Black or want to become an apologist to white people for what Black people do. You obviously don't know my history, and that's okay. But just know this. You don't have to make any videos to disparage me. Because I'm not trying to disparage you. I don't agree with what you say. That's one thing. But you don't hear me say anything about the man that you are. Okay? Because part of that manhood comes from me.
Yeah, that's right. But the other thing is that you don't know your son. See, you got to be in your child's life every single day, or at least a significant portion of each year for their whole life to be able to know who your child is.
So to knock you for the man you are would be to knock me. But that does not take away the mission you have chosen to take, and whether I agree or disagree with it. Doesn't mean you have to stop it. It just means that there's somebody out here who's saying it's wrong, and I'm more than willing to prove some of the stuff that's wrong. The stuff that's right, I'm with you 100%. Take care. Love you. Hope to hear from you again. And just know that I love you, man. I really do. Take care.
And again, he doesn't have a relationship with Umar at this time. Yeah, Umar, he did. He graduated with his PsyD in 2012. He started in school in 1992. So he spent roughly 20 years pursuing degrees. I believe this video right here is the first video that came out.
Good morning. My name is Jamal.
This is January 12th of 2017. I think this was his first video he put out.
I'm the father of Dr. Umar Johnson, the Prince of Pan Africanism. Shout out to my son and my other 8 children.
Yeah, you're right, Willie.
I see my son too often.
You're right.
But
see, he wants to lay claim to the clout, but he doesn't want to lay claim to the responsibility that he had really neglected dealing with Umar and Umar's upbringing, and then who he was, who he became, and who he is today. I'm of the opinion though too that if you give your child everything that you can give them, and then they still turn out in a way that you would probably not want them to, because that happens too, that you don't have to put yourself in a position where you have to try to justify why it is that they're the way that they are. And furthermore, you don't necessarily have to say, okay, because they turned out the way that they did when they're 40 or 50 years old that it's because of me, because at some point the child is an adult and they have to hold themselves accountable. See, but that's different with Jamar. We're talking about someone who was not consistently present in Umar's early life because he was in the military, and then at a certain point abandons that family with Barbara and Umar and the rest of those kids, and moves on and wasn't consistent, and then he ultimately decides to ship Umar away from his mother and send him away to a boarding school, military boarding school, ROTC, when Umar was in the 9th grade. I've heard Umar say 8th grade too, but I'm going to go with 9th here. Yeah.
I took some time out and listened to his video recently that was extremely embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's talking about the setting rant right here.
Apologizing for his behavior, which I know he's not a child, he's a grown man, but he's my child, and I really felt bad that he had to express himself that way for whatever the reason may have been.
See, Jamal didn't know Umar. That's all it comes down to. Now, I'm going to leave it. Maybe at another live stream, we can come back to these videos, but Jamal clearly did not know Umar. He didn't know Umar's character, but part of it because he wasn't consistently present in Umar's life. Umar's been abusive with his language. It goes back a lot further than the SETI rant. Real talk. But because the SETI rant went viral and then people started contacting Jamal and it reflects poorly on Jamal, Jamal has to come out to try to make it seem as if, you know, he's, I don't know. It just wasn't wise. It's not, he lacks wisdom. It's not the wise thing to do. But really what he was attempting to do is to protect his own reputation. What he ended up doing is exposing the truth that as a father, he wasn't present in Umar's life, just like Umar hasn't been present inside. And I shouldn't say just like, because Umar has been largely, overwhelmingly absent. Jamal was present at times. Okay, see how I'm fair? I'd like to play something for you guys, though, before we wind up this show. I'm going to go back to the Lord Jamar, because this was very troubling. The Lord Jamar interview, and I want you guys to listen to something that Umar says.
Straight from the black man's mouth. Y'all wanted the questions. They were asked. He answered them. He answered them.
And they're going to ask me the same questions 6 more months. I've been dealing with it
for
about 5 years, man.
You know when they're going to stop asking you.
No, they're going to always ask. They still asking where the school at right now. Right now. He ain't buying no school
when
yet.
they see you in there, and the kids is in there and they laughing and playing and all that.
I ain't worried about
that's
that.
when they're gonna.
No, you got me wrong, Lord Jamar. I ain't worried about that because I don't care what they think. I could care less what they say when the school get open. I'm worried about my donors and our babies. That's it.
And that's all. That's all you should worry about. I suppose.
This will be the first school in American history that was built with a contribution from every African community in the world. First one. Our donors, Africa, Europe, Caribbean. First school ever. Built with donations from every African community in the world. We good. We good. I just get a little impatient with the same stuff over and over.
I hear you, brother. But you gotta show patience, brother. Like,
brother, I've been patient long enough, bro.
I know.
Same questions.
We got love for you, bro.
I ain't gotta be patient no more.
Yeah,
same stuff.
We've never asked you here before, but you know.
But I'm sure if you've seen any interview I've been on, it's the same questions like they've been asked. Like maybe we could get some new ones or something. I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying.
Well, what would you like to touch on before we go? Like, is there anything that you would like? I wish they would ask me about this particular topic.
Here's my issue with the interview.
What do you think about vaccines, brother?
No. Let me say this, please. Here's my issue with the interview community.
Right.
I'm the only one of my type. I'm the only school psychologist in the conscious community. I'm the only one. I'm the only independent revolutionary one in the whole nation. We could have talked about what parents can do to keep their kids out of special ed. We could have talked about what they can do to change behavior. We could talk about what they could do to intervene with suicide.
Can you hear him say that right there? I want to share something with you all from 2021 and listen to what Umar says in this particular receipt.
Go to Atlantic City to the beach. They're going to have fun, but they also going to learn. And every other night in the hotel conference center, there will be a seminar on something that is important for our children: African history, respecting your parents, planning your future, dealing with emotions and anxiety as a young person, which is very important because, in case you don't know, suicide for all black people is up. And for teenage black girls, it is through the roof. And I want all of y'all to know right now, do not play around with children when they say they want to kill themselves. I do not play. Let a child in my presence say they want to kill themselves. You're going to the psychiatric emergency response center, and I know you're going to sit there all night before somebody see you. That's exactly where I'm going to take your ass, so you can sit there all night and know next time don't open your mouth and say you want to hurt yourself unless you mean it.
Can we play that back? This is from November 18th, 2021. The video is on YouTube. At least it was on YouTube. It should still be on there. I have it downloaded. Titled, Dr. Umar Johnson Brings the Truth in Columbia, SC, meaning South Carolina. The YouTube channel is the THE and then YCCI. You guys can go look this up for yourself. This in the timestamp for when he makes these comments is 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 58 seconds. I'm going to play this back.
Because in case you don't know, suicide for all black people is up. And for teenage black girls, it is through the roof. And I want all of y'all to know right now, do not play around with children when they say they want to kill themselves. I do not play. Let a child in my presence say they want to kill themselves. You're going to the psychiatric emergency response center, and I know you're going to sit there all night before somebody see you. That's exactly where I'm going to take your ass, so you can sit there all night and know next time don't open your mouth and say you want to hurt yourself unless you mean it. But parents, don't think you know your children as well as you think you do when it comes to suicide.
Look, wow. Can you believe this? Look what 2025 has brought in. This is from 2021.
Yourself unless you mean it. Virginia Commonwealth University.
He's supposed to be a school psychologist and a therapist and all this other stuff.
In Maryland Eastern Shore, there's about 15 HBCUs they're going to hit. I'm going to take them to Great Adventure. They're going to go to Dorney Park. They're going to go to Atlantic City to the beach. They're going to have fun, but they also going to learn. And every other night in the hotel conference center, there will be a seminar on something that is important for our children: African history, respecting your parents, planning your future, dealing with emotions and anxiety as a young person, which is very important because, in case you don't know, suicide for all black people is up. And for teenage black girls, it is through the roof. And I want all of y'all to know right now, do not play around with children when they say they want to kill themselves. I do not play. Let a child in my presence say they want to kill themselves. You're going to the psychiatric emergency response center, and I know you're going to sit there all night before somebody see you. That's exactly where I'm going to take your ass, so you can sit there all night and know next time don't open your mouth and say you want to hurt yourself unless you mean it. But parents, don't think you know your children as well as you think you do when it comes to suicide. Take them to the hospital. Every emergency room at every hospital in America has an on-call psychiatrist or psychologist. Their job is to do the emergency suicide screenings. And trust me, it's a good deterrent for your child to keep them from saying it again. Because you got to sit there all night until the psychiatrist finally shows up and do their little 30-minute screener. And then you get a piece of paper, mom or dad, God forbid, in case your child does commit any type of self-harm, you have a form from a licensed doctor saying that they cleared your child to go back home with you. You gotta have that. You gotta have that. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for young black men, and the third leading cause of death for adult black men. Suicide. We are killing ourselves like it's no tomorrow, but you never hear about it on the news because white folks only care about black people with guns who can kill them. They don't care about us killing ourselves.
It's amazing that these people sat through this and didn't speak up against Umar's insensitive rhetoric. He's supposed to be a school psychologist. It's incredible to me. It boggles my mind. All right. All right. Last thing I want to do here before we get up out of here, ladies and gentlemen, is I want to play for you all some of the, when Umar initially went up, I wanted to pull up some stuff on Jamal, more stuff on Jamal, but I don't know. September 7th of 2017, this was when Umar initially went up to these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. He knew that they were in dilapidated state since 2017.
Right? Yeah. Staff lounge.
Which could be a classroom.
Yeah, kind of tight though. What about here? Oh.
And I think here there was just the 2 classes.
Now there was one down in that corner though, right?
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Okay, we're gonna go. Okay. Okay, no problem. So that was
teacher,
one.
I mean, cafeteria. Then there was 2 classes in here, one here.
Okay.
And one at the end.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3 so far.
No other classes.
Okay.
See how he's, because it stinks in there. That's why he's looking like this. See this? Stinky ass school. He walking through with some house shoes.
4.
I thought I saw a gremlin over there. Y'all see that gremlin?
This is the other side of the computer lab.
Okay.
6.
Okay. Yeah, I count that.
7.
Okay.
Which again, like the size of this one.
You could make 2.
Be 2.
Could make 2.
That's just the water heater.
Okay. Okay.
Sasha says, as a survivor in an attempt that will not help but push the person further into distress. I hope no one ever calls him during those times. Yeah. Umar does. You can tell that he has not been in touch with children. He hasn't raised children. He doesn't have any sensitivity to children or what children go through. You don't say, it boggles my mind that he would even say something like that. Even if he thinks that way, why would you say that publicly? See, and he's dangerous, because I would like to believe that people wouldn't be influenced by that such dangerous rhetoric. But there may be people who hear him talk like that, and they may not necessarily take this issue as seriously as they would have. Because the way that Umar was framing it was as if, the adults, it's an inconvenience to the adult. And you're going to have to sit in there and fill out paperwork, and you have to sit in there and wait for them to come through, and you got to do this and you got to do that. Very selfish. Nothing that he said had anything to do with being sensitive towards what the child may be experiencing at that time, right? I would like to think that people wouldn't adhere to that if they heard that and adopted it as their own, I guess, philosophy towards their children or orientation toward their children. If there's some sort of a emergency that takes place, or crisis, that's the appropriate word, crisis that takes place. But there may be people who are influenced by that. That's why Umar, he's so dangerous. And it also shows that he's unprofessional. Why would anyone want to go to get any advice from this guy who talks like that, let alone him talking about, the 10% going to sleep for good, the 10% of black boys, all the other stuff Umar has said this out there crazy when he talks about children. And yet people think that he wants to open up a school to save black boys and black girls. No, he don't even take care of his own kids. He don't like children. That's the real talk. He sees children as an inconvenience. They're bothersome. That's how he sees children. Thank you, Sasha Love, for the super chat. Thank you for being here. Okay. Laurie says Umar is not trauma informed. He should never say he's a psychologist. No, he's not. He's not. He doesn't. I've heard Umar say things like he's a conflict resolution expert, he's a child therapist, and all this other stuff, but that's just him talking. He's none of that. He's none of that. And no, he's not informed. He's not informed about anything. He just knows how to run his mouth. And real quick, Laurie, a lot of what he says is antiquated rhetoric too. It's antiquated. I have videos where he's still calling children retarded. That's not terminology that you use when you did. No, come on, Umar. I'm telling you, he's such a problem. He really is. And like Sasha was saying, you know, if someone did call him during an emergency situation or situation where they really needed some sort of help, Umar's not the person to call. He's not. There's crisis hotlines that you can call. You know, don't call Umar. Thank you, Laurie. Let's wind this down. It's such a disappointment. It is sad. It's con man.
Okay.
Yeah, he had problems passing his dissertation because a lot of it was race-based, and they wouldn't allow him to make these outlandish race-based claims because it didn't have anything to do with race. And they actually kicked Umar out of PCOM. And that's why it took him so long to get the PsyD. They kicked him out, and then he came back and was able to get it. All right. Anyway.
Oh, that's a class there in the corner.
And I can already hear people say, how do you know that? But because Umar said it, I can pull it up. I have the receipt. Anyway, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really sick. There's lots of training concerning this subject in every school district in Pennsylvania. In fact, not just in Philadelphia, it's all over the place in Pennsylvania, all over the United States of America, all over the world. In fact, you can't hold a job in the schools without this training. This dude needs some help. Yeah, but see, Umar, he doesn't hold a job. This video is from 2021. He wasn't working. See, and there's continuing education. Every year, there's yearly things that people got to go through. Even stuff like the resuscitation stuff and all that training. I mean, there's all kind of stuff that people have to go through every single year, or every 2 years, every 3 years. But yeah, this issue right here, this is ongoing. Teachers have to be aware to look out for the signs. You know, if the child is self-harming and they notice, you know, scratches or cut marks, that's something they have to be able to acknowledge and recognize. But see, Umar, he's not trained in that way because he's not a school psychologist. He just plays the role of one online. Yeah, first aid. Yeah, CPR. That's what I meant. Thank you so much. I apologize. I couldn't think of the word, but you got to do the CPR, first aid, and much, much more. Yeah. Can you imagine Umar doing first? Let me stop. Let's go. He's not.
Pretty big here. Okay.
This is the computer room, but they had all the computers. I can actually pull up the video from the Moyer Academy when they had kids up in there.
Oh, we hit them all?
I think so.
Ah. Ah.
Yeah, here's where we came in.
So basically,
One there, two there, three.
it's just more size, but
And this hallway.
same amount.
Yeah.
And when we came, you know, one more peek at that gym.
Yeah.
In the kitchen.
Yeah, it's not available. I mean, I've tried to find it too years and years ago. According to PCOM, his dissertation is like 117 pages, pretty thin for psychology, but I can't find it. I emailed the librarian for a copy. No word yet. Yeah. Do you remember what it was called? Because it had a long title. If you know what the title was, go ahead and type it inside the chat room just for shits and giggles.
Okay. Probably office.
Yeah.
College of Natural Health Science says Umar, the psychologist for no, No. Don't even put that on them puppies now. I wouldn't even have. I would not do it. Don't do that now. Please don't do that. Thank you for the super chat. Don't do them puppies like that now. Yeah. Thank you, Cause of Natural Health. We're almost done.
Get that gym a little bit.
This is the large gym. So he must have been
amazing.
walking.
It's almost like a big version of the other school. Wow.
Yeah, this is the large. When he came in here in 2019, it looked a lot worse. So just over the course of a year and roughly 7 months, it just dilapidated even more.
Wow.
There was graffiti on the wall and chairs all over the place. Remember when he was inside of he was wearing his penguin outfit. Let me just show you all what I mean real quick. Then we're gonna be done. Let's see here. I was planning on doing 6 hours, so we're close. We're a little bit over that, but it's all good. Let's go back to 2019, and I'll pull up February 9th, and it's this video right here. I'll take the music out, and then let me scroll through. See this? This is the large gym. Okay, so this is February of 2019. The other video is September 7th of 2017. You see how look how it looks. Wow, that's incredible. Because it had been sitting graffiti all. You don't see all this graffiti. Chairs all over the place. You don't see any of that in this video right here.
Okay. Wow, it's amazing. It's almost like a big version of the other school. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. That'll work. Just one peek at that cafeteria. We're good. Wow, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a school that had more offices than classes. It's almost like an executive suite. Okay.
This is so creepy.
Yeah.
It's like a haunted house.
Still got the equipment. No.
Yeah, see here, this is what I was referencing before. This is a larger building, and these look like refrigerators.
Outside yard though, right? Everything is inside. Yeah. So where did they take that?
Okay, these from when he went back in to do a tour of the inside of the larger building before, I didn't see those in there anymore. But that's because they had been sitting for about a year and a half, over a year and a half, and people probably came in and stole them.
The hospital when they needed to get outside, like in the summer or spring.
Yeah, those look like refrigerators.
They can keep them inside all day. Okay. That should do it. Right. So Jamie, okay.
And again, he hasn't done anything on this side of the street. His plan, at least the alleged plan, was to open up the other side of the street, and that doesn't have any refrigerator or anything like that, any cafeteria or anything like that. So I don't even understand why he would start there if it doesn't even have a place to feed the children, or to prepare food, or to warm up food, or what have you.
Reach out. But I'm liking. I think that other one is the one for me. Yeah. I definitely think that. All right.
Yeah, at some point I'm going to actually put this into my editing software, and I'll rotate this so that you can see better. Still going to look janky though, because the way he's walking. But I'll definitely have this inside the documentary. Dang.
Whoa! Again.
Man.
Yeah, see, Umar hasn't showed the inside of this since 2019. And he said that it's a lot worse on that side. And a lot of the stuff that he's moved out of the old, out of the small, what he calls a small school, he's put it in here, including his own personal belongings. He's put it either in here or he's put it inside of the small gym. Before we finish up for sure, something's bothering me. Okay, so I want to make sure that I finish out with this. And Jamar was talking, and I realized that he lied. I already knew he lies because he lied about being a descendant of Frederick Douglass, even after he got he did the DNA test, because he actually came on my platform and was saying, well, or he was on someone else's platform, and he was saying how, and I was questioning him, and he was saying how, yeah, well, the DNA, I learned more about DNA, so we might still be related. No, it's just you're lying. Okay, so I already knew he was a liar back then. But when he says that Umar is his firstborn, that's a blatant lie. And what I like to do to close out is I want to play from the documentary a segment that's called Origins. Okay, so let's do this and we're going to be done. I'll let it play.
Origin. Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson was born on August 21st, 1974. His original name was Jermaine Shoemake, named after Jermaine Jackson of the Jackson 5.
And so I'm here in front of the house where the Jacksons live. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Ruby Jackson, Tito, Marlon, Jermaine, who I was named after, by the way. My mother named me after Jermaine Jackson because my mother was a Jermaine Jackson fan back home in North Philly.
At the time of his birth, Umar's mother, Barbara Shoemake, was 16 years old. His father, Jamal A. Abdullah Johnson, was 17 years old. Jamal Johnson also had a daughter that was born when he was in middle school. An article written by Layla A. Jones of BillyPen.com dated March 16, 2021 states that Jamal Johnson had his first child when he was a middle school student, too young to work legally. He lied about his age and worked 2 jobs to support his baby.
So, Jamal, why would you say that Umar was your firstborn child? That's what he said, right? Hit the one. He's a liar. But you know, Umar don't claim all his kids either. See, when I heard him say it, I said, wait a minute now. See, but that's what happens when you get the research done. Got the timeline together. I have a lot of information about Jamal. Jamal's taken down all of his social media, but he's a proven liar. Why would you say something like that? What about the daughter that you had when you were in middle school?
In 1975, Jamal Johnson turned 18 years old and enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Again, he had an option, and he talks about this because he had gotten in trouble with the law, and so he went into the Marines.
His basic training took place at Boot Camp A, 1007, Paris Island, South Carolina. He would go on to have a successful...
Yeah, no, from what I remember, Jamal said, and I can pull it back up, but didn't Jamal say that he was his firstborn, or did he say firstborn son? I thought he said firstborn. Okay, and matter of fact, let's go back. I'm going to pull up just in case, because I'll issue a retraction because I'm always fair. Okay, it only take a second. Okay, if I misheard it, then I'll apologize, and I'll apologize here on air. We're going to go back to the Jamal Johnson folder, and we're going to pull up the video from 2018, 2017. I think it was 2018. Let me see here. 2017. Here it is right here.
Good morning. This is the second video I'm making about.
Yeah, he didn't say anything about Barbara. He said my firstborn. He didn't say Barbara. He didn't say firstborn son. Oh, did he say his first? Okay, if that's the case, then I apologize. Okay, I'll issue a retraction. Okay, but let me let it play. We're gonna see.
what my son has said about me in his video, the accusations he made, and
yeah, I thought he said firstborn.
The inference that
first child. I thought he said firstborn.
Assassinate
first boy.
His agenda. First,
yeah, I don't remember
him
saying from Barbara. I don't remember him saying that.
But I'm sure your followers and other people may view it.
Yeah, that's what I thought he said.
Have heard you say what you said about me.
And that's why I stopped it, right? Didn't I stop it? I said, well, hold on a second. Because he said firstborn. He didn't say firstborn from Barbara. He didn't say firstborn from our firstborn son. He said firstborn.
Let me say, first of all.
Yeah, so when he told, that's what I thought I heard.
I made a video on Facebook with the intent that it reached out to you, but I figured that this way is probably an additional means that you might be able to hear what I have to say. Firstly, I love you. I'm glad that you are doing what you're doing with the right intentions. I don't necessarily agree with how you're going about putting it out there. And you know that.
You.
Secondly, I am not trying to assassinate your program or whatever you're doing. I told you before, I'll say it again, I don't like the way in which you demean people, insult people, make statements that may not be proven to be true, but as none of this is against you. This is against the message in certain ways, but not necessarily the whole message. In other words, when you say something, people believe it, they respect it. If you start calling people names, they call people names too. If you say that something is not historically correct, they believe it. Why? Because our people don't go and check things. They don't study. They rather...
See, this is having a demeaning, disrespectful towards black people. I check things, just like I'm checking you right now, Jamal, lying ass. Could Chris chat? We check things. But see, Umar has the same orientation. You know, black people don't like, they don't like to read. They don't like, see this? Here we go. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to pull this up in my browser because I don't feel like listening to this goofy talk. I put it on 2x speed because I want to get to the part. I apologize. I just can't take it. I just can't. So here it is right here. It's 2x speed.
They don't study. They rather just wait, let somebody else do the study and then feed it back to them, spoon feed them the information, and then they call it fact. I know better, you know better. We both in school, so we know that's not the right way to do things. But importantly, more important than that is that...
See, we both been to school, but that's just to give this illusion that somehow they're so much more intelligent than your everyday black people who don't like to read, blah, blah, blah. It's insulting, yeah. See. And to be honest with you, real quick, Jamal, I don't find you to be particularly intelligent. And I don't think that Umar's particularly intelligent either. I just think that Umar, he's crafty with words and he knows how to manipulate and confuse people because he's a master manipulator. But in terms of intelligence, critical thinking, I don't find you to be to have critical thinking skills, and I don't think Umar has it either. Okay, but I'm not going to say that all black people are like that, or that they're less than, or that they don't like to read, etc. That's very insulting. But see, Umar talks the same way, just like his daddy talked.
I need you to know that I love you, man. I care about you. And I'm very concerned about what's going on around you, what I hear, what I see. I would never, ever try to hurt you. And I surely would never conspire with other people against you. Like I said in the other video, I'm sure that you know people have talked to me, reached out to me, encouraged me to talk about you against you. Not your information, you. I do speak about your information, but I'm not about speaking out against you. So I hope you understand. And if you look back at anything I've said and done, you know that to be true. For years, I sat back and watched the things you said and did that I didn't agree with, and I didn't say a word. I was very offended. People were coming up to me, telling me about it, but I told them, you're a grown man, you say what you want. But when you made that video towards Saraseti, I thought you crossed the line. Frankly, I thought maybe something was wrong with you. So I made a video to apologize on your behalf, only because as your father, I know you're better than that. And maybe at that moment, at that time, you may have just lost your composure. But then when you went on to talk about the racist side of things, I just felt that couldn't be tolerated either. And I'm not, you call me a coon. You say I'm on a tour of multiculturalism.
Yeah, well, someone's asking how old is Jamal? Umar was conceived when Jamal was 18 or 17. It's in the documentary. So we can say that he's 17 or 18 years older than Umar. Umar's 50, so that would make Jamal, let's just say 68 years old. Right?
You said I want white people to follow me. You're wrong.
Yeah, maybe 67.
People follow themselves, use their own head, and study and learn the truth.
And I can tell you exactly, because I have a timeline. It's a brief timeline on Jamal, but it's not necessary. I can tell you exactly the birthday and all that stuff. That's all I was able to get his actual name, his real name.
I just got back from Ghana a couple weeks ago, and I learned some things over there that I didn't know before. And when I went up to the slave castles,
see, notice he says that he went a couple of weeks ago. This video was in 2017. See, Jamal did not go to Ghana before Umar went to Ghana.
where the slaves were kept and humiliated and just disgraced. It touched me. It really did. And it made me see your mission a little clearer. But I still don't agree with the way in which you put it out. Because the bottom line is you're dividing black people with something you say. You break us up into different groups, and then you attack us. And then you turn around and say, people hating you. Well, what did you expect was going to happen if you attack people? You think they're going to just let you attack them and they're not going to try to defend themselves? You make statements of theory and you talk like it's a fact. And on one video, I noted where it was not a fact. You called me a coon. And you said something about if his ass doesn't stop, I'm going to change my name. Well, I hope that you understand, no matter what you call yourself, I'm going to still love you and respect you and call you by your name, whatever that may be.
Yeah, I think it says this part right here. Let me just go ahead and put the playback speed to normal. We're almost done, everyone. Here we go.
Your mother did name you. I did change your name once I became Muslim, as I did your other siblings. So it's not an offense to me if you do that. What's offensive to me is that you do it, if you would do it out of spite, just to strike back at me as though we're in some kind of battle here. I didn't know we were in a battle. People have asked,
well, you shouldn't have been online in the first place. Cry about it afterwards.
a lot of people have asked me, why don't you talk to yourself? Why can't y'all communicate? Well, I'm going to say here today.
What's up, Terrence?
Put my name out there.
Yeah, I didn't do one today. I forgot. My bad.
You know that I want to talk to you about all this that you spread to people. You know that it's in my nature to confront whatever I don't care for and whoever I don't care for, and not to run.
Umar, same way.
Done, including when it comes to you. But you have not fed back to me any replies. And if you want to say I'm lying, then prove it. But you know you haven't. Our generations do have a gap, but I would never, ever, ever let that gap come between us to where I would become your enemy. I'm not your enemy.
Here you go, right here.
I'm not a supporter of everything you say because I know for a fact that it's not all correct. But I would never, ever go against you, father and son. I love you and I need you to know that. And whoever's talking in your ear, I'm sorry that you've given them more credence than you would me, because my history doesn't show me to be like that. Furthermore, I'm sorry this has to be done on a public forum, but you chose this. I've been reaching out to you privately. You have not responded. And then when you have, you've come called me names, totally disrespecting me, very condescending in the way that you come across.
Look who's talking.
And I guess that's what your base wants. You know, I guess that's what your people like to hear. Unfortunately, it's not, doesn't make you look good. Doesn't make you look good at all. I know you're more intelligent, articulate, and most of all, more well-mannered than that. I've never heard you use profanity as much as you have until you started becoming a member of the conscious community. You never use it towards me. And I'm just utterly shocked that you do it in the way that you do, as well as attacking other people the way you do. But this is not against you. This video is not against you. I'm telling you, man, I love you. You're my firstborn. I would never hurt you. I would never.
He did not say you're my firstborn son. He did not say you're my firstborn from Barber. He said you're my firstborn. Yeah, exactly, lady. He's a liar. Told y'all. He lied. We had a couple of those incidents during this live stream already, huh? This video is, and see, I don't listen. You see how I told people if I'm incorrect, I'll go back and I'll issue a retraction. I would have apologized to Jamar. I said, oh, I apologize. I thought you said something else. See, I'm not up here trying to lie on anybody. I'm not malicious. I'm not making up anything. Like I said before, people have done that with me, including Umar. But it's called integrity. And part of it, being integrity, though, too, is to admitting to all of your children and not saying that you have that Umar is your firstborn when Umar's not. Jamal had a daughter. Before Umar, when Jamal was in middle school. Now I got to run this back from the beginning. Watch. Yeah, exactly. Case closed. And that's it. Ain't nothing else to be said. But like I said, I would have apologized. because I'm always fair. That's called integrity. If you guys, I know we goof off, but if you guys haven't noticed, I take this stuff seriously. I do. Got to have the receipts. Got to have receipts to back things up. Just because someone says something doesn't mean that it's true. It doesn't. Anyone can say anything. But we go with the receipts and the facts. Facts. Case closed. Thank you so much for Super Chat. All right. So he says that Umar is his firstborn. However, the receipts show otherwise.
1. Origin. Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson was born on August 21st, 1974. His original name was Jermaine Shoemake, named after Jermaine Jackson of the Jackson 5.
And so I'm here in front of the house where the Jacksons live. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Ruby Jackson, Tito, Marlon, Jermaine, who I was
it was a girl
named after, by the way. My mother named me after Jermaine Jackson because my mother was a Jermaine Jackson fan back home in North Philly.
At the time of his birth, Umar's mother, Barbara Shoemake, was 16 years old. His father, Jamal A. Abdullah Johnson, was 17 years old. Jamal Johnson also had a daughter that was born when he was in middle school. An article written by Layla A. Jones of BillyPen.com dated.
See, the article is written. Here we go. CSI. The article was written in 2025. Jamal's lying in 2017, claiming that Umar was his firstborn. Y'all see this?
March 16, 2021, states that Jamal Johnson had his first child when he was a middle school student, too young to work legally. He lied about his age and worked 2 jobs to support his baby. In 1975, Jamal Johnson turned 18 years old and enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. His basic training took place at Boot Camp A, 1007, Paris Island, South Carolina. He would go on to have a successful military career, starting as an automotive maintenance technician and retiring as a respected drill sergeant. Jamal Johnson's military history is important to consider for 2 main reasons. First, Jamal Johnson had numerous deployments that necessitated extensive travel. This travel disrupted his ability to be consistently present in Umar Johnson's life. As an example, from 1978 to 1979, Jamal Johnson was stationed at Camp Butler in Okinawa, Japan. Layla A. Jones writes that Jamal Johnson spent years in parts of Asia, Okinawa, and Korea, and even picked up a little bit of Japanese. He adored it and longed to extend his residency in that part of the world.
See, he wasn't in Africa. Someone had mentioned that earlier. Okay, we deal with the facts and the receipts. He was not in Africa. If you look at his deployment record, he wasn't deployed in Africa. I have my research, okay? Goodness. I don't mean to be like that, but, and I'll take the time and everything, but we could be talking about, start to sound like Umar. We could be talking about something else. Nose all flaring and shit.
Secondarily, Jamal Johnson's military service included an important benefit, namely that his children could be enrolled at the Scotland School for Veterans Children. The Scotland School for Veterans Children was a private boarding school in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Of the 6 children that Jamal Johnson and Barbara Shoemake had together, Umar was the only child sent away.
And it's not 6, because at this time, and I'll into the research, it's really 5, and then Jamal had another child. Anyway, I'll have all, and I've already corrected this inside of the, I've corrected all of this in the documentary script. It's just, this is a rough draft. Okay, so you guys have to excuse these errors.
To the Scotland School for Veterans Children. More on this later. A post appearing on the Dr. Umar Ifatunde Facebook page dated January 10, 2019, reveals that Umar attended preschool at North Philadelphia's Hart-Rampt Elementary School, followed by kindergarten at the Duckery Elementary School. After his parents' marriage, Jermaine would briefly relocate to North Carolina, where Jamal Johnson would legally change his name to Umar Johnson.
Jackie and Randy.
I would say the reason why my name is what it is because that's what my father named me. That was his consciousness at the time. I was not born Umar, I was actually born Jermaine. My mother named me after Jermaine Jackson of the Jackson 5, who was her #1 singer during the time of my birth.
When they were married, my father changed my name to what it is today.
Umar Johnson provides important accounts that illustrate a period in his early life when his father was present and a period when his father was absent. In an Instagram Live dated February 1st, 2024, Umar explains how his father was present while the family was stationed in Jacksonville, North Carolina, circa 1983.
And my mom said, okay, it's time for you to go to bed. So I go to bed, but I'm not asleep. You know how you laying down in your bed before you fall asleep? Jacksonville, North Carolina. And the next thing you know, this yellow thing walked into my room. It was about 3 feet tall, shaped like a man, but no features. No, it was just pure yellow light, shaped like a man with no features, pure yellow light. And I'm scared as shit. I want to call my mom or my dad, but I'm scared.
In a Facebook video dated December 12, 2017, Umar Johnson explains some of the hardships that he, his mother, his grandmother, and his siblings experienced while his father was absent.
Dr. Umar Johnson, I'm coming to you live and direct from my hood, North Philadelphia. We here. I'm standing on the exact spot where Jermaine Shoemake was brought into the world on August the 21st. This is where the house stood. We are at 8th and Susquehanna. You feel me? 8th and Susquehanna. This is where I grew up. These streets, this is where I played ball. This is where I ran at. This is where I was from. My grandma's house burnt down about 20 or so years ago, but this is where I was born. Umar Johnson, North Philly. This is the home. At 2204 North Franklin, I just wanted to come by, pay respect to the earth, you know what I mean? Where I was born at, the earth that Jermaine Shoemake was born into. So this is where it all started, baby. When I do my documentary, it's gonna come out. Y'all gonna see all that. But I just wanted to bring y'all to the hood. 8th and Susquehanna, you know what I mean? Dr. Umar Johnson, all my North Philly people, Allegheny Avenue, Erie Avenue, 22nd Street, Burke Street, Jefferson Street, Lehigh Avenue, Germantown Avenue, you know what I mean? It's crazy. And what I want you to do, we're gonna keep that film running, because we're gonna make one stop with the film running, because I want you to see where I used to be to stay out of trouble. I would always ask my mom or my grandma for $2. $2.
Notice that Umar Johnson references his mother and his grandmother in this video. He did not mention his father, Jamal Johnson. This is because Jamal Johnson was not present during the period that Umar Johnson is referencing. Understand that Jamal Johnson was in the military from 1975 to 1985. He was deployed to South Carolina, Jacksonville, North Carolina, Okinawa, Japan, Virginia, and Korea. His deployments occurred between the time that Umar Johnson was around 1 and 11 years old. This is to say that because of Jamal Johnson's military commitments, he was unable to be consistently present in Umar Johnson's life. In fact, Umar Johnson lived most of his early life in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Show them some of the scenery of the hood, because, you know, they think I'm not from the hood because I got them 6 degrees. You know what I mean? I want them to understand something. I know what it's like. You know what I mean? I had dinner with the jacket on because the heat ain't on. I know what it's like to live in a homeless shelter. We've been through all that. But my mom always looked out for us. I love my mother to death.
In several of his lectures, Umar Johnson referred to his mother as a single mother.
When my parents divorced, my mother was a single mom.
While Jamal Johnson's presence in Umar Johnson's life was inconsistent, it must be acknowledged that he was also present at times. In a YouTube video uploaded on March 5, 2016, Umar Johnson talks about an important experience that he had with his father.
In the 6th grade, my father took me to my first family reunion, Baltimore, Maryland. And we were walking through this church, I believe it was. And in the backyard, there was a whole bunch of Frederick Douglass memorabilia, pictures, clothing, Bibles of Frederick Douglass. And I asked my father, why is all this Frederick Douglass memorabilia here? And he said, because you're related to him.
2 things to consider here. First, if Jamal Johnson was consistently present in Umar Johnson's life, then wouldn't Umar Johnson have known that he was related to Frederick Douglass prior to the 6th grade? In other words, wouldn't Umar Johnson's relationship to Frederick Douglass been imparted upon him by the Johnson family prior to Umar Johnson turning 10 or 11 years old? Second, Frederick Douglass's given name was Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey. On April 18, 2016, the Bailey family issued a public statement on their official website, Frederick Douglass Family Initiative, www.fdfi.org. The Bailey family wrote,
We can tell you with 100% certainty that he, Umar Johnson, is not a descendant of Frederick Douglass. In 2018, Jamal Johnson took a DNA test, and the results proved that Jamal Johnson, and therefore Umar Johnson, had no blood relationship to the Bailey.
And this right here shouldn't be in here right here. Okay, I'm going to take this out for reasons I will not disclose right now. All right.
Family. On June 25th, 2018, Jamal Johnson posted on his Facebook page, and I quote, "Recently, I obtained and posted my DNA results here, and I do encourage others to take the test. Just don't think you'll know what the results will be. Just based on the test alone, it appears that I am not related to the late, great Frederick Douglass, as I have been led to believe."
Yeah, Umar's father's, he's part Cuban. They have a grandfather, Grandpa Cicero, who was a white Cuban. I have Umar on record saying that he was a Afro-Cuban, but I can provide the receipt that shows. What was that too? It wasn't the census. It's I can't remember what it is, what it's called. It's I can't remember what it's called. But when people come to this country, they go to Ellis Island, and then they go through this process. There's paperwork, there's stuff they have to sign, there's a document and all this stuff. I have the original, not the original document, but I have a copy of the original document, and that shows that Umar Johnson's great-grandfather, a great-grandfather, when he came as a Cuban from Cuba, he identified as being a white Cuban. All right. That's right. Let's continue. Here we go.
"All my life and have taught to my children." He later admits that I and my children are not related to the Frederick Douglass lineage. Therefore, it must be stated that Jamal Johnson was either in error when he told Umar Johnson that he was related to Frederick Douglass in 1985, or he lied to Umar Johnson in 1985. More on this later. As stated before, Jamal Johnson's military career lasted a total of 10 years. Layla A. Jones writes that after the military, Jamal Johnson joined the United States Post Office, where he met his wife, Bernice. The couple had 3 children before Johnson became a widower in 1995. If Jamal Johnson had 3 children with Bernice, rest in peace, 6 children with Barbara, and 1 child when he was in middle school, then it would be that Jamal Johnson has a total of 10 children. However, Layla A. Jones writes that in 2021, Jamal Johnson was a father of 9 with grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We must also consider Umar Johnson.
Okay, and now this to be clear, because I'll make this correction inside the documentary too. Jamal admits to having 9 children, which would mean 3 with his second wife, rest in peace, 5 with Barbara, that gets us to 8, and then another one when he was in middle school, which gets to 9.
Facebook post that indicates that Umar was the eldest of 5 boys, having never had an older brother. Jamal Johnson's own documents show that Barbara had a total of 6 children, including 4 sons, the oldest being Umar, the others being Ali, Uthman, and Abdul Rahim. Curiously, in a video posted to YouTube on July 23, 2013, Umar states that his mother had 5 boys and 11 total children.
My father was a drill instructor for the United States Marine.
And when we say 11 total, what I'm getting at is that it's really 11 total, that Umar has 11, altogether it would be 11 kids, right?
Marine Corps, Paris Island, South Carolina. I don't like the Marines, don't need to clap.
More recently too, I don't have this in the documentary, Umar talks about how his mother had another child outside of Jamal. Okay, so 5. So it would be 11 altogether, including Umar. But of those 11, 9 would be, wait, is that right? No. Yeah, 9. No, I'll have to sit down and go back through this. Anyway, here we go.
But my question, my mother had 5 boys. 5 of us. I'm the oldest of the 5 boys. 11 kids total.
When Umar states that his mother had 11 total children, he is likely meaning that he has 10 siblings in total, including Bernice's children, Barbara's children, and the daughter that Jamal had when he was in middle school. In another video posted to YouTube on
See how it doesn't add up? Anyway.
November 15, 2013, Umar again states that he was the oldest boy of 11 children.
reason I wanted to be a psychologist is because I didn't have an older brother. I'm the oldest boy, one of 11 children. 11 children.
See, he says 11 children, right? So 11 children. Jamar has 4 outside of Barbara. That would mean 7 other children, right? Yeah, because Jamar had 3 with his second wife, rest in peace. Jamar had another child before he impregnated Barbara, so that would be 4. And so Barbara would have to have had 7 children, not 5. I mean, I'm all over the place now. Now I'm looking at this again. 7, 3. Yeah, she would have had to have. Nope, that's not right. No, that is right. She would have to have 7, unless Umar's daddy had another child.
11 children.
Whatever the case may be, it can be reasonably stated that Jamal Johnson has at least 9 children. There are 2.
Is anyone in the chat room? Do you have an idea? Because it's so confusing. Because Umar he says 10, then he says 11. Altogether, he's saying 11 children total. Okay, Jamal had 1 when he was in middle school. Right? I'm just typing this out. He had 1 when he was in middle school. He had 3 with his second wife. Rest in peace. That would get us to, that would equal 4. So there would have to be 7 other children. Right? That would be 7 other children remaining. And those 7 other children would have to be associated with Barbara. So, yeah, so Barbara would have had to have had, Barbara had 7 children. Yeah, I keep saying 5. I thought it was 6 though, but based on what I'm hearing now, I mean, but I've heard Umar give different figures. That's why it's all confusing at the end of the day. I actually, and see, that's what I'm saying. I actually have a receipt that would lead me to believe that Barbara had another child before Umar was born. But I haven't been able to verify that, so I'm not going to put that out there. You believe it's 10? Yeah. Well, Umar, he's saying 11. It could be 10. Anyway, let's keep going. Here we go.
Other foundational issues that must be discussed. The first is that, according to Umar Johnson, his father and mother married circa 1981. At some point, they divorced. Jamal Johnson married his second wife, Bernice, in 1987. This is important because Jamal Johnson would have had to have already been divorced from Barbara and likely living with Bernice in 1987. This would mean that Jamal Johnson was not living with Barbara or Umar Johnson at that time. Ironically, this was the same year that Jamal Johnson made the decision to enroll Umar Johnson in the Scotland School for Veterans Children. The school was a boarding school, which means that Umar Johnson was sent away from his mother when he was 13 years old. Respectfully, there is no doubt that Jamal Johnson truly loved his wife Bernice, and he should be commended for his 10 years of military service, his 22 years of service at the United States Postal Service, for the active role that he played as a widower while raising the 3 children blessed to him by Bernice Johnson, rest in peace, and for his community activism in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. These things being said, this documentary is not about Jamal Johnson. However, Jamal Johnson's background information is relevant to Umar Johnson's early life. The level of relevancy will become clearer as we progress through Umar Johnson's timeline.
All right. That's just one of the segments in the documentary. I do know this about Jamal. He's a liar, one way or the other. Yeah. And like I said, if he ever wants to come on, because he used to bug me all the time. And at a certain point, I just stopped responding to him and stuff. Actually, I never responded to him when he was sending me messages on Facebook. He emailed me a couple of times too. But if he ever want to come on and clear anything up, he's welcome to do so. But he's gotten off of social media after his granddaughter exposed Umar as a deadbeat. He took all of his social media down. He tried to silence her, but she kept going, and then he took all his social media down. All right. I want to thank everyone so much for tuning on into this live stream marathon. It's a mini marathon. We went 7 hours, a mini marathon. And thank you so much for the Cash App. I had a couple people send me Cash App. Thank you so much. If you sent in a super chat, thank you so much for that. My PayPal and Cash App is listed. Links are listed down below in the description of this video. I want to thank everyone who sent in Cash Apps during the live stream. If you enjoyed the live stream and you haven't hit that like button, go on and hit that like button. We got up to, our goal is always 500. We got up to 668. So that's wonderful. Thank you guys so very much. I'll probably be live streaming tomorrow. It'll be a shorter live stream, obviously. And what I want to do is get caught up on these shorter Umar Johnson videos. Also have some videos of Umar. He was out in Ohio, I think it is. I can't remember if it's Ohio, somewhere up there. And I have videos of him speaking, short videos. We'll take a look at that. Also, there's some older, maybe from a couple of weeks ago, some shorter videos. We'll take a look at that. And it won't be a long live stream, but we'll get to it together tomorrow. I want to thank everyone for tuning on into this mini marathon. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Okay, whether that's a like, if it's a super chat, thank you so much. I always appreciate it. That's why I always thank people. You guys have been, you've blessed me and you blessed my family. I really do appreciate that. I want to thank all y'all who've been supportive of the channel. If you haven't subscribed, go and hit the subscribe button. At the very least, if you can hit that like button, it'll take you about 2 seconds. I also want to thank the mods for handling business. If anyone has any information about Umar that disputes what I've said, anything I've said, and you can provide a receipt to prove it, and I can prove it myself based upon the receipt and further research and analysis, please send it to me. I'm always fair. Like I said to close out, I'm not here to disparage Umar. I'm not here to lie on Umar. I'm not even mad at Umar. There was a time I was, especially when he doxed my personal information, was calling me gay and all this stuff. It's just totally uncalled for. But as I've matured and as I've developed more wisdom, I've had levels of grace towards Umar. It doesn't mean that I condone what he has done, what he continues to do. No, not at all. But I can say that I have always been fair with Umar. And that's why I'm saying if there's any corrections that need to be made, please, I'm not going to block you. Okay, unless you lying, but send it to me. Any receipts. If you have a story, a personal story of dealing with Umar you'd like to share with me, you want me to keep your anonymity, you can email it to me. Again, I'm going to ask you to provide any proof, right? Send it to me to my email address, len@yahoo.com. And if I need to be corrected on anything, please correct me. Let's real quick. Jamal, he commented when I posted about this documentary, and I played some of it. And there was the segment where I talk about him in particular. It's a very brief segment within the bigger scheme of things. This documentary is probably going to be 8, 9, maybe 10 hours long. And his segment is probably, I would think, like it's probably going to be less than 8 minutes altogether. But he had posted, and I can show it to you. I just took it off because I ain't got time for his foolishness. He's such a bugaboo. He says, good work with your timeline. I'm paraphrasing. Great work, but it's not correct. Okay, well, if that's the case, come on and correct me. Okay, he hasn't done that. But he's welcome to come on to the show and correct anything. I know one thing. If he gets up on here, he will not be lying. I don't play that. You too old and you too grown to be getting up here on these internet streets lying about stuff. It's one thing I can't stand is people who lie. And you too old for it. Umar too old for it too. He's 50. Ain't no excuse. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all's presence. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. Go on and hit that like button. And as we always do.
Oh my gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, black community activist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's okay. All right. Let me turn this down so I can chat with my peeps as we close out. I appreciate y'all's presence. Swaggo Nito, Umar's off stage. How's it going, Larry? Thanks for tuning on in. This is the jam. Juju, Rock, Revoti Moon. Thank you so much. Yo, wow. Hey, Nurse Alexa, thanks for tuning on in. Thank you, Raphael. Appreciate you. Show me love. All right, thanks, Devon. Miss Independent Power. Sweet tea. At the end of the day, you fancy, huh? Thanks, O. James. Thank you, Sapphire, for tuning in. Yeah, good night, Keylogger. Golden Child. Snow Bunny. Yeah, that's right. Dr. James G. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Oh, that's okay, Kiara. You got plenty of time to get back into this. It's a 7-hour live stream. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's the jam. Thanks, Anonymous Christian, for tuning on in. F6997 and Monty. Sweet. Thanks, Christian. I know Josh will love this song. This is Josh's favorite. You welcome, Willie. Thanks, Ike. Mad Head. PPs. Yeah. Good. Put it in. Good question. That's undefeated Black Mario. Just K. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the evening. Appreciate your attendance. Yeah. You caught that? Yeah. Umar was getting it in. Miguel. What's up, Sports Bet? Studio One. Jazz is in the field. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks, Arif. You so welcome, man. Thanks for tuning on in. I appreciate you. All right, there you have it. Thank you guys so much, everyone at Cook Crush Chat. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. I appreciate all y'all. Okay, until next time, y'all take care. Love y'all. Peace.